terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity juga jadi pasif, dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya, sehingga wah ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together, karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman, karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari situ teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Jika sebuah hadiah diberikan untuk bikin bahagia, maka emas selalu jadi hadiah yang tidak pernah gagal. Berbeda dari banyak pemberian lain yang kadang disuka, kadang tidak. Mereka yang menerima emas pasti tertawa, pasti terbelalak. Kilaunya itu loh, memang membuat senang. Dan tulisan gold bar juga rasanya bikin hati berdebar-debar. Lebih dari barang lain yang sebentar saja usang atau nilainya habis terpakai, emas adalah pemberian yang berkata, Ini untuk masa depanmu jauh kelak. Banyak loh di hidup yang bisa kamu rayakan dengan emas. Selain untuk dijadikan hadiah orang lain, bisa kok kamu jadikan hadiah untuk diri sendiri. Emas akan selalu berharga, akan selalu berkilau, akan selalu memukau. Jadi, kenapa tidak untuk setiap momen keemasan mereka yang kamu cintai, saatnya kamu memberi juga dengan emas murni.
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gua mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gua bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsiderkan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem position figure jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh nggak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gank, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 extra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya ini guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys. Dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys. Jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys. Oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mah guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian emang main roamer kayak gue. Oke guys, jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update project next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys? Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys? Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke? Gua Samo HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup. Or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain ni Gatot kacau! Ih, tombe basah!
Bro, move on ke Head & Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head & Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif. Tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia Rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter. Buat para jungler-jungler tank, jungler-jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga Tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill, dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari situ teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, aku harus burst dulu. Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
dimulai. Kedatangan tim baru membuat setiap pertandingan semakin bernilai. Segudang talenta datang untuk membuktikan diri. Dan sang legenda siap untuk datang kembali. Inilah para pejuang yang akan bertarung dalam Land of Down di Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Indonesia Season 12.
Terpuruk, tersungkur, dan dibungkam. Namun kini harapan itu perlahan telah kembali.
Dominasi PH bukan lagi. Sekarang waktu dominasi Indonesia. Widih, masih cocok nih gue jadi Kingdom guys. Balik kali ya.
Gue juga cocok kok jadi Kingdom. Udah bukan bayi macan lagi, tapi tuan muda.
Yoi, mantap. Wih, mahkota siapa nih? Hah?
This is mine. I am the king and do now.
Kembalinya sang raja yang hilang. Transformasi bayi macan menjadi sang raja dan raja baru dari Myanmar akan menjadi kombinasi yang ganas untuk Kingdom merebut tahtanya kembali.
Sang raja kini harus berbenah untuk meraih tahtanya kembali. Kembalinya sang legenda Sin menjadi tonggak baru untuk mereka kembali berdiri. Datangnya tuan muda Persik serta Naomi dari Myanmar juga memberi harapan yang tinggi. Inilah tim RRQ.
Lihat gue. Tolong. Gue di lock Franco. Franconya no flicker. Nice, Gus. Emang support M1 gak ada obat, cuy.
Santai di lemotin dulu gak sih?
Sang legenda M1 beraliansi dengan salah satu KG. Agresivitas Bang Rek akan berbaur dengan permainan STM Alter Ego.
Lihat dari katanya bakal coba dikejar, kali ini langsung Serangpai dibalikin keadaannya. Papa stringnya connect ke arah Serangpai, tapi lihat gak ada turret yang membantu Serangpai.
Sang rover legendaris Rek turun gunung di season ini. Bergabung dengan Alter Ego, pasukan yang tegas dan berani, mental juara sang legenda membuat mereka lebih siap untuk beraksi. Ini dia, mari kita sambut Alter Ego E-Sport.
Rasanya kalau ngelihat piala ini, cita-cita gue buat jadi EVOS World jadi semakin membara deh. Tenang Tas, nggak cuma lu doang kok yang punya mimpi kayak gitu. Kita kejar bareng-bareng season ini ya.
Login bang, gue Angela Hyper juga gas.
Godiva ke arah belakang, Immortality pecah, ini berbahaya, tapi lihat, Pesaga makin menutup dan bakat dari...
Agresif, kuat, dan berani. Salah satu naga merah, Fluffy, akan membuat EVOS Legends membara dan siap membakar MPL ID Season 12.
Bakal coba dikejar. Ambisi sang macan meraih gelar mereka selanjutnya masih menjadi misi utama. Membawa sosok pemain potensial, Flavi bersama skuad muda bertalenta, mereka siap bertarung sekali lagi dengan kekuatan dan semangat yang membara. Inilah sang macan Evolve Legends!
Guys, nice job for the last season ya. But next season we have to come back stronger.
Of course, bro.
Yeah. Let's go. Guys, look, the Cubbies are here.
Kemana aja baru bisa lolos playoff di season 11?
Next season, we will take down everyone.
The Captain is back. Ambisi sang rambut merah dengan meta super mereka layak dinantikan.
Oh my god, Iron Home! Mancing mania, mantap!
Naik kelas yang sangat berkelas, Geek menjadi ancaman baru untuk perebutan kursi playoff.
Dua tim yang di playoff musim lalu harus pulang lebih awal dengan terpaksa. Geek Fam kembali dengan pilar baru Marki untuk memaksimalkan potensi mereka. Sedangkan sang Kapten Finn siap memberikan arahan kepada pasukan robot super yang haus akan juara. Mari kita sambut, ini dia Geek Fam dan Piketon Alpha.
Sebentar lagi kita tag, dibaca dulu ya.
Oke bang. Kok lama banget sih syutingnya?
Sabar, Buk. Masih peringkat season lalu.
Depan.
Rebellion juga harus ada di peringkat atas biar media day-nya gak yang terakhir lagi. Yoi nggak, Buk?
Yoi.
Bejana season 11 menghantui Aura Fire dan Rebellion Zia. Tak ingin terpuruk, season 12 ini mereka harus bangkit dan menjadi ancaman.
Buat teman-teman dari Aura Fire yang mereka cukup terseok-seok sedari awal.
Mereka gagal meraih playoff di season yang ke-11 dan mereka tidak ingin mengulang hasil yang sama. Sang naga membawa api mereka yang terus membara dan mereka telah siap untuk tantangan yang selanjutnya. Sedangkan sang banteng juga kembali dengan semangat tanpa hati untuk memberikan kejutan yang pasti dinanti. Berikan aplaus kepada Aura Fire dan Rebellion Siap!
Onyx season ini masih haus juara.
Season ini kita pertahankan tata kita.
Siapa bilang season ini milik Onyx? Dewa United datang bukan hanya untuk jadi pemanis, tapi kami datang untuk tersenyum manis.
Menarik.
Skuad kemenangan Onyx dipertahankan, sang Raja Galaksi terlalu sulit untuk diruntuhkan. Pendatang baru yang siap beradu. Dewa membawa serta para veteran untuk mengacak-ngacak Land of Doubt.
Sang Raja Galaksi kembali sebagai juara bertahan dan membawa pulang Piala MSC 2023. Datangnya Albert akan semakin memperkokohkan kekuasaan mereka. Kini saatnya membuktikan dominasi sang landak makin berjaya. Inilah Sang Raja Galaksi Onyx. Satu tim pendatang baru yang membawa sebuah peringatan untuk tim-tim MPL Indonesia lainnya. Dengan para legenda yang kembali serta pasukan muda bertalenta. Menggabungkan pengalaman dan kemampuan untuk siap bertarung dengan prima. Mari kita sambut Dewa United Esports.
MPL Arena akan menjadi saksi pertandingan dari para legenda dan talenta. Apakah sang Raja Galaksi bisa mempertahankan tahtanya? Ataukah akan ada tim lain yang bisa merebutnya? Superfans Indonesia dan dunia, sambutlah, inilah dia 9 tim yang akan bertanding sampai titik darah penghabisan untuk menjadi the next Raja Galaksi. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Semua tim akan memberikan yang terbaik. Apakah yang akan mereka sajikan? Mari kita nantikan bersama-sama di MPL ID Season 12. We own this! A new contender enters the ring, as once it was 8, and now it is 9, and all these teams must battle it out in a slaughterfest for 8 weeks to prove that they own this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12, where dreams are made, and in some cases, hopes get shattered. Today, on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And we are so excited to see you guys once again. And how are we feeling coming into this new season?
I think excited is an understatement here. I mean, looking at Season 12, looking at the improvements from every single one of these teams, after seeing Onyx lift that trophy at MSC, all the Indonesian organizations have been really busy at work to try to give their best versions here to qualify for M5.
And in addition to that, the new emblems, all these changes right now, the exciting, nostalgic meta we haven't seen in such a long time. I didn't think it's possible, but it might be more hype for Season 12, more so than Season 11.
Oh, I completely agree with that, right? Because we have a new emblem system, a new team. Things are going to be a little bit longer as well, with 4 days a week for 8 weeks. So if you guys missed us, we're going to be there for you almost every single day of the week. But of course, before we begin this new season, we gotta thank our sponsors here. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, our official sponsor Head & Shoulders, official telco partner Telkomsel, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, YouTube, our official broadcast Max Stream and TVRI Sports. We have our suppliers Indomart, Mineski, as well as Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. And you can already see the passion coming in from even the sponsors, right? We didn't have this much last season, and now they're all here to support this new season. And how would it be not as crazy as this opening match, right? Aura Fire going against Dewa United. Finally, a team stepping up from MDL coming into the MPL stage.
First time ever that we're seeing, an MDL team finally reach it to the MPL stage. And honestly, looking at their MDL performance, because I actually had the chance to cast for their matches in MDL Season 7, it's going to be very interesting to see how they utilize this new roster, because the matches I casted was with the old roster, the full Dewa roster. Now that they've acquired Watts, a few legends, you can say, MPL Season 1 champion, I don't know whether that's going to help them or that's going to ruin them. Chemistry is everything when it comes to MPL.
I like how you mentioned that, right? Because Arashi, we have been graced with the presence of a lot of legends. So we have Watt, we have Zin coming back, Rect, Leo Murphy as well. How insane is that?
It's crazy. I mean, there's some of these players, right, that the audience just felt we're not going to see anymore. But out of nowhere, here they are in Season 12. Not 1, not 2. More than I can remember right now. So I think there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of things they have to prove to the audience and to their rivals as well. But we're all for it here in Season 12.
And we get to see that straight away coming into this next match. Once again, Aura Fire, the Indonesian Hydras, will they be able to withstand the turbulence of the United Gods? And it comes to our topic of the day, Aura New Gen versus the Comeback Legends. How are they going to fare? We've seen Aura Fire in SPS. We've seen their performance. They've been able to kind of match up the performance with Bigatron, who right now, they're kind of dominating the MLBB scene, of course, other than Onyx.
Well, you know, we're talking about Aura Fire, but like you said, we already have reference for Aura Fire through SPS. Dewa United, however, with this new roster, sure, we did see a Dewa United version with Watt, again, comeback legend with this new team, but we haven't seen Leo Murphy, we haven't seen Pendragon step up on stage, or even play a single game with this roster yet. And again, it comes down to how Arashi can break it down. Will these three players have a positive, or a negative impact on the team?
I think it depends, man, because they definitely bring experience to the table, and that is a huge factor in such a huge stage like MPL ID Season 12. But on the other hand, like you mentioned, Mirko, synergy, along with how they communicate, so many things come together to make a MPL-worthy performance for a team. So with these additions, the question is, have they spent enough time trying to build that, or have they been focusing on everything else? Because keep in mind, the meta is different. Some items are here, some new items, new emblems. So if teams are just splitting their focus, trying to do all this at the same time, it might be too difficult.
You're right. I completely agree, right? And on that poster as well, we saw Watt, the comeback legend. He is interesting because it feels like he came back at the right time with the new patch coming in that really accentuates his kind of play style, as now we're taking a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for the side of Aura Fire.
Winning the matchup in the gold lane has always been a priority, but in this current meta, with so many different heroes, it becomes a bit more complicated than that. You cannot just have a single strong hero, a prio pick, that can just win you the lane. You have to adjust, you have to see what potential counters are available. And along with that, limiting Leo Murphy's pick of heroes, yes, it's important, but keep in mind, Leo Murphy is known to be somewhat over-aggressive. That could be something that Aura can definitely try and take advantage of.
We've seen a lot of teams utilize Leo Murphy's shallow hero pool before. It happened in M2, happened in Season 7, and even 8. Leo Murphy has been a very, very respectable figure in the MPL, and a lot of teams have shown that respect. But on the side of Dewa United here, they're coming in with some really big guns as well.
Right, the keys to the victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, optimizing Watt's pocket pick. Talking about respectable figures, man. This man was so crazy, so unpredictable in Season 7, and the current meta absolutely suits him. So if he can get literally a pocket pick or something that's just so out of the box, this could be something that Aura will struggle to try and deal with. And of course, along with that, securing Key's high ground hero will allow them to try and get that advantage and maybe have a bit more siege potential. It depends on how they want to play it out.
Yeah, it also proves kind of the limitations of Dewa United, right? A lot of people have speculated that they kind of have a predictable draft. In the first phase of the first 3 picks, they usually try and opt to secure a hero for Keys. Now, the problem is, if it's that predictable, if the enemy can actually read you like that, it will be easy to punish that fact as well.
A lot of teams have been able to punish this fact. Dewa United, sure, they're a new team, they have a lot of veterans, but especially here in the MPL stage, we need to talk about these rookies, because technically all of them are MPL rookies. The new players, Lanaya, Dixon, Kaze, and even Shaco, the 4 players that are remaining there in this lineup. We'll have to see how they perform on stage. We've seen a lot of players who are prodigies in their own right, like Super Ken, who wasn't able to perform on stage.
Yeah, the nerves get the better of them, which brings me to the question, who exactly we're going to see from the side of Dewa United? Is it going to be Shaco? Is it going to be Leo Murphy? Is it going to be Lanaya? Is it going to be the other roamer? No, the other jungler. What's his name? Ray. So there's a lot of adjustments. There's a lot of different types of, I would say, combinations that Dewa United can definitely utilize. Whereas from the side of Aura Fire, we know exactly who's going to be playing. Maybe there's a situation where maybe Facehugger is going to be playing, but that brings us to the topic of one of the weaknesses from Aura Fire that we saw last season. The fact that Facehugger, one, had quite a shallow hero pool. They weren't able to utilize him properly. Sure, he had the macro. Sure, he had the leadership skills, but seeing how competitive MPL ID has started, it takes more than that.
Definitely. I think if they really want to be competitive, you cannot just have comfort picks. You need to be flexible, especially with the changes in the emblems, right? So many more heroes have just made it into the meta, quote unquote. So the flexibility, we thought it was important last season where teams can adjust and adapt and pick and choose as necessary. But right now, it's almost like if you're not flexible, you just become way too predictable. I mean, early on, we already touched on the mid laner, right? For Facehugger, for example, if you have a shallow hero pool right now, there's a very limited amount of heroes that can be brought powerfully into the mid lane. And if you don't really get a strong hero and you kind of adjust and get something that works, even though it's not meta, you're in for a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble is something that certainly needs to be evaluated here for both of these teams, especially for Aura Fire, because again, they also have kind of a new generation going on for themselves. They welcome, as we welcome Aura Fire up on stage in a bit.
It's going to be very, very crucial to see the lineup for both of these teams. And let's welcome the first team on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragons who are coming in for vengeance, for redemption, Aura Fire.
The Indonesian Hydras trying to prove what they were able to do for the past few seasons. They want to make it alive, and the way to do that is to be able to win against this current roster, Dewa United Esports.
Here it is, the newcomers up on the stage though. We're gonna welcome the new team as they make their way, and this is the lineup. What? Leo Murphy, Ray has come back on the MPL stage, and let's welcome them, Dewa United Esports.
And this team, as much as people doubt them, they really have a lot of potential right here, and everyone just seems to be so excited to find out how well are these new teams favoring. It's such a new phenomenon, right? A new addition to the team that we've seen so much in the MPL. Can they stand up to the pressure, or will they crumble against such overwhelming odds?
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we also need to welcome the masterminds behind these teams. It's going to be both of the coaches here, Pa Levy, Saint Lucas from the side of Aura Fire, and from Dewa United, we have Jack Lee and Paddington.
These coaches have had a lot of experience in the MPL stage, but I think the most known coach here is actually Saint Lucas. He's been imported to Singapore, coaching RSG Singapore for a long time, getting a back-to-back trophy with them. And before he left, before he joined RSG, he was in the Genflix Airwolf roster that sent RRQ and Onyx home in Season 7, the one with Watts.
Exactly. So you can even say that this is kind of a reunion between both of the coach as well as the player here. Although, unfortunately, they have to swallow the bitter pill that they're going to be opponents here in this next upcoming match.
It's a bit of a bittersweet situation for sure right here. And this is a question, right? Will Coach St. Lucas have some kind of insight right here, some kind of weakness that he knows to exploit? This is something that always becomes a question when new coaches show up. But for them, especially with the changes in the new meta, there's just so many things to try and take into consideration, because some heroes, they really don't work, but in the right situations, with the right emblems, right? They can just turn into powerhouse picks.
Yeah, you're right. And I think we've highlighted Saint Lucas, but we also need to talk about Jack Lee, right? He has a lot of, I would say, knowledge on the game as well. He was a player for the longest of times, coming into Capricorn, RRQ, TCN. He was also in MPL and MDL, Genflix Aerowolf, and then he joined Dewa as a coach Season 6 and Season 7. He's been with these players for quite some time, but once again, the question is, with these new players coming in, how are they handling, one, the pressure, as well as the mind games coming through?
Oh.
What is this?
Whoa. All right, this is an interesting one. Season 12 tier list by our analyst, the Indonesian analyst himself, by KB. I think everybody can kind of agree with number one. I don't think. And Aura Fire, a team that a lot of people think is going to make it to the top 3, or at least is top 3 in a lot of people's books. He's placed them all the way down and could be in danger.
I mean, technically, it could put Rebellion inconsistent, right?
Maybe
consistently not making it to the playoffs. Sorry. My bad.
We just started, Eterna. It's very early on in the show. Let's hold back a bit. But maybe for Professor KB, he might be concerned about the fact that Aura is, in a way, even though they're all experienced, they're all familiar faces, we say new gen because they don't have Goldiva in the roster, and that is a huge change because he's always been like the initial spark in the flame that is Aura's aggression.
I mean, I would agree if I didn't see their performance at SPS, right? Because that was the exact same worry that I had. Without Godiva, can Aura Fire still step up? And looking at the performance with Van leading in the jungle as well, it seems like I would actually put them in consistent for now.
Aura Fire?
Yeah.
I think there has been a lot of changes in this roster, and I agree. You know, if we didn't get to see them in SPS, we definitely will not have a reference or will not have this level of expectation. Thing is, though, for Aura Fire, it comes down to how these players perform on stage. Because in SPS, they perform really well, but they were playing online, playing in front of the crowd that you see here. By the way, props to the Dewa United team supporters as well. As a new team, you wouldn't expect this many people to be on their side, but hey, they're definitely giving the Aura Fire players pressure as well.
I guess I could say that they're the dark horse, right? Being the one to step in just this season. Very new blood here. And it looks like a lot of people are fishing for blood from them in particular because of that lack of MPL ID experience.
Well, can you imagine if they just did well, they out of nowhere just start defeating top-tier names in the MPL? That's just such a great storyline, and I think a lot of the public really relate to that, right? The idea that anyone, well, technically not anyone, but the idea that you can just enter the MPL and you can have the skills and prove to the world, well, to Indonesia and the world, that you can just stand with the top-tier guys.
I mean, technically, Watt was the first person to be able to hold that MPL trophy, right? So he has a taste of what it's like, and hopefully he's able to bring that knowledge, bring that experience over to the rest of the players. And I really wanted to talk about Leo Murphy, right? Because a lot of people have said, okay, Roamer for Dewa United, Shaco, all the way. With Leo Murphy stepping in, with remembering his playstyle of being very aggressive, do you think that this was the best choice for Dewa United in their opening match here at MPL ID?
I think it makes sense, but it also kind of does. It really depends on the perspective that you're looking into the CMAT, right? I mean, looking at Dewa United, synergy-wise, the way they play, the MDL Season 7 roster was just, that was a miraculous run. They were estimated, analyzed, calculated to not make it to the playoffs. They had to pull off a miracle run to even make it to the playoffs. The fact that they got to the grand finals with a few roster changes, keeping the same three the mid lane trio though, that's the main key for Dewa. It's always been that way for a long time. Now that you're swapping a lot, Lanaya, their golden boy, is now being replaced by Ray, a newcomer who was back then in GPX with Watts. See, synergy, but also mentality. These players who've been subbed in, they understand how it is, how it feels to play on the MPL stage.
So you think that might be the consideration point, why they actually slid in here. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because you can't just make it in the MPL purely on skill, purely on synergy alone. The experience being in front of the whole crowd like this, with the drums banging, and it's definitely something that they have to try and adjust with. But yes, that the main three-man mid-lane rotation squad, that is something that takes a lot of time to really form synergy with. So I think for Dewa, they definitely have some preparations. Otherwise, I don't think they have the confidence to just bring it out like this out of nowhere.
Yeah, it would be so scary. It would be so scary. I mean, I'm even like listening to the drums and my heartbeat is following the beats. I can't imagine what it is to be the player right now. And you can see here on screen the players of Aura Fire, Coach Palevi already giving in some advice coming into this upcoming draft. And I like this. I like that we're opening it up with Aura Fire and Dewa United because, in particular for me, the gold lane matchup, Kabuki versus Watt. We've seen Kabuki pull crazy things, whereas Watt, the patch kind of favors him. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the first drafting phase of the season. Dewa, Aura, game number 1.
Dewa United on the blue side, Aura Fire on the red. First pick, second pick. Let's talk a little bit about that after the patches. But wait. We gotta talk about the bans here because this is already a very different band to what we are used to seeing after the patch. Wanwan still in the first phase by Coach Jack Lee, a hero that is literally cursed in the MSC Grand Finals.
It's a cursed hero and they ban it out right here. But whenever we've seen Wanwan to be such a contested priority pick And honestly, the Arlet makes a bit more sense because I think, by all means, it's still such a solid, flexible EXP laner. And for the side of Aura, that's that Yves that we talked about. It's always a very solid hero, very solid flexibility in how you want to build, skill-wise, item-wise, emblem-wise even. So I think taking it away is a great move, but what will they try and pick for themselves if that's the case?
Oh man, I mean, coming into this new patch, right? Things are just so flexible, but perhaps the Joy could still be the choice of ban here coming in from Aura Fire unless they want to try and bait something out to pick it up for themselves. And here we go, a Fanny being banned out here for the side of Aura Fire with Dewa picking up the Joy. There you go.
First pick prio still, as always, especially that you can see the setup from Coach Jack Lee for Daewoo United, already banning out the Kaja, a hero with suppression, but here it is. The meta we've been talking about a whole lot backstage about the Angela Ling combination. With the Joy picked up, now Jack Lee, he's gonna have to pull off a little bit more of a brainstorm session here. Does he want to flex the Joy into the jungle and pick up something like a Uranus to try to deny it from Aura Fire? Because this combination, Uranus, Angela, Ling, has been abused by a lot of teams, top-tier teams nowadays.
Can I just say that it makes me feel so nostalgic, right?
Season
8, Season 7, this was the meta that we saw, and it's coming back. It's coming back alive and strong. And I like the point that Uranus should be the next pickup here for Dewa to deny that away from Aura Fire. They need to be able to give Ling the space as well as Angela the space. And Dewa actually going to respond with a Franco as well as a Faramis. One of my main questions is this going to be an Angela mid or an Angela roam?
Well, we've talked a lot about this backstage. There's a possibility it goes into the mid lane and becomes a bit of a pseudo double roam kind of strategy. But if they do so, they're going to be lacking a lot of magical damage. That is what Professor KB kind of discussed with us backstage. For the side of Dewa, though, having a Franco and a Faramis in a meta that is so sustain reliant, right? You can just out-sustain, out-survive your opponent's damage. They have to rely on really good execution to ensure that their members get the job done before the Cult Altar, for example, wears off.
And that is looking like exactly what Aura Fire is planning here, right? With the Farsa pickup as well. Very risky, very prone to the pickoffs, but if the Farsa can snowball from that early game, being able to use the Wings by Wings to rotate around the map quick, there is a possibility that Aura Fire can lead this early game and pick up the tempo from there.
The Farsa pick basically tells you that this Angela is going to be a roamer, something that we haven't really seen a lot from. I think even in ISF, we're in the Asian Championships right now, we've been seeing a lot of Angela Lings, but the Angela has been placed into that mid lane, building full utility. Fleeting time into an NOD and into an Ice Queen wand. So there's already a little bit of a change of pace, as Palevi understands as well with St. Lucas. They understand they've already gone a very good prio hero on Van. It's time to just nail down in the jungle. Thing is though, for Jack Lee, for Daewoo United, this Joy is still a very good flex pick that they can utilize. Place it in the jungle, pick up something like a Uranus, an Esmeralda. I think an Esmeralda will do a little bit better here considering they're up against an Angela.
For Aura, though, I think they're gonna really require some kind of crowd control, some kind of engage tool. Right now, yes, they have a great amount of prio heroes, but at the same time, they haven't really secured a frontliner to try and check the bushes, especially against a Franco, against a Joy. You're gonna require someone a bit more durable, and along with that, if they want to really get the snowball that you're talking about, they need someone to try and set up these plays, because Farsa has a lot of burst, has his stun as well, but she has to put herself in such danger if she wants to actually be a solo, pick-off engage tool.
You know what I just realized?
What?
I think the Joy pick was so smart from Dewa.
Yep.
Because coming to the second phase, they don't even need to start limiting that gold lane in particular, right? They can try and win it out in the 1v1s, but obviously the Joy pick denies the Claude away from Kabuki, which is Kabuki's power hero.
It's a very good pick. I mean, again, it's a prio pick. Not only is it a flex pick, but it's also just really solid right now, wherever you put this Joy in. I've even seen a lot of Joys getting flexed into the mid lane if they really want it to happen, but with the Faramis Franco, kind of really takes that away. We'll see, though, last ban coming in from Dewa United. Are they going to try to look for a gold lane ban? The Melissa comes through, something that can still be a massive threat to not just the Faramis, but also the Joy. The go away. You cannot dash through that go away on Joy.
They seem to be trying to limit the DPS output, but back again. It seems like Aura is looking to go really all in on this Ling pick. So if they go for another marksman, that leaves only one more pick that can be the main front line as well as engage tool. And I think that's a bit too difficult to try and manage unless Aura has just out of nowhere found some insane macro skills. That might be exactly what they're trying to go for.
Honestly, at this point, what do you think for an Esmeralda for the side of Aura Fire?
I think for Aura Fire, they're still definitely looking for either Uranus or Aura Fire, but they pick up the Fredrin here. Should be in the XP lane, this Fredrin, unless the Farsa is picked up for gold lane. Something we have seen, again, Season 7. You mentioned Season 7. If it's Season 7, then when you see a Farsa, it's either mid or gold. I don't know if Kabuki here wants to go for that. He's more of a marksman slash fighter player, not really a mage player. But hey, maybe he has some surprises for us.
I was about to say, is it really Kabuki's style though to pick up the Farsa in the gold lane? That's why I was thinking, you know, Esmeralda, right? Magic, dealing, but still is kind of a fighter type of hero that could be great for Kabuki. And it also denies that pick away from Dewa in case they want to counter the Angela with the Esme.
Right, and Kabuki is well known to be playing a lot of those fighters, right? He was playing the Yuzong. It's a bit of a similar style, not quite. And speaking of fighters, though, Terizla picked up for the side of Dewa United along with a Brody. So they've squared out their composition. It looks quite standard. But for Aura, will this Farsa just go somewhere unexpected? Because if it is a Farsa in the gold lane, that means that they can still go for something a bit different. But yeah, they're playing to the flexibility. And this is what we've come to expect from Aura Fire for a long, long time.
I think it's a little too risky to put the Farsa in the gold lane now, looking at the last two picks coming in from Dewa. With the Terizla being able to dive you, with Brody as well, I don't know, I think it's risky. They're gonna go for the Beatrix. So a standard pick for Kabuki, one of his strengths as well on the Beatrix. And we've seen a lot of Terizlas lately, right? There's been a lot of rumors that it's been very famous and popular in scrims. Why is that? Why Terizla again?
The Terizla just does a lot of damage. He has a healthy amount of crowd control, and with the current changes to emblems, it's just so much sustain, man. It's unreal. I mean, you thought that Terizla was already so obnoxious back then with the Festival of Blood, but now that, along with the Brave Smite, that just allows him to just be so forward in his movements, and he doesn't really get punished as easily, and that is something that a lot of teams really want to take advantage of and completely abuse.
All right, both of the compositions have been set in stone. Once again here, we are going to take a look at it. Any final, I would say, you know, impressions here, Mirko?
It's for Aura Fire, it's all about that fire. It's all about the fire burning in that trio mid. Coming in from the Ling, Angela, and the Farsa. Rotations will dictate the game. It can be the reason they win or the reason they lose.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1, match number 1, Aura Fire versus Dewa United.
Wow, man, this is going to be such an insane game, and if you take a look at already the emblems here, for Ray it's going to be the lethal ignition, so he's going all in for the damage, and for Van, he's going for the killing spree, so it's a bit more aggressive here.
Look at this early game from this mid lane. Oh, Sin! Or, you know, with Wings by Wings, Iron Hook not connecting, K's in danger. But it's still all good. Aura Fire are already pushing the pace. Again, this duo mid will do so much for mid control.
I'm actually quite surprised with the talent choices coming in from the Farsa. Weapon Master as well as the one that gives more attack. I would have thought that perhaps with the Farsa pickup, they wanted to go for more early game rotations, maybe even picking up the Bargain Hunter, but this is what they opt for.
They're going for all in the late game, because even Kabuki is going with the Weapon Master as well. And for the Farsa, going with the Thrill early game, right, just gives her a bit more burst damage when people don't really have that resistance that's built up. And for Dewa United, it's the exact opposite. 3 Rupture first tier emblems on their side. They really want to try and get all they can in the early game and not allow Aura Fire to scale at all.
What's interesting is no Season Hunter here for Ray. Leo Murphy going to be chunked down, stunned up, first blood for Van, the Prodigy. For Aura, Ray coming down with rhythm as well. Now jumping on the Sin with a flicker out. Top of the blaze, knocking him off. This should be another kill for Van. He's still alive, picking up another. Kaze finds a trade. 2 for 1, Aura Fire.
Not exactly, I would say, the trade that Aura Fire would want in the early game, right? They want to go for that composition where they wanted to take the tempo. And because of the fact that Dewa United have been trading really well, it is going to put them in a little bit of a bind, considering the late game coming in from Dewa United. And you can see here that the turtle has already spawned. Both teams are going to start centering around this. Luckily now, Hai is already level 4 to perhaps help out Van here when they go for the objective contest.
Ooh, level 4 Angela definitely can make an outplay happen, but for Aura, they still need to be very careful. They are very reliant on Kimura, just stalling all the aggression coming in from Dewa United. And of course, they still have that Franco to make plays with, but as we can see earlier, Leo Murphy, over-aggressive, gets caught out, and against an Angela, roamer that we expect, that we perceive as a bit more passive, he actually loses out in the first blood.
Oh, up top, Kabuki with a hard guard now. Liberty's passion flickering forward. Oh, under it, what? With the flicker out as well. Now it's getting the flicker from Hai to pick up the kill, but Watt still able to survive, dodging away once again. It's still a kill over. The torn apart memory from Watt, not able to find the kill. Kays now with the flicker forward once again, bringing it back. Call Alter instantly taken away. It's a good kill from Kays, making 1-for-1. Ray looking for a good trade, jumping in with the rhythm, no more dashes, but he should still be able to dive that turret, picks up another, equalizes on the board, and Dewa are showing what they got on the MPL stage.
Wow, the aggression coming in from Dewa United. Again, the trade backs that are happening against Aura Fire. I was about to say, Kabuki went for a really good build. Steal leg plays first in order to be able to have a little bit more sustainability in that 1v1. But what can steal leg plates do against the damage coming in from Ray?
It's just a bit too much damage, honestly, and look at that, this is aggression.
Well, the airstrike Kays with a clean movement, but he can't dodge a basic attack. Van takes the kill, and this mid-game power spike for Aura Fire should hit just in a bit.
For both teams, they actually have quite the good early game, mid-game kind of synergy. They have very good power spikes, but Aura Fire just has been the more proactive team right here. Always in the right place at the right time before Dewa United has actually rotated. So even though Leo Murphy wants to be the one trapping, just leading Aura Fire into an ambush, he has not found a good situation to actually get a pick-off with the Iron Hook. And I think that is absolutely by design from Aura Fire.
I mean, sometimes we like to say, it doesn't really matter how many hooks you land as long as you land that earth, ground, breaking hook in the very end. So, of course, there is still time for Dewa United as Van goes in for the steal. Does he get it? No, he doesn't. Ray is still able to get that. So still very good for the side of Dewa United Esports, despite the fact that Aura Fire are leading a little bit here in terms of economy.
I do need to ask you, Arashi here, Ray. I mentioned it earlier, but we haven't been able to get a chance to really talk about it, dive deep into it. The Joy, Jungle, no Season Hunter. Good Iron Hook, though. With Bloody Hunt, say goodbye to Hai. Murphy picks up the kill to once again equalize on the board. This time, great timing from the Dewa United roamer, as it's the turtle. This time, second one spawning in the Land of Dawn.
See, Van still is looking for a play, though. He tries to go for the steal, but he goes in, he gets it!
Van, the retreat god, already in the first game, showing what he's got. We saw what he did in Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, it's happening again.
And he throttles his team to a 1,400 gold lead just on the back of that play. You can see here, Dewa United, they're scrambling because they had the better setup. They were able to get a pickoff. They were able to translate that onto the neutral objective. But because of that retry miss, oh my god!
A bit too aggressive under the tier 2, no follow-up. Using up a whole flicker and a penalty zone. Now Kimura is looking for a re-engage, just giving vision to the team. As now, we're gonna take a look at the town's prediction. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pretty interesting.
3v3. 3v3, but let's kind of cross Miracle off the prediction thing.
Hey.
We don't know if it's a curse or a bless, we'll see.
We'll see.
It's
the
convenient.
outcome.
It's convenient, that's what it is.
Very convenient. Well, Hai now has picked up the fleeting time as well, so now Aura Fire, they can really turn up the aggression as if they haven't been doing so far. But that play early on from Dewa United, the dive without follow-up, that raises again the question, is there a bit of a communication or synergy disparity between the members of Dewa United? Because if they're against a team that seems to be as cooperative as Aura Fire right now, they need some kind of synergy, man.
Maybe it's just a retry diff. I think it was... And that's something we commonly see from the side of Van. A lot of people have highlighted this player even since last season. I swear, if Van wasn't put into the roster last season, Aura Fire wouldn't have done that well. I think they would have sat on a very long lose streak. And looking at that, you can already see that potential that was really harnessed throughout the break of the season. Coming into Season 12, you can see that he's matured a little bit better as Kabuki already picks up this BOD. Daewoo United Esports, they need to be aware of the damage coming in from this guy.
For Aura, they're not using that obnoxious strategy. They're leaving the roamer to just push on the other side because Angela can just join the fight with the hard guard, and this is where the mobility, the macro play from Aura that is so infamous for such a long time is showing itself yet again. Dewa tries to power through and goes for the turtle immediately, trying to force Aura into a fight.
No purple buff on Van. He might have to go for it. Oh, it's a good flicker time. Van instantly steals it away. Now it's the collapse for Aura Fire onto the back. Whole Alter already melted down with a Temple of Blaze now onto the back once again. Kabuki still in the mid, still able to dash away. Leo Murphy with a flicker out and also a conceal. Aura Fire with another win without the purple buff on Van.
I mean, to be fair, Van is a level ahead of Ray. So in that 50-50, Van does have a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to the retribution takes. And it's surprising that Daewoo United, they still want to, I would say, commit onto these objectives. These 5v5s as Kimura is going to be punished here in the mid lane. A really good pickoff for Daewoo United, but what can they do with that pickoff? How are they going to be able to translate that into more?
Ideally, they want to try and get more fights right here because they have a good engage tool in Leo Murphy, but look at the positions, look at the waves, man. Aura has set everything up, but Leo Murphy finds a hook. The hard guard, though, will deny that play.
No bloody hunt as well, so there's no real threat technically on Van. Unfortunate for Daewoo United because that certainly would have been a massive kill to get.
Right now, they are still going to be able to put it onto the turret, so they do get a little bit back. When previously they were unable to get any turrets whatsoever. Nice flicker!
Gets out, Leo Murphy now caught. Kimura with a dash forward and a taunt, locking him down. The Alter comes down, Ray in the back, zoning Kabuki away, diving in. Kabuki with a flicker on the other side, but Watt picks him up. Not a torn apart memory to take Kimura down. Double kill for Watt. Winning Nature built up. Ling, Van down below. Still trading for Aura.
They're always doing a great job right here, forcing the fights like we mentioned, but now with Van in the picture, he comes in to try and defend this mid turret, but he gets suppressed.
Good bloody hunt, Van now gonna be locked down! Van taken now, not even given the chance to use the Tempest of Blades.
Beautiful, beautiful plays by Daewoo United here, and this is what they need to work on, right? They have a really good pickoff composition, they're starting to utilize it, and they're starting to fight back. Being able to take Van, that leaves them 15 seconds to be able to set up for this Lord first, take it away from Aura Fire, and what was once a 2,000 gold lead by the Indonesian Hydras, it's been taken back. It's going back and forth to Daewoo United, and now they have the better setup.
Oh, this is dangerous. Daewoo United now with a Lord secure on their hands. 3 turtles down. It does not matter if you're able to find those juicy hooks. Leo Murphy, really the reason as to how they were able to completely turn this gold lead around.
Like I tried to mention, it doesn't matter if you miss all the early game hooks, as long as you land it when it really matters, all that crowd control just completely shuts Van down. And Aura Fire playing so objectively, so macro heavy, now they're struggling with the 3 pushing waves due to that Lord, and you know that Daewoo United are already looking for an opportunity right here. They've been able to force a fight earlier already without the Lord even in play. Now with all the wave pressure, you can bet that Leo Murphy is on the hunt.
Yeah, that's the diff, right, between the compositions from both of these teams. Like you mentioned there, Arashi, the fact that Daewoo United Esports, they have a lot of crowd control to work with, whereas from the side of Aura Fire, what do they necessarily have? They might have a little bit of slow, I would say, coming in from high on the Angela. They have Kimura a little bit, but it's not a full engage. So if Daewoo United continue to do this pickoff strategy, Aura Fire, they don't really have much to say against with Van as well as the Angela to trade back on the map. And you can see here, Van already looking for the next tower. That's how they're going to try to do it. But in that 5v5, what can they do?
Going to be a bit difficult for Aura for sure. I mean, in the 5v5, actually, I think they have a bit more potential, but it's only if Kimura makes the big play. He's focusing more on the magical defense right now with the Radiance armor. He's building, he just completed the Dominance Ice to try and help with the extra bit of HP from the Call Altar. But for now, he is the only front line and the only real engage, which is why we saw him go so deep, so aggressively during the turtle fight. They just need to do that.
This is the thing, though. I think really it comes down to their draft as well. For Aura Fire, really like their first 2 picks, but the way they ended the first phase draft was a bit weird, in my opinion. The Angela mid has been utilized a lot. They could have played with that a little bit more, utilizing that as a flex pick towards the second phase. And honestly, we can dive deep into that because with the Angela Ling combo, you usually see a Uranus or an Esmeralda, a sustainable XP laner, to be paired up with these two. The fact that Aurafire went for Fredrin, it's already, again, a big curveball, but it also kind of impacts the synergy of the Angeling.
Yeah, I really thought that having a very sustainable pressure-based EXP laner, this really lends itself so well to this strategy, like you mentioned, Mirko. So the fact that they didn't go with that and instead go for something a bit more brawl-heavy, like a Fredrin, really doesn't really make that much sense. And on top of that, the Fredrin also doesn't have a lot of mobility. So if they send him to try and split push, he can't join fights often, he can't escape from ganks often. So it doesn't really make sense, and he gets hooked in.
Beautiful hook from Leo Murphy. Now Van gonna be engaged on. That's the purple buff stolen away. You can say goodbye to the Lord with no purple buff. This Ling will have to dig deep.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Leo Murphy is proving that to us on the Franco. Being able to get Kimura out, level out that playing field, making it a 4v5. And they are going to be able to put pressure on to the Lord, get that uncontested for free. Aurafire, they're scrambling now at this point because most of the players coming in from Daewoo United, they are at their peak, they are at their power spike. Watt has the most damage in this game, 403, untouched against a Ling.
He just is outplaying so well, and this is something that we've come to expect from Watt already. This man just works wonders in Micro Ice, and if you guys want to work wonders yourself, what can you do?
You guys can totally buy yourself some head and shoulders. Say goodbye to itchy dandruff and get the Gatot Kacha bottle for yourself.
He'll protect your hair, just like he protects you in the land of Dawn. Smashes through the dandruff and all the itchy badness.
Itchy badness.
Itchy badness.
Leo Murphy goes in for a hook. He doesn't get this right now, but now we see a 1v1 between the Ling and Ray.
Well,
going to be able to clear, but the Lord is still going to be marching here for the side of Daewoo United on the bottom lane.
They don't really have a lot of high ground, a lot of long-range damage, so they're relying on the objective gameplay, and the timing has always been so good by them. And with this Lord, you can completely expect Daewoo to try and do something a bit aggressive here. They would not let this Lord get cleared very easily.
Instantly the siege down. This is what the Brody gives to the team, enabling these crazy sieges to happen. Kimura walking forward at risk, gonna get Iron Hook. The Bloody Hunt comes down with Feather Airsback on the back is there as well. Now Dixon, again with the penalty zone, cancels it out. Ray with a jump backwards. Daewoo United in their first game of MPL ID. The Cannon Minion crashing down. Now Caves the flicker forward. Van brought back to the team. One more hit is all they need. Monster kill picked up from Watt. No minions, but now it comes down. The comeback legend, Watt, brings Daewoo United Esports their first game victory of MPL Indonesia.
As they lead this series, a best of 3 is going to be spearheaded by Daewoo United. What a game. It felt like Aurafire had a certain game plan for that early game, but Daewoo United were able to trade back really well, get to that power spike, get those important pickoffs, and be able to control the game.
They get the right pickoffs at the right time. Every single moment they're in the mid game, they get a pickoff before the turtle, before the Lord, and before the next Lord afterwards. So it seems like whatever aggression they've been brewing in for Leo Murphy, it's all timed to perfection, man. They know exactly when they want to go for those fights. Like you were just asking earlier, okay, like what can they do right now with that kill? And I said, look for a fight, and that's exactly what they did. And even when we see them invade in jungle, it's always the right time, the right moment where the purple buff of Van just spawned, and they'll deny it from him as well. So I think from a game plan perspective, Daewoo United definitely looks a bit more, I don't know, a bit more set in how they want to win out this game.
They understand their strengths, right? They understood the way that their composition worked. And Daewoo United have always been a very objective-centric team, and that's what we saw, that discipline, right? Getting a pickoff, and they were able to translate it into something more, whereas if, let's say, Aurafire were able to get an objective, it was on the back foot of a crazy play by Van, and you can't count on that most of the time, because shut down Van, and that whole playstyle, it crumbles.
I would actually say it's a bit of the opposite that we saw in game number 1. I would say for Daewoo United, they were the ones who kind of didn't care about the objectives. They understand that they are going to lose in the objective takes. Fan completely outclassed Ray when it comes to the Retribution battle. 3 Turtles, early game, going to the side of Aura Fire. How did they win? Through chaotic team fights. They used Aura Fire's old strategy against them. Keep on going, keep on forcing these team fights with your already amazing Franco. I wanted to say a different word. But hook, he likes a hook.
Oh, he likes the hook.
Yeah, but that creates the chaos. That creates the pick-off that actually enables them to start going for these objectives. So it's mainly team fight / pick-offs that got Daewoo United the victory.
Which is really good, right? You cannot match the macro play of a Ling and an Angela. So I think since the beginning, once they saw that, they just planned out, okay, it's time to just go brute force it, right? We don't be subtle about this because there's no way we can win in that department. So they were willing to just let go so many turrets again and again because they know that they have their eyes on the prize, right? They kept trading one turret for maybe a Lord, and with that Lord, they find something else. I think this is just setting like a blueprint on how you have to deal with teams that try and split push and try and pull you away from each other. Get some solid engages, have it on a guy like Leo Murphy, and just go to town, man.
But like with that being said, if Fredrin was a Uranus, I think that would have been a completely different story.
Yes.
They would have so much map pressure that to force a pickoff like that, it would be completely difficult.
Yeah, I wonder if the idea, right, is that we have an Angela that can do the split push. They tried to do it earlier. Why don't we get someone that can actually be a bit more present in the team fights, right? A bit more crowd control, a bit more damage as well. But honestly, if the game plan is to just play macro, they should have invested a bit more in that game plan.
Side lane pressure, especially for Aura Fire. If they really wanted to dive deep in playing the macro game, splitting up the map, similarly to Coach Yeb, Onyx BH's old strat, the banana split. Here, though, I do really want to give props to Daewoo United Esports, especially Coach Jack Lee and his analyst Paddington, because when it seems like Aura Fire are trying their best to just force, the new meta out, Daewoo United say, you know what? No, you can go, try the new meta. We're going to stick to what works. We're going to stick to what we know can be utilized in the game. This is a pre-patch draft. This is literally what you saw in MSC from Daewoo United, aside from the Terizla.
They just want to stick to what has been proven to work. And if you look at the items here, Dixon on the Terizla, you would think he was trying to go for something a bit more... Dixon. If you're going to go with something a bit more aggressive, the Terizla will try and go for a bit more lane dominance, right? Usually Terizla is a lane bully, but he just goes in and builds full tank because he knows that his role here isn't to be carrying the team, right? In that late game, you see that he has his eyes on that backline and he knows if he can disrupt that backline, stop some ultimates from Sin's Farsa, from Kabuki's Beatrix, he can just shut down Aura Fire's teamfight potential because in the end, it's still a very split push heavy draft. So with the AoE spells denied away by Dixon, that just sets Daewoo United up for success and they played it out really well. And keep in mind, the Faramis pick, so early on we doubted it. We thought that maybe the Cold Auto won't last long enough to actually be important, but they just found a way to make it work, man.
You're important and you make it work.
Aww, that's cute. All right, back to the items here. One of the things that I found quite peculiar is the fact that both of these gold laners built an early Malefic Roar. After the patch hit, I would have thought it would be more worth it to go for something like the Hunter Strike. But did something change between that point and now to build an early Malefic Roar? It's worth it now to build that for more penetration. It's more effective than the Hunter Strike?
Here, I'll tell you what it is, right? The Hunter Strike, sure, it gives you good penetration, but when you already have penetration built into your emblems, you go for that Malefic Roar and the Heptases, man, you don't need a Leslie to do true damage. Literally, you are doing true damage with all the penetration that you have in your kit.
So yeah, we're looking at the emblems right now, and I just got my eye on Kimura's emblems. Is that a Fredrin with a killing spree? Wow, if that's true, right?
It's a mistake.
Yeah,
Brave Smite.
That's what I thought. I mean, there's no way, man. He just needs a lot more survivability. But you can see, since the beginning from the draft, we've mentioned that there's just not enough frontline for Aura Fire, and they stack the frontline with crowd control. And Kimura just really can't be that flexible. He is stuck being one-dimensional in how he approaches these big fights. And for Daewoo United, that's the exact opposite situation here. And the gold per minute, 842 for Ray as the Joy, man.
It's high. It's high.
No, high is on
But
Aura.
High's on Aura.
yeah, you're
the other
right.
team.
It's Ray. It's I don't even know. You guys are messing with me now. I didn't even know. I lost my train of thought, Mirko.
You know why that's good?
Why?
Because it reflects the game. Aura Fire, we're trying to just make it, a clean run, objective based. And guess what Dewa did? They pulled off a miracle. They distracted them with random words, which was the pickoff,
say
the
miracle?
iron hook. Yes. I'm referring myself in third person. Anyways, Dewa United, they use that chaos.
Yep, they definitely use that chaos to its full potential. And looking at the teamfight participation, you can just see the discrepancy, right? For Dewa United, the least is 43% on Dixon. We went for Aura Fire. You see that Kimura, only 17% kill participation, so they really weren't planning on getting any real good teamfight engages. It's all about split push, and they just didn't really have maybe enough disengage. That could be something they want to try and improve, but the player of the game by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is going to be Leo Murphy, man. We talked about how things might be different. He's a familiar face, but can he fit into this team? Well, for now, after game number 1, I think some of the doubts have been completely squashed.
Yeah, we've missed this guy. We've missed seeing his face. Usually we see him in Alter Ego, him going into Dewa United. We expected the same aggression, and he was able to bring that out with his hooks that landed at the right time, at the right place to get those important pickoffs against the composition coming in from Aura Fire. 128, the KD doesn't really reflect the impact that he had in the game. And it's like I mentioned in game, right? It doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish.
Franco is one of those heroes where, you can just miss everything the first 20 minutes, but that one hook can literally change the game and can get you the player of the game title.
It's high risk, high reward. And it's also one of the only heroes that really works with this new focusing mark emblem, right? More single target damage. That is also a big reason why once Kimura gets shut down, gets the focusing mark on him, he just takes extra damage, about up to 6% from everyone, and that just shuts him down, and there's no secondary tank. Let's look at some of the highlights, though, for the player of the game.
Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, and you can see the energy coming in from Aura Fire, the aggression coming in from Aura Fire, but the fact was Dewa United were able to trade back and do this, get the pickoffs at the right time, at the right place.
This is that fight where Kimura was able to just engage, but that's one of their only real win conditions. When Kimura gets shut down here and see he's just walking back and forth, not sure what to do, right? When Aura Fire doesn't get a clean kind of fight, he just struggles to have any kind of impact because everyone just skips him. They just run past him, and his taunt really doesn't last that long enough for the whole team to just stop their engage. So afterwards, it's just Leo Murphy having his eyes on this guy. And with the team being so far behind, their main tank just gets picked off, and without their main tank, how are they supposed to contest the aggression, the crowd control, the burst damage coming in from the side of Dewa United? And with that objective play, they just go in aggressively and take out the base.
Yeah, which is why I thought things would have been a little bit more different if they opted for either crowd control or someone with more mobility. Fredrin is a good hero to absorb that damage, but he can't absorb all the damage as well, right? So I thought if they had a little bit more crowd control, things would have worked a little bit better. Focus on those team fights, because it felt like their composition was a little bit 50-50. They wanted to have a better pickoff strat, but Leo Murphy was on the Franco, so if they wanted to go for a pickoff, it felt like Dewa United had a little bit more grip in the game. If they wanted to go for team fights, Dewa United had the Terizla as well, so not really sure what they were going for with the composition that they brought there.
I think Aura Fire were more concerned of getting everything. They wanted to have everything in their comp, but they didn't really focus on that one thing to win the game.
Which was the device that they were using.
What device are they using?
They're using the Samsung Galaxy S23
Whoa.
Series 5G because you guys need to get ready to auto-win when playing games because it's the epic specifications, man, right? It allows you to flex when you're playing together with your games. It has the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, large RAM of up to 12 gigabytes, and of course 5G connectivity that guarantees a lag-free game. And what makes it even more epic is the fact that it has a nitography camera, so you guys can take pictures in the dark. I know you like to do that in the bathroom, Mirko, and you can do it now with the Samsung S series.
Wow.
Excuse me, you don't just say that and then look to Arashi.
No, because like, you know, because like you're a gold laner and sometimes you play against the Hellcurt and then,
You're
you know,
right,
the
you're
lights.
right, you're right.
It gets dark and then you can see with this phone.
Yeah, we'll ignore the bathroom part. Yeah, Land of Dawn is what you meant to say, right?
Yeah.
Land of Dawn.
Did I not say that? I said Land of Dawn, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, okay, cool. So don't
interesting
forget
slip
to
of the
play
tongue there.
Epic with the Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Go get yours now.
If you don't get yours now, you can also
What?
get it tomorrow. I mean, she's
No,
pressuring
now.
you, but just take your time with, you know, your purchases. I know it's great value, but, you know, take your time because in-game, you also got to do that. And I honestly feel like Dewa United really waited for that proper time to get back into the game. They noticed, hey, Ray, you're missing all your red trees. It's all cool, man. It's only the turtle. Just farm up, wait for those crazy plays that happens through Leo Murphy. You don't need to go 50-50 if Leo Murphy keeps on getting that 100-0 iron hook.
Well, keep in mind, right, as much as we can give credit to Dewa United, we also need to mention that Aura, everything was going so well, so calculated for them, until somewhere in the mid-game, they start getting picked off, and Van in particular, he went in solo, gets bloody hunted, and that's the end of it, and he gives a shutdown. They lose pressure in the waves, right? Because initially, even when Dewa United were able to actually get a pick-off, all the waves were pushing, and they were unable to get any real objectives.
Whoa, did something different happen with your hair?
What about it?
You look so sharp. What shampoo are you using?
The best.
The best? What is it?
Everyone, Miko.
Head and Shoulders, because don't let your match become a mess because of wet and itchy dandruff. Move on to Head and Shoulders, a Gatot Kacha, and be 100% confident. Wet and itchy dandruff will be wiped out.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a really good one. I mean, again, I think for Aura Fire as well, right? They just really didn't care about their head and shoulders. They kept on going in face first or head first, sometimes shoulders first, into these team fights where he gets completely bloody hunted and absolutely destroyed. I think, though, for Aura Fire, there are just these little micro adjustments necessary to be made in the next game. So I honestly think we might actually see the first match of MPL Indonesia Season 12 go all the way.
It's possible. I know Aura. They'll come back, I think.
Well, keep
Hopefully.
in mind, by the way,
Please.
a lot of people have been talking about the Mirror Curse, but hey, guess what? Hey, guess what, bro?
Yeah, what happened?
You know, I've been doing a lot of reworks. You know, there's a rework, there's a revamp on the emblem system. Moonton also trying to revamp my, my kit, and it's now not a curse anymore. It's been pretty blessy. Bless
After
you.
patch, right? Yeah.
After the patch.
Like in SPS as well. I don't know what's going on, but things aren't right in the world when Miracle
Maybe
gets
things
his predictions
are right in the world.
Oh.
Ever thought about that? Maybe it's been wrong before.
Maybe.
Just like Aura in game 1, they were wrong.
Yeah, let's see if they can fix those wrongs and make it a right here in game number 2 as we enter the drafting phase. I like how Beibuki there is so big on the screen, just for everyone to see over there. But here it is, Dewa once again, first pick, Aura with the second.
Whew. Let's see, man. They're going to ban the Arlott as well as the 1-1 again. But for Aura now, they're leaving the Valentina open. They banned the Valentina, Yves, and Fanny, and now they're skipping the Valentina. We'll see if Dewa United responds to that.
With the Fanny being taken out, I'm wondering if they're gonna go for a Kaja ban again for the side of Dewa United. Maybe try to force it out, or Aura Fire can go ahead and respect ban the Joy.
I think respect banning the Joy is going to be great here, but we gotta put Kaze a little. You gotta give Kaze a little bit of props as well. The fact that Kaze has been just performing out of his mind shows you why Palevi and Saint Lucas have been heavily prioritizing that mid lane. They banned out the Valen and the Yves. I'm expecting the same thing to happen here. Valen and Yves. These are the two heroes that Kaze was really able to utilize in MPL Season 7 to take Dewa all the way to the Grand Finals.
Well, it turns out the final ban for Dewa United is going to be the Angela, so they're denying that strategy. We'll see if Aura still wants to offer that Ling pick, because honestly, without the Angela, it's not bad by all means, but it really doesn't reach its full potential, its full usage. Maybe a different assassin is in the minds of Coach Palevi.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's thinking as well, as we do see a comment by him. Up until this moment, we still believe that Indonesian players are very talented, who can definitely compete with foreign players. I hope that's true. And, you know, Indo kind of proved that at MSC, the latest international tournament that we had. It was Onyx Esports being able to pick it up against Blacklist as well as Echo there in the semifinals. Let's see if he can give birth to more, I would say, talented players, because Van certainly is on the way there. And here it is, the Joy does get respected here, which means that Daewoo United, they can pick up the Valentina, and that's exactly what they do.
Prio pick instantly. The Valentina still as flexible as ever. Now looking at Aura Fire's side, no Angela to be picked up here. Do they want to just go for something like a Lancelot, giving Van? No, they want to go for the Ling and the Uranus. They'll say, you know what? We used the Angela and the Ling. We missed out on the Uranus last game. Now we'll miss out on the Angela. Let's see how this combination works.
I honestly have doubts on it, right?
Same.
Because even the Ling Angela, I feel like the Ling is super susceptible to crowd control as compared to something like the Lancelot. With the Ling, without the extra protection from the Heart Guard from the Angela, I don't really see a world where it could work, especially now that Daewoo United has picked up the Kaja.
Going for the Kaja now, so again, just a very strong crowd control tool to shut down that Ling, and he is up against a Lancelot here, so we're going to have an assassin showdown in the Land of Dawn. But speaking of crowd control, keep in mind the Valentina's crowd control is also nothing to laugh about, right? It's quite strong, and it's also very unpredictable. You don't see it coming until it's too late.
Are you talking about the Terrify?
The Terrify.
Yeah, the split-second Terrify gets you, man. We see it a lot on the competitive scene. I felt it a lot in my ranked games as well. You don't feel it, but that split-second is all it takes for the backup coming in from all the other members of your team.
It's the instant CC, right? I mean, from Arlet, from Valentina, sometimes it makes you feel cheated, but it is just, you know, MLBB. Aura Fire, though, with the last pick in the mid, and Aura Fire making good adjustments here. For Daewoo United, really like the Lancelot pick. They understand that, you know what, Aura, they've been heavily targeting Ray, respecting his prowess on these assassins. So picking up the Lancelot here, definitely going to give him a better chance at winning these retry battles.
Well, with this pick though, it seems that Aura is still locking in to play that macro-heavy split push kind of strategy, right? There's no way you go for a Uranus and a Ling and no split pushing happens, right? So that can be seen already. So let's see what they ban out, because they ban away the Karin to deal with the Uranus. But will they ban some kind of lane bully to ensure that the Uranus just goes completely uncontrolled here?
I mean, to be honest, Daewoo can actually pick up something crazy like the Lunox, right? Watt can pick it up to be able to counter the Uranus if that's what they're afraid of. They go in for the Beatrix, like you mentioned, the lane bully. And now, Daewoo United opt for a Kufra ban, so giving Lancelot a little bit more space to work with, and the Kaja as well, to dish out the damage and the pickoff as well. Aura, what are they going to do here? Parsa again! It's like Facehugger is playing.
Yeah, I think Syndrome, you know, a big reason as to why he is actually going to be the main mid laner for Aura, well, at least it looks so this right now, is because of his hero pool. He can play other heroes, forcing him on just the Farsa. Yeah, it's literally just Facehugger, but younger.
His face younger.
It's, no. It's a younger face, yeah.
I can't believe I laughed, I feel bad.
10 out of 10?
No.
All right, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But now, for the side of Daewoo United, they have all the pickup potential right here, all the crowd control and burst damage. They need someone to hold back the rest of the team if Aura tries to turn it around and goes for a big team fight. So crowd control, tankiness, that is something that they lack right now. Claude is the pick, but also that Fredrin. Crowd control and damage is in. But with the Claude Mirko, you've been talking a lot about how a particular emblem combination just makes this hero completely obnoxious.
Well, the thing is, for Claude, he's so flexible. Arashi Eterna, the AA combo here on the desk. I want to tell you guys, Claude, Killing Spree, Quantum Charge, Brave Smite, you can use all three. You can even go for the Marksman basic emblem. You can go for the Assassin if you want more penetration. I personally like the basic common emblem because it gives you that mana regen, and with the Brave Smite, you will never need to recall. A good Franco, though, definitely going to try to stop that Claude from dealing a lot of damage in the back line. But remember, there's a lot of targets to try to go for if you're the Franco.
The Franco, though, I mean, there's a lot of damage. There's a Brody and there is a Farsa, so there's a lot of follow-up to a good Iron Hook. But honestly, there's a Fredrin that can probably withstand a bit of that. And if they focus too much damage onto the Claude, there is a onto the Fredrin, the Claude can completely destroy the whole back line.
That's what I'm worried about. Very susceptible backline here for the side of Aura Fire. The difference is now they do pick up a Uranus who has a little bit more mobility and has a little bit more beef to his kit. Will Dewa United be able to penetrate that damage? We'll see as we enter game number 2 between Aura Fire as well as Dewa United. Let's go.
Whew. Quantum Charge for Watts, no Brave Smite. Still the common emblem, still the common emblem for him though, so you can see the instant mana regen there.
Look at the emblem of Kimura though, he has the Impure Rage. Wow, with the agility as well as tenacity, so movement speed, tankiness. That's a big attempt from high there to stop the purple buff, but Ray will be able to cure it. He has the experienced jungler here, and also, of course, that Rupture to ensure that he gets full benefit from that hybrid penetration. But in the early game, though, we'll see Leo Murphy gets jumped on.
Yeah, Kimura on the Uranus can be very oppressive, forcing Leo Murphy to Flicker already high. With a hook thrown out, Van should be able to pick this Lethal Wanderer up for free. And it's Aura Fire who starts off strong.
We'll see. So far, they haven't been able to put some pressure onto Van just yet. And knowing Van, he should be able to secure a bit of a lead in terms of that EXP, depending on how Aura Fire wants to play around in the jungle. Both of these teams, they're looking very passive here in the early game, just waiting for that power spike. Unfortunately, Hai does miss that hook onto Watt. If that was the case, that would have been... What?
What? He just dodged a hook, that's what.
It's a pretty Watt moment. But speaking of the emblems, Watt also has the Quantum Charge, so this is not the combination we've been speaking about, Mirko, which is the, surprisingly, the Brave Smite.
Yeah. I think for the Quantum Charge here, the idea is there's so much mobility for the side of Aura Fire, he might just want to actually try to survive. Ray, good Thorn Rose, forcing Hai back. No Iron Hook to play with. Good trades happening for Dewa United. And another fun fact is the Claude usually gets completely bullied by the Brody, but since the patch, really the sustain has been absolutely amazing, and Watt should have an okay time in this gold lane.
I mean, he also picked up the steel leg plates, right? So he does respect the damage coming out from the Brody. Whoa! Is this a sneak peek into Ixia coming next week? But here we go.
Oh, man! Still as lethal as ever. This time it wasn't a 50-50 though. Dewa United just wanted to go for a little cheeky, aggressive maneuver. Let's see if Ray can actually utilize this to go and steal away some of the jungle creeps. Only able to steal just a little one. Orange buff still safe. Aura Fire with a win.
Aura Fire is definitely on track, denying. So getting the objective and instantly going for the denial. Now, I think they have to just wonder, what do they want to do? Do they want to shut down Dixon on the Fredrin to try and ensure that there's no front line, more pick-up potential for Aura? Do they want to try and shut down Watt? Because without a gold laner, a marksman that's doing well, this Uranus is also going to be so difficult to take out. I think Aura needs to try and think up of a concise game plan towards that late game.
And I thought that that's what they were trying to do in the early game, right? Try to pressure Watt before that level 4 power spike. But so far, they haven't been able to. It looks like they're rotating towards this top side, though. Oh.
They are. They're going to go on to Kimura. Dixon's on him. Taunt. Already used. Oh, Flicker! Bloody Hunt locking him down. Not enough damage. I still think Kimura on the Uranus still able to escape for a bit. 1 HP. Dixon flickering forward. Damage finally enough to pick up first blood. Ray falls as well. Now for the airstrike comes down. Van! Still able to outplay. Tempest the Blaze knocking him up. Giving Aura Fire the opening to get that favorable trade.
A 1-for-2 trade for the side of Aura Fire, pushing them to a 1,000 gold lead. Unfortunately, there isn't too much of any objectives on the map to be able to convert to, as it looks like they are going to try and invade the purple buff coming in from Dewa United. They have to be careful with the positioning coming in from Leo Murphy, however, as we take a look at the in-game equipment.
I think for Kimura, it makes complete sense to just go full physical right now. The only real magical damage coming in is maybe Leo Murphy and Keys, and for the most part, he will not be on the receiving end of that, and those damage sources are kind of bursty, not DPS, so he can just, using his kit, using the healing and the regeneration of the Uranus, I think Kimura will just rely on that to withstand the magical damage, and for the most part be trying to itemize against all that physical damage from the side of Dewa United.
Right now, it looks like Dewa United, they're going to be able to set up for this first. Leo Murphy!
Flicker, Divine Judgment, locking him down. Even the Bloody Hunt, 2 suppressions, not enough. High still able to escape. Van flies by, picks up the turtle, gets out. Now with another kill. Aura Fire with a double kill on Van. complete domination this time in game 2.
And there you go, 2 levels ahead. You can even see without that advantage, they would have been able to do much, but here we go.
Good flicker out from the Blazing Duet. Dixon with a good Appraiser's Wrath finds the kill. Juan now going to be engaged on, and Van picks up another. Tap of the Blades, knocking Dixon up. Kabuki still dealing damage. Not able to pop in that torn apart memory as Van just styles on Dewa United, flying back to where he came from.
Keep in mind though, right now, that is the first tower taken in the game actually. So by all means, there's been a lot of action, but it's a bit of the opposite from game number 1. Objective-wise, not a lot has been happening. So I think Van is very content just waiting out like this. But I think if he wants to actually take advantage of the mobility, he needs, well, his team needs to try and focus and take out some of these objectives and structures so they can use a bit more of that map control.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, right? You can see that Brody was able to get a turret there in the top side as well. Being able to distract Dewa United there in the bottom lane with the Valentina and the Kaja rotating towards that. So Aura Fire, they currently are able to dictate the tempo. 3,000 gold lead in the first 6 minutes of the game. Oh, no way! No
Beautiful
follow-up though.
Yeah, impressive, but you know, high mechanics, but no follow-up.
I think if he can do that in a better time, that could make a lot more sense because Dixon, he actually goes for the concussive blast. He is not nearly as tanky as Kimura's Fredrin, and that might be an issue, keeping in mind that, yes, Leo Murphy might be building semi-tank with the Kaja, but for the most part, it's going to be in the shoulders of Dixon to try and stall out and accept most of the damage, taking it away from his team. So the concussive blast will give him a bit more damage, but not as much sustainability.
Kimura, man, on this Uranus. Honestly, even in my ranked games, I always just ban out the Uranus. The most annoying hero in MLBB right now, in my opinion. I think Dewa United, banking on the Claude is the way to go at this point of the game. Race too far behind with the third turtle. Oh, Kimura baits the entire team. Still alive, still. Now with the flicker out, it's going to be the Feather Airstrike. Locking case down. He tries to flicker out, but it's an unstoppable. Picked up, and even on the other side, Kabuki. Now the second skill, dashing forward. Watt forced the BMI out. Ray going to be chunked down. Kabuki might be able to look for this kill as well. 3 members falling out of nowhere. Aura dominating.
Yeah, another 3-0 trade here. Like you mentioned, right? Kimura was just doing his job. Sure, he gets chunked really low, but the point was that he was able to bait out the resources coming in from Dewa United Esports for them to go for a play here. Hai going to be able to get that hook onto Ray. Unfortunately, the other members weren't there to follow it up, but that's Hai on the Franco. That's what he's able to do. That's the pressure that Dewa United Esports need to face when they go in for these objectives. 6,000 gold lead now for Aura Fire in the first 8 minutes of the game.
6k gold lead, and unlike game number 1, Leo Murphy is not on a hero that can make that crazy play. They can swing the balance of the game off the back of one hook. So it's going to be a harder situation for Dewa United to come back from. And now what?
Woof. Good Purify out from Watt, but that Iron Hook is lethal from Hai. 7,000 gold lead. And at this point, Watt, 8 minutes in, still no Golden Staff. This is a very, very late power spike. At this point, you can't even call it a power spike.
At this point, he's just trying to survive, trying to save up. It's like a forced investment almost. He doesn't really have a choice. He has to go for it right now, even though it's late. And I mean, we say it's late, right? But 8 minutes in, it's not that late when it comes to like total game duration. But Aura is just making it so difficult for Dewa to get anything. They're all in the jungle, and the predictions are the exact same. Will history repeat itself? Only time will tell, as Van will be denying the orange buff, and he gets pushed away. Small victories here for Dewa United.
Luckily, Ray didn't use his retribution there, so they want to go for a 50-50 gamble. I think it's not worth it against Aura Fire, seeing the performance coming in from Van, so they are going to just leave that open, uncontested.
Oh, it is contestable, but not from the enemy team. It's from Xin.
Huh?
Xin took the Lord. He took the Lord.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, but seriously, I mean, when they're in the same level, when they're equal in levels, Van still wins.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to try. You don't think. No way. 11 to 14. Way too big of a gap to even try that attempt.
Yeah, which is why Dewa United focused on giving Watt the farm there in the bottom lane to be able to finally, like you mentioned, Mirko, get that golden staff.
Well, even with the golden staff, though, without any map pressure right now, with even the first tier turrets still standing for Aura Fire, it's going to be a tough situation for Dewa United to recover from, and now you have to wonder what their plan is. The only real engaged tools they have is, of course, the Divine Judgment and Dixon just coming in with the taunt. But who even are they going to try and focus down? Because Van is way too slippery, and I think he's learned from game number 1. He is not going to show himself until it's too late.
10,000 gold lead. Feather Airstrike being brought up by both of these mid laners. Dixon still sustaining in the mid lane, going on the Lord. A good clear over from Daewoo United. Good micromanagement to escape from the siege. Aura Fire, high almost there. Getting a good hook onto Leo Murphy, but it's a good sidestep away. 10,000 gold lead in 10 minutes for Aura.
Oh, Sin. He's going for an aggressive play. It might not be the right thing to do right now. Slave it up. Hook!
Good iron hook, Bloody Hunt. The combo comes in, but it's a 3-man taunt. Double blades to the back line. K's forced away. Torn apart memory used up 2 for 0. Aura Fire, though, unable to get a siege going for themselves. High with another close iron hook. Finally, bottom lane pushing down. Uranus trying to take it. But again, Daewoo United are just clearing these waves. They've cleared enough though. Mid lane, I don't think they can do it anymore. Aura Fire cracks the base open high! With a good flicker, iron hook. K's brought down, sort of on memory, onto the back. Still, a flicker from K's. It does not matter, even to the base. The burst is enough from Aura to pick that kill away, fade away.
Look at Kimura, man. He's just standing in the front, taking in all this damage, and they have no solution whatsoever, man. They know that if they try and pile onto Kimura, the comeback is just a lot more devastating from Aura Fire. Just the counter engage after they use everything on Kimura, and he doesn't even get taken out.
Yeah, that's why, right? That's why people have been respecting the Uranus here in this new patch. The fact that he's able to sustain through the damage and do that much, it's insane. Daewoo United Esports, they're tunnel visioning onto Kimura, but what else can they do? And this is what I was afraid of. I was afraid that Daewoo United Esports, they didn't have enough damage, the DPS, in order to really take Kimura down. And we're actually seeing it now in the 12th minute of the game. Aura Fire, they've already been able to crack that base. 12,000 gold lead. 4 seconds left to the next Lord. At this point, Daewoo United, do they want to contest?
I think it's more of a they need to contest. Dixon with a taunt now. Divine Judgment bringing high back. Has the Immortality though, so even if he dies here, it's not even going to be worth it for them. Immortality only popped in. Van out attempts to blaze. Some stacks put onto him. Feather Airstrike connecting onto floor. Oh, an iron hook flicker! High brings Leo Murphy back, and Sin gets the kill. Watt and Ray, 2 members left to defend, still with a blazing duet up and ready. Let's see if they can do it. Iron hook not connecting. Ray now jumping with a puncture. Still able to buy some time, distracting. Torn apart memory, dodged away from with the Phantom execution. The base wide open, blazing duet coming down, but Aura Fire equalizes to make it game number 3 in the series.
1-1. The Indonesian Hydra strike back, and like you mentioned, we are going to be seeing a full best of 3 series, and that was a stomp for Aura Fire. Daewoo were unable to get anything on the board.
I don't know, man. I feel like they knew that the early game was going to be difficult, right? A lot more pick potential now from the side of Aura, more crowd control, having a more solid tank as well. It's just so difficult, and they kept fighting in the early game objectives, which is, I think, a bit of a mistake. If they knew that the game was already slipping away from them, they needed to go into damage control, but it just wasn't enough. It didn't happen fast enough either.
Too many winning lanes for Daewoo. No, actually for Aura Fire. Too many losing lanes for Daewoo United. The Claude, sure, does okay now against the Brody, but when the entire team, especially that mid-duo, falls flat, falls behind, it's going to be very hard to get that gold lane back up. Watt, he got his golden snap in the 9th minute of the game. When you see that on your Claude already, it's too late, especially considering the Brody already got the win in nature at the same time.
I was also quite surprised with Keys on the Valentina. I had to look back onto the screen. I was like, wait, Lightning Truncheon? Oh, maybe he's not going for the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon build. Maybe he's going for a different kind of build. But he did go for it, and he was able to get it right like at the 11th, 12th minute mark. That's so late compared to the Farsa, who's already snowballed by that point.
Well, they were trying to donate gold around, right? But even then, Watt had less gold than Ray, and Ray wasn't farming in the jungle. He was completely denied again and again. So the fact that Watt was having less gold than a jungler that's falling behind, is getting invaded, that's just an awful, awful sign, man. It just didn't go as planned for the side of Dewa United. On paper, it seems like they have damage pickup potential, but a Kaja against a Franco, that matchup as well was just so brutal, man. We didn't see a single high-value Divine Judgment. In the end, it was a forced one, and of all people, it's onto High. Or worse yet, it's onto Kimura, and neither of those two heroes are a good target for the Divine Judgment.
So I have a few questions, right, about the drafting phase. Fredrin into Uranus, one. What else was my question? Let's start with that question first.
Fredrin is Uranus again. Just not a big fan of the Fredrin. I think the two games that we've seen is proof that the Fredrin is just, well, especially in these matchups, these certain matchups, not really good enough, right? I mean, 0% win rate, 2 games that we've seen, and the Fredrin in both games have had 0. I would say not 0%, I would say negative impact. The Fredrin has actually given the enemy team more advantages than he does to his own team.
Do you agree with that?
I gotta agree, man, because I think the idea, right? What is the requirement they need from this EXP laner right now against Uranus is to be able to clear, and it's to be able to match the kind of pressure. On the Fredrin, like we already mentioned in game number 1, you don't have the mobility to keep up with these movements, and if you get jumped on, you're not sustainable enough, especially because, you know, he didn't go for the Brave Smite either, so he was just very, very squishy. Even squishier than Kimura in game number 1.
So I'm wondering whether or not this Fredrin is actually going to be picked up at all. I like the Fredrin because of the flex, but to put it in a fixed position like Dewa United did, that was the Fredrin last pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Is peculiar, in my opinion.
Very peculiar. Indeed, Eterna. You know, my opinion, Fredrin, your time's done, all right? You had a good run. You were... Come on, man. You had a crazy
How many
run.
Seasons?
Season 10. No. Season 10, 11, M4.
Yeah.
Come on. Stop, man. You've done enough to the game. You've made it boring enough. Get out of the game.
That's
Fredrin,
so harsh.
especially in the jungle, right? I'm glad to see these assassins come back because finally the junglers get to display skill. And Van, imagine if the Fredrin meta was still here. You'd just be like, oh, Van's really good at red tree. But now you're like, damn, Van, holy moly, how good is this guy?
He's really good, as he is the player of the game here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 608 KDA. Now, that's why when I saw the 800 GPM, I was like, you know, I've seen higher. And here we go, Van, 905 GPM, 93% KP. Man, I don't even know what to say.
It's just higher than high, man.
Van? It's Van the man.
Van the man.
It's Van Man.
No.
That sounds bad.
Van Man?
Van Man.
Sounds like he's playing Johnson. Well, anyhow, Van is the player of the game, and you can't deny his impact right now. On these assassins, always in the right place at the right time, good follow-up, and you can tell the mechanics are absolutely on point. Take a look at some of the highlights right here where he is just able to move around, deny a lot of the kills in the early game simply by outplaying with the right follow-up. And of course the retributions, man. We keep seeing that again and again. It's such a tough situation, but he just finds this opening to just go through and just steal the objective, the turtles, away from his opponents. And afterwards, he just supplements the dive as much as possible, and he never commits too hard, right? He never greeds for any kills or any particular targets. He just knows what he can do to its maximum potential, and he never does anything too much.
And that's the thing, right? 5 minutes in, 2 levels ahead of Ray. It's so difficult to even try to contest that if you're that far behind, plus you're going against someone who's known as one of the retry gods of Indonesia.
It's just so hard for Ray. I think, again, the skill diff, because the assassins are back in the jungle, there's a higher skill ceiling, and even for the roamers as well, because there's a lot more squishier targets, there's a higher skill ceiling. And when you're that good at the game, like Van, if you're that skilled, even more so than your opponent, then you absolutely outclass your opponent. 15-2. That Ling and that Lancelot, think about it.
And also, like, take notice that it's still a 13-minute game. It really didn't feel that long at all, but how the work rate, right? The amount of activity you see from Aura Fire just makes it seem like this is a very, very long game, and that is not the case at all, actually. Looking at the items, even for Sin on the Farsa, only the Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon combo, along with the Winter Truncheon, but nowhere near a full inventory slot. For Ling in the hands of Van, though, almost full. One more item left.
He was
he's
going
just
for
doing-
BOD.
For sure, and he's doing a lot of damage, making sure that all these squishier targets on the side of Dewa United has to be on their toes. And on the flip side, there's just not enough ways for them to just counter that. And even for Watt on the Claude, he still has the Wind of Nature, but you can see in the late game there, having the Wind of Nature only is not enough at all, man. There's just way too much other kinds of damage flying around. And who are you going to use that Wind of Nature for? The Ling is a problem. Brody in the hands of Kabuki is also a problem, so there's no real easy fix for him.
Not at all, really though. I mean, for Dewa United Esports, again, in game one, it kind of worked for them, right? The fact that, you know, they tried to just stick to their roots, stick to the old patch draft. This game, you can really see how Aurafire were able to utilize the prio picks, the meta picks, all the way. I think in game one as well, for the comparison of game 1 and 2 for Dewa and Aura looked like they were in control of both games. They just slipped in game number 1, so it's definitely more convincing right now, especially after seeing a 15-2 game for the likes of Aurafire.
Right, that's the question, right? Did Dewa United just mess up their execution, their draft, or did Aurafire just clean up their act as well and just didn't give a chance for Dewa United to pull off a comeback like we saw in game number 1? That will be what we will be asking ourselves in game number 3, but for now, looking at the stats, man, talk about one-sided. Well, this Dixon has 100% kill participation, but turret damage, Turtle Lord and turret, there's just nothing given to Dewa United.
0 turret damage.
Brutal.
Lord.
No objectives, no turret damage at all. And it looks like Aurafire have just dominated all of these categories. Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, Forgotten One. It was like you can see from these stats that Aurafire, they were able to really dominate game number 2.
I think you have to also give a good shout out to Kimura here on the Uranus, right? Because he wasn't the player of the game, but man, look at that. He's just total assist 10, highest in the game. And looking at the damage dealt to heroes and damage taken, it doesn't look that far off, you know, it's quite even-ish. But the fact is that Kimura was the one absorbing all that damage, and that is what allowed Aurafire to have such a one-sided performance. So I think he was definitely a problem, and that EXP lane matchup, I think, is something that teams really need to be paying attention to right here, because back then, okay, anyone kind of beefy, anyone that can sustain in the lane and survive ganks will do.
Good enough.
But now, no, dude. You have to really be concerned about who exactly you're going up against. And against the Uranus, you want something a bit more powerful, because otherwise, he is essentially immune to ganks. There's just no point in ganking him, and he can just stay in the front.
I mean, I guess there was an option for Dewa United to go for an Esmeralda to go against the Uranus, but maybe that was too much magic damage. Not really sure. What do you think?
I think they're just lacking gold. Again, Watt wasn't really able to farm, and the whole team really just needed gold.
Really? Gold? Oh, that's why.
Why what?
That's why they were like, you guys need to invest in UBS gold.
Oh.
Finally.
My God. That's why, you know, Van the Man had 905 GPM because he invests a lot with UBS Gold.
And luckily, MPL ID Season 12 actually has a collaboration with UBS Gold.
What?
With
Really?
prices starting from 500,000 rupee. You guys can get a free MLBB skin. And if you guys are interested, you can check it out at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
That's like super lucky though, Eterna.
Yeah.
What are the odds?
Very high.
Highs on Aurafire, and with that, high hero pool, we gotta talk about him. We kind of already, you know, hovered over the fact that High has a high hero pool, but he's played 2 different heroes in 2 different games. Is he gonna grow?
Let's hope. Let's hope. He has some time as we are going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after. Stay tuned.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
As it is going to be the last game. Wait, what is going on with my casters here? Mirko? Arashi, what's going on?
You know, the
Are we
players
good?
have, you know, the statues in the opening there. I wanted to be a part of it.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a statue, but
A little
I,
FOMO.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you're trying to tackle and grapple, bro.
Sorry. Tag and grab. I just heard that. Because the drums are so loud.
I can't hear anything.
What?
I can only hear myself, honestly.
What? The drums
It's
are
so
going
loud.
crazy. I mean, this is what you've come to
I
expect
love
at this
it.
point in MPL Indonesia. It's loud, it's crazy, and it's getting even louder now that it's 1-to-1.
Yeah.
It's tense up in here.
Yeah, I can't even hear the producer say what he is saying in my ear, but I'm assuming that we are going to bridge into Blee Blee. Skill on, the skin should also be on. So you guys can play with more confidence. Use Blee Blee to purchase game vouchers and of course top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. So it's VALUE, value. Scan the QR code
Value,
down
dude.
below Arashi in order to check that out and learn for more information. Finally, I can hear you guys.
Yeah.
The drums are done.
You know, they just need to hype each other up, both fan bases. And again, massive shout out to both Aura fans and the Dewa United fans here in the building, because you can see here on the left and the right side, it's actually fully packed. Here, Dewa United, pasti bisa. What does that mean, Eterna?
They can definitely do it. But I met Aura in the toilet earlier on.
Oh, you met
no, I mean
Aura?
the
You met-
Aura fans.
Okay, I was like,
the
okay.
girl fans.
Okay, okay.
And they're really hyped up. They still believe that even though it's a 1-to-1, even though Dewa United has performed the way that they have, Aura Fire will take this best of 3 series.
It's crazy, right? Like Aura Fire is a fan base that is so tried and tested. They've been through up and downs. They've shown their loyalty. Dewa United is relatively new, and yet the fan base, they are just going toe to toe, man.
They're really something here, man. And here, whoa, which mythological god is the deity? Although called a child of the gods or Anak Dewa, the Dewa United Esports is not a descendant of Zeus.
Wait,
That's a
what?
fun fact for you guys back at home. They're not actual gods.
Oh my god, I thought that they were actual descendants
Before
of
you
Zeus.
start praying to them, just know they're not actually descendants of Zeus, okay?
I'm a little disappointed.
They are the descendants of normal human beings.
Amazing.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve.
And here it is on screen, the setup comparison of the Franco builds between Leo Murphy and Hai, and you can see a difference. Why? Why, Arashi?
Well, the overall emblem, right? Hai just went for something a bit more defensive. There's a bit more HP built in their hybrid defense as well. Whereas for Leo Murphy, he went with a more generalized option that does give him a lot more regeneration though, right? It gives him a lot more staying time because the Franco has built-in regeneration, but with the basic emblem as well, that just allows him to just stay around. And you see that Leo Murphy in game number 1, he was a lot more persistent and just moving around and not going back to the base. Hai though, he goes back to the base occasionally, but when the chips are down, when he's about to engage in a big team fight, he is a lot beefier, and that is part of the reason why, even in the last fight with the Divine Judgment, they were barely able to take out his immortality, and that is just fatal unless you have enough damage per second. So I think Hai made a very smart adjustment here, recognizing that on the side of Dewa United in game number 2, there was a lack of damage per second, so he goes for something a bit more tanky.
There you go. I mean, I think for Arashi, he did a really good job of analyzing the emblems based on stats and data. Here, I'll tell you what I think, okay?
Okay.
Leo Murphy is just a bit more confident. That he's a G, you know? I mean, look at him. He's like, you know what? I know I can hit more hooks. I'll just take the basic common emblem for more mana. I'll stay in the lane. I'll go for hooks all the time because I know I'm gonna hit him anyways, you know? Pull yourself together, give me that flicker. I'm a flicker in front, get that bloody hunt. Meanwhile, Hai's like, you know what? Maybe I won't be able to hit the hooks, but at least I'll be tanky. So I'll have a double
safety net.
Yeah, safety net.
And the funny thing is, I felt like Hai had the better hook rate.
Yeah, because his name is Hai.
Well, you know
You're
what?
right.
Maybe that's exactly it. With how Leo Murphy was playing it, he was just spamming those hooks because he had more mana. But for Hai, he was so selective, man. He wants a more guaranteed hook because otherwise he just runs out. So, which playstyle do you think is more exciting, Eterna?
Exciting?
And more efficient.
Exciting or efficient? Because exciting, I'd go for the YOLO Leo Murphy talent.
The
at
YOLO,
War
of
Emblem,
course.
right? But more efficient, I would say Hai.
Okay, so let's see if the Franco makes an appearance yet again. Let's see what they opt for here.
Yeah.
Is it excitement or is it efficiency?
Because one of the main facts is the fact that Franco is a tank, sure, but he's quite a squishy tank. He's not that type of tank who can absorb all that damage. So taking a little bit more defense, I believe, is a lot more worth it in the long run. As we now enter the drafting phase here for the last and final game of the first match of the day, with Dewa once again sticking to that side and Aura with the second pick.
Yeah, they were always just sticking to blue side. Again, 3 games, 3 blue side games, and Aura Fire sticking as well on that red side. I gotta give props to Jack Lee though, Coach Jack Lee, making his debut in MPL ID. I honestly don't know how he does it, right? I mean, how are you a movie star and a coach at the same time?
Jack Lee,
Jack Lee,
movie star, yeah, exactly. Or like Jack
I heard
Lee.
he does his own stunts.
I hear so as well. I mean, he was on the stage actually, right? There wasn't a body double, so man's crazy, man. He just knows when to commit.
But man's he also knows when to not commit. You know what? We haven't been picking up Uranus a lot. Let's just pick up the Uranus now. Let's start, you know, adjusting to the meta.
It's a very quick and very prominent adjustment here. They know that the main issue was the Uranus, the sustainability, so they go for it. But the question is, what are they going to try and add to it? Because right now, the Ling is finally been banned out from Dewa. They're just quite sick of seeing Van on it. So we'll see if Van has other tricks up his sleeve.
We'll see, we'll see. And the question is whether or not Kabuki is going to be able to adjust, right? Because now the obvious pick would be a carry to counter this Uranus, but second phase, it could be banned out. And what other resources do Aura have to counter the sustainability from the Uranus? They're now going in for the Fredrin and the Angela. Very interesting. Whoever's picked up the Fredrin has notoriously lost the game. So we'll see if Aura Fire can break it this time around.
And you also have to ask the question, like, is this Fredrin going to go into the jungle, into the XP lane? So far, we've seen it both times in the EXP lane, and seeing Van's proficiency on Assassins, it's hard to imagine that Coach Palevi here is opting to put him on a fighter. So we'll have to see. Maybe that's exactly how Aura is mind gaming us, but look at that Hayabusa. Yo.
Not a big fan of the Hayabusa pick, honestly. Especially considering, you know, you're up against an Angela already. Someone that can give you so much more prio. And now, yeah, the Brody definitely going to be another threat that the Hayabusa needs to be careful of. So, Hayabusa in general, this meta, this patch, even though, you know, we've spoken about it, the Assassins are back in the jungle. It still seems like Hayabusa hasn't really been able to find as much success as you would hope for.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's too easy to catch him. His damage output, if he doesn't snowball in the early game, is questionable. But, I mean, going against the competition from Aura Fire, it might work, depending on how this pans out, right? With the Brody being picked up, I still believe that they don't have enough damage to be able to counter the comp from Dewa United. Let's take a look at the drafting phase here for phase 2. Franco gets taken out. They're gonna respect Leo Murphy here. Dewa United go for a Lancelot ban, and if they want, they don't even need to ban out the carry with a Brody pickup. What is their option here? I guess Dairoth EXP, could that work?
I was thinking Dairoth EXP was something that could be used, but with the current emblems, man, you never know. It worked last time, right? So in theory, that can still be an option, but in the EXP lane, I think it's just a bit too volatile right here, because you have to see as well who is going to be in the mid lane for the side of Aura, right? Because the Hayabusa is definitely trying to look at the backline members. Brody is already quite difficult to deal with. If now they add another mid laner that could be a bit more self-sufficient, a bit harder to catch, it's going to be a very tough time for Ray.
We'll see how it works out here. Again, I'm trying to think about what Jack Lee is trying to build for his composition, right? With the Beatrix banned out, the Wan already banned out earlier. Up against the Brody, it really seems like Aura Fire are trying to force that Claude on Dewa again. What? He is... You know what? At this point, you already have a Uranus. You know what? Exactly.
Sorry,
I know what. And I know that he doesn't really like the marksman in the gold lane. When he does go for marksman, he goes for something like Moskov, Brody, you know, all these out. Well, Brody's not really out of meta, but you know, you get the point. Bane was banned out though. So that's already a big, like, closure, I would say, to a hero that I expected Watt to go for.
The Bane in the gold lane definitely is a bit of an issue. A good mix of... I think that's the name of the game right now, right? Flexibility, not just in what you can do, it's just how you do it. You can win lane by out-sustaining, by poking, by all-inning. And now for Aura, they're going back on that Farsa pick. They've had it for both games in number 1 and 2. And now game number 3, it seems like it's a bit of a mandatory pick for Aura. Maybe that's something that Dewa can start to try and take advantage of.
I mean, to be honest, you can already take advantage of that, right? The Valentina and the Hayabusa, there's a lot to work with to put the Farsa at a disadvantage. Very, very vulnerable when she opens up her ultimate, a sitting duck. And Dewa here, something crazy that I thought was, you know what? Esmeralda gold lane. There you go, Kaja and carry. Okay, that's a safer pick. They're taking it away as well.
Kaja, huh? So no Franco, but they go for the Kaja. And that, in that sense, there's a potential for kills in the mid lane. Because I was thinking, right, back then, it was so dangerous to be a squishy mid laner because someone like a Fredrin can just show up, do some decent damage, and then crowd control you as well and provide more damage. But now with a Paquito in the picture, though, that's a lot of crowd control, and that's a difficult matchup in the jungle.
Oh, Paquito jungle with Angela as well. That's a lot of sustain and a lot of damage as well.
I'll do you one better.
And it is, in my opinion, great against the Hayabusa.
Paquito XP.
Paquito, oh, you think it's going to be Paquito XP?
It's still very possible.
I think the Paquito, especially considering, you know, the changes for the Paquito in the patch, you can now deal damage. Yeah, Kimura, there you go.
Wow.
You can now deal damage to minions with your jab. Usually, well, you can do damage, but he has to be on the edge. Now you go through and you still do damage. So up against the Paquito, you need to bully him in lane. Paquito does exactly that. We'll see what emblem he takes, but I think it's a good move by Aura Fire.
More wave clear, definitely very important for that EXP lane to try and go head-to-head with the mobility coming in from the Uranus as well. This is looking like a very interesting game number 3. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, the final game to decide who is going to come out on top. Is it the new gen or is it the comeback legends?
Well, looking at the emblems right here, Impure Rage on both the Valentina and the Uranus. So a different emblem for keys right here. In a way, more sustainable, but in the early game, this Angela pick, man, game number 1 and now 3. This is just a lot of damage, a lot of pressure in the early game, and Leo Murphy is forced to back away.
Quantum Charge for Kimura. Okay, that's a very interesting emblem to take here in this matchup.
I think we've seen it before in other tournaments as well. Just makes him so much more dangerous in the chase game and of course in the disengage game as well. We talked about mobility being one of the core prerequisites for being a good EXP laner. And I think the Quantum Charge on a Paquito just makes him that much more mobile. We'll see if it plays out, if it becomes a factor in how this lane goes.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how it's going to pan out, if it's going to work or not. Because if it is, that's another solution to the dominance coming in from the Uranus. It's no longer just the Esmeralda. It could be the Paquito as well. As you can see here, Ray already trying to help Dixon out there in the top lane.
This Uranus is just so obnoxious right here. In the early game, not much to say. Still leg plates stacked up all over the place. It's just such an efficient item right here, but Aura is making their move.
Already very aggressive. Sin takes every single shot of that damage, but Kaze also does the same. It's a good trade for Kaze, though. He walks out with a dub. Thing is, Paquito, the way you try to utilize... Wait, Van? Good taunt in, goes in, praises grab, Ray first blood, what happened? Ray just took it all and Van took advantage of it. Now it's an engage in with a flicker. Should be a free turtle for Aura.
No way, what was going on there?
Vanderman.
I think they just didn't see that Van was on the way. Ray ran into him face first in a bush, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
That's the assassin against a fighter matchup, and now Turtle gets secured by Aura Fire as well. This is looking to be yet again a game controlled by Aura Fire.
So unfortunate for Dewa United there. With Aura Fire picking up that turtle that is going to spearhead them at a 1,000 gold lead almost. And Van is going to be a level ahead of Ray very, very soon with the way that he's as proficient as he is in the jungle. And we do have a game fun fact here by Grab. Fredrin is the hero that was most picked in MPL ID Season 11. And it actually is one of the, I would say, power heroes of Van. He's used it time and time again, even despite the patch change. And it's still very successful in his hands. Whoa, Kimura.
Hard guard, Kimura still able to escape right now. Jabs out. Oh, not even close. Kimura gets out. No from Zin. Holy moly, that hard guard came in clutch, but Kimura had the mechanics to pull that escape off.
And you have to wonder, did the Quantum Charge allow him to get out a bit faster as well, as Hai now gets jumped on by Keys and Leo Murphy, but it just won't be enough damage. And the early game snowball that Dewa United wants to get really isn't reachable for them right now.
Yeah, so far Leo Murphy hasn't been able to get a really good Divine Judgment as well. He's yet to be able to get a good pick off like he did in game number 1. But look at this, Van. He's dealing so much damage. He's putting so much pressure on the Hayabusa. And this is why the Hayabusa pick was very questionable for me, as they're going for more there in the bottom lane.
But the airstrike taking case very low. He dodges from the last shot, but it's still, again, the gold given over to Kabuki. Before the 5th minute, they can actually just keep on pressuring this orange buff. Most likely going to be stolen away as well. Ray not given space at all against this Aura Fire lineup.
There's just so much pressure right here from Van. And look at how they're playing, man. They're avoiding the issue of Uranus completely. Dixon can do whatever he wants, but look at the aggression. Aura still is trying to find more, even though the turtle is on the other side. They want to pressure everyone else, and then if Dixon wants to try and go 1v4 to contest the turtle, they are happy to do so.
Look at this. They're going to try to force Ray to Retribution. No, Van just takes the Retri. He knows there is no chance of a contest. Now it's a stun. Burst damage ready for Sin. Dixon forced to use the Consecration to escape. And Aura Fire have control over the turtle. He is 2 levels ahead. Just after this camp, 2 levels ahead. There you go, against Ray.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, right? Looking at the way that they were rotating, the way that Hayabusa hasn't been able to get his farm as well, it looks very difficult for Dewa United to go in for a contest for the Retribution anyway. And I felt like the idea was to give Watt the space using, oh no, in the bottom lane!
Well played to Dewa United, already getting a good trade back. Finally, pushing the pace in that bottom lane. If they can't win through these neutral objectives, they gotta come back again to game number 1, reevaluate, and look to Watt to carry them.
Yeah, that's literally the same story. That was a really good pick, especially it was given onto Watt. He needs the gold, he needs the farm as soon as possible. And punishing Kabuki, it's a very good move here by Dewa United.
Well, keep in mind, they need to try and get some of the objectives as well. Because kills is great and all, but afterwards, they need map control, because Van is just out of control right now, pressuring, invading whenever he can, and Ray is definitely falling behind slowly but surely. Look at him going 1v4.
He doesn't care.
Way.
Walks up, Retries takes it away.
No
A feathered
way.
airstrike from KS Van just pops in the emote and walks in front, takes everything, stands there menacingly, appraises Wrath, taking K's low, taking him out of the lane. And heck, I expected him to do more going into the enemy purple buff, but I think he has had enough now onto the bottom lane. Watt engaged on the taunt, connects. Oh, what?
No way!
Still able to survive the flicker forward though from Zin. Now, hard guard comes in, Van falls. A bit of a mistake, miscommunications punished by Dewa United.
These are small mistakes that Aura Fire did in game number 1 to hand it over to Dewa United. If it stacks more than this could be the same story that we saw earlier on in the series. However, despite things going that way, Aura Fire are still leading with a 2,000 gold lead. And I gotta say, man, that's a really good phone. The Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G being able to accentuate the high mechanical plays from these players.
You can see the FPS just smooth right there as Leo Murphy gets jumped on. Look at that. On this Kaja, he has just not been able to make the same kind of plays he's been able to do so on a Franco. Now with the turtle coming up, Dewa has the setup advantage, but we'll have to see. Aura Fire usually has a plan, but the Kabuki isn't in the picture.
Oh, way too early there. That's going to be a lot of damage placed on. The Shadow Kill even used up there onto Van. Appraiser's Wrath and the Retribution claims it, takes him back to almost full HP. Now the re-engage onto Dixon. He wants a 1v1. If you can sustain, I can do you better here with Hai literally using a hard guard, healing me up. 2 jabs onto Dixon, but it's just going to be a free orange buff. Aura Fire just using this early game lead, transitioning it into the mid game.
New Nightmare unlocked. Van, Fredrin, plus Heartguard, Angela by Hai. I thought it couldn't get worse than the Ling Angela combo, but here it is, Aura Fire proving something else. Look at Van, look at how confident he is Ray definitely is not going to get it.
Further airstrike comes down. Now high flickers forward, able to sustain. Finally a kill from Ray. His first kill of the game. Golden Staff built up by Watt. But is it too late at this point? Zin, wings by wings, zoning him away. Kabuki picks up the turret. And Aura Fire walks away, taking away that purple buff in the process of that team fight.
It's just so tough right now because the difference for Aura Fire is that they don't really have a sole tank. If they all focus, if Dewa United focus too much on Van, you know Kimura was just waiting in the wings right there. And if you're Watt right now, the main carry, the main tool that Dewa United can use to try and deal with Aura Fire, you have to wonder, who are you trying to target, right? Are you going to try and burst Van down or Kimura? Because they're both doing a lot of damage and they're both quite sustainable, especially when if you look at the composition, there's an assassin on Dewa United. His damage is very, very limited.
Oh, so much sustain on Van. You can see the items, right? Steel leg plates, you can see the Radiant as well as the
Sky Garden
helmet. Exactly. So he can sustain through that damage. He doesn't need to go and recall. He can still show the dominance in the jungle, and that's why he has the time to do so. Look at this once again.
Ooh. Yeah, not a good time at all for a Kanja here to be that behind of a jungler of a team that's right now just running them down. Kabuki, no, Van takes it, wants to get that lead even further on. One level lead only though, so Ray's not doing a bad job right now at keeping the pace up, but without the purple buff, without the orange buff, I don't think there's going to be much to go for to contest. Oh!
Ooh.
No retry though. It's a good trade. Van was looking for that. Either a retry or a free purple buff. Either way, it's a win for Aura Fire.
They're going for the Lord right now. It's very, very possible that Dewa United is going to let it go and they look for something else. A pick-up perhaps, but their adjustments, the response from Aura, way, way too quick. It's going to be an uncontested Lord. And I think at this point, they have to rely on Leo Murphy getting something done. If he's not going to go for a pick-off of a prior target, he needs to lock someone down, like Kimura perhaps, who's just dashing in, doing damage, providing some measure of security for Watt and Keys in the back line.
I agree with that, but I also want to say that Dewa United, they need to find a way to slow things down a little bit, put the tempo a little bit further down, and try allow Watt to catch up. Because honestly, Watt is the saving grace now for Dewa United. He can just really burst through all the members from the side of Aura Fire. And I don't know how, because they opted for Leo Murphy with that single target CC.
And even right now, you can see that Dixon, he has been relatively unfazed, undisturbed in his laning phase, but he is nowhere as good as Kimura was in game number 2. But look at Aura making moves already.
Van diving in, that base turret dashing out, Zin with the flicker out as well. Kabuki, one more hit onto the turret, that's a base turret down. Dewa United with an okay trade, a trade that, you know, they couldn't have gotten if they did not go or let go of that bottom side base turret. Was it worth it though? The Angela for a base turret.
I think a base turret is just way too valuable, especially because we're talking about pressure right here. With that wave pushing constantly, that's one more wave where Aura Fire can leave alone, and Dixon, as you can see, he is not nearly as obnoxious, as tanky, or as dangerous as Kimura was in game number 2, sorry. So I think he needs to try and do something, or his team needs to try and use him a different way. Of course, it's much easier said than done, because as of right now, being 5k gold behind, Aura Fire has the damage available to completely burst him down.
Yeah, it's difficult for Dewa United because of that fact. But there is still a possibility for them to come back in the game, I believe. They are the comeback legends. I know it has a different meaning towards what we're trying to imply. But if they're able to do this, exactly this, give Watt the space, give Watt the gold, get him to his power spike, he should be able to shred through someone like even Van, right, on the Fredrin, who has been so sustainable so far.
Well, along with that, right, they have to make sure that in a fight, again, Kimura gets taken care of. They have to make sure that Sin does not get to just use a feathered airstrike and just zone Watt completely out of the picture. So aside from just damage items, Watt also has to worry about all these threats and how he's going to itemize around that, right? Because if he goes for a Wind of Nature, perhaps, or an Athena, or a Rose Gold, those are all great options, but it also lowers down his damage potential. And that is something that he is just stuck trying to solve, and it's just a very tough equation.
I guess that's what Leo Murphy was built to do, right? Try to take out one of that option away from Aura Fire. Either take down the... Oh, wait a minute.
No, and it's still Van who gets it. No retributions were used there. Let's see, Ray has saved it for this one moment here. He's back to just one level down of Van. He can try to look for a steal. It all comes down to how Leo Murphy plays this.
Well, keep in mind, Leo Murphy also has used his flicker, and now he's getting jumped on.
There you go, already used onto Kimura, and just like that, it should be a free Lord over the Van. Goes back in, Kimura doing a very good job at zoning the enemy team. Dixon getting swept back by Kimura. Aura Fire have once again done it. They've utilized this lead to force Dewa United out of the Lord Pit.
And because of that trade that Dewa United want to go for earlier on, high for an inhibitor turret, it's going to be Aura Fire having more of the say there in the bottom lane. At this point, what can Dewa United do?
They have to play it slow, they have to try and get the right fights. Now with the Feather Airstrike already used, there seems to be a window right here, but with the Lord coming in, they must go for a fight before Aura just push and brute force end the game with the Lord.
2 base turrets now down. Only 1 base turret taken now with this enhanced Lord. Van dashing forward. Now the hard guard helping him sustain back up. But it's not going to be enough right there. The immortality is going to be popped. Watt dealing a lot of single target damage. Kimura with a knockout strike to disengage. Another mini wave coming crashing down. But that top side wave hasn't been manipulated enough. Dewa United have defended once again in the 14th minute of the game. 7 total kills.
That's so little. That's so little.
It's pretty
compared to, yeah. Is it though? 7? All right. I mean, back to the game, right? 7,000 gold lead here for Aura Fire. You can even see that high ops for an NOD as well to try and counter the... Oh, Dixon, there you go. They're going for another turret here in the top side. Leo Murphy's looking for something, but it just keeps getting cancelled by Kimura.
Oh, flicker as well from Sin. Very aggressive maneuvers gives the team the base turret. And now Aura Fire have 3 super minion waves to play with. Dewa United, what do they have to do?
They have to do, I think at this point, way too many things. Get a pick-off, shut down Sin or Kabuki, right? Make sure that Watt doesn't get picked off, and at the same time, make sure that the waves are stable enough that High can't randomly split push and end the game. There's just so many questions that Aura Fire is throwing at Dewa United, and they don't really have any particular answers here. Even in that Lord fight earlier, we talked that Leo Murphy might have to be the one making the plays happen, but he hasn't been... I haven't seen a single Flicker Divine Judgment combo just yet. And that situation earlier where Kabuki is trying to siege the turret, that's a perfect opportunity that Dewa United has just not found yet.
I feel like every time he goes in for the Divine Judgment, it gets cancelled, right? Kimura is able to push him back, and it gets cancelled. But the one time he was able to do it was on Van. And now, because Watt is catching up in terms of gold, it feels like the damage has started to come through. Van shouldn't be able to be as oppressive as he was in the early game compared to now. And it's impressive. Watt has maintained a 1,000 gold difference with Kabuki despite how pressured he has been. And there is, once again, still a sliver of hope here for Dewa United.
I mean, it's never really over until it's over, but with the next Lord, it's going to be a very tough Lord to defend right here. So Dewa United seems to be trying to let it go, maybe banking on surviving the next wave, but no, Dixon comes in to try and open up the wave. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him, but look at Leo Murphy!
Wow! Kabuki! Reaction time! Flickering out now, though. The engage comes through. Winter Truncheon right there to save him. Shadow Kill still going to be able to shot so much damage before the Heart Guard comes in to save Zin's life. Meanwhile, still on the Lord. Retribution still ready for Ray. Van going at it now. 5,000 HP going down. Praises Wrath. It's going to be Kabuki who secures the Lord for the team. Aura Fire backing away. They have the enhanced Lord in the 17th minute of the game. But Dewa United are pushing through, looking for this mid lane turret.
Wow, I thought that Dewa United might want to force Aura into a fight right there because a lot of resources has been burnt out, but no, they actually were hesitant in that approach, and now Aura Fire has the Lord. They're waiting for it to try and make yet again a macro-centric play, and for Dewa United, that's just so difficult. They get one turret in exchange for that whole sequence of events, and now we'll see if they can actually deal with this Lord effectively.
Oh, it's not looking good. I feel like Dewa United, they're starting to tilt. Keys accidentally took the ultimate coming in from Fredrin, and that's going to be a longer cooldown for her to get the IMU, as they're looking for a pick there in the bottom lane. But Kimura says no, and that's going to be 2 lanes pushing. Angela already working on that top side.
Clearing it out right now, not giving Daewoo United the option to go for the split push. Or a fire in the base with the enhanced Lord. Athena's shield going to be built up by Watt right now as he clears out the Lord. Good Divine Judgment, bringing Van back. Watt now, Athena's shield popped in already. Kimura with a disengage, with a knockout strike. Dixon loses all of his HP now with another knockup. One more shot, but it's not going to be enough. Ray, one jump with a quad shadow kill on the back. Oh my goodness, Ray! With a double kill on the back, Kabuki on the base, Midway's crashing down. One more hit is all he needs, but he does not get it. Kabuki finds a kill instead. Daewoo United, have they done enough to look for the end?
Oh my god, 3-for-1 trade. Look at the death timers. I feel like Aura Fire, they still have enough to be able to defend. They still have 3 towers. But what happened there? I feel like it started with the mistiming of the Heart Guard coming in from high. And unfortunately, Van was taken out before he was able to get that ultimate down. But that's an ultimate wasted already. And Daewoo United, they punished Aura Fire for that.
And more importantly, they have actually shrunk the Goldie down to about 1k less even. This might be just exactly what they need. Items completed across the board for multiple members, including a Rose Gold Meteor for Watt. So in the next fight, he'll have a bit more security, and look at the towers just falling down as well. Now it's a big question right here, because as much as Aura Fire is in control, they have a very mid-game centric composition. They don't have a late-game hyper carry, right? Their marksman is a Brody in hands of Kabuki. He does not compare in damage output to a carry in the late game.
I guess that's why they banked on the Farsa, right? Weapon Master Farsa, you mentioned that as well. Something of a late-game insurance with a talent option, but this is the moment things turned around for Daewoo United.
Oh, wow. Brilliant timing on the shadow kill.
They were so patient with that engagement, and they just wait for the right moment where Aura Fire, they're low first of all, but they're also clumped up, and that's a lot of damage. Now, shoes on the other foot. Daewoo United pressuring, going for a bit of a split push using Dixon. Keep in mind the Angela issue is still relevant to the game, but Daewoo, they're really relying on Leo Murphy finding something. If he gets a pick off right now, it doesn't matter who you are. The carry is full build, you will get shredded down.
This is so 50-50 here. Aura Fire, they're baiting. They're baiting Daewoo United out. But it looks like Daewoo United understand this. They now see that the carry is in the bottom lane. Does Aura Fire want to pull the trigger here or not?
Taunt from Van. Watt buys the Wind of Nature. What did he sell it for? He sold his boots for the Wind of Nature. Already getting to a point where there are no boots in the game.
Oh, they know. They know Hai wants to clear that top side. That's why Ray is there. They're going to go for the pickoff instead before they push it down. Oh, but there we go.
Flicker Divine Judgment onto Van. Still the hard guard ready though. They need to be careful here. Dixon dives in the back line. Appraiser's Wrath giving him the sustain necessary. Dixon going to be chunked. Aura Fire forced to back away. Van half HP. Still Hai not wanting to push up that top side. Ray finally visible on the map.
Well, as long as time keeps turning, Aura Fire eventually will have a pushing lane in the top side. So Daewoo United are the ones against the clock. They made a great play right there, but the Winter Truncheon from Van just shuts it all down. That is the quote-unquote itemization outplay, and now it's getting closer and closer as that wave in the top side tips everything in favor of Aura Fire.
Yeah, and that's when Daewoo United Esports have an issue to solve. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord Dance is making all of us nervous here. It only takes one mistake for either team to punish the other. And here it is, Leo Murphy.
Divine Judgment onto Van. Hard guard still ready. No kill threat right now. Dixon though foresees the Winter Truncheon early. Now buys in Immortality. Is able to survive that. Van with the Appraiser's Wrath on the 3, but look at the damage coming in from Watts. Still able to melt them down. Van very low. Tournament memory coming down. Dixon still alive. Winter Truncheon bought by K's. Now 1 member down for Aura Fire. 4v5. This is a free Lord for Daewoo United, who have absolutely come back for the airstrike comes down. Watt takes it, secures it for Daewoo.
Wow, that's a Lord secured for Daewoo United in the late game. This is a 23-minute game. with a carry, with a Valentina. There's an abundance of damage for Dewa United right now. 4,000 gold ahead, and now it's going to be a 6v5. Once Vance actually comes back into the land of Dawn, and looking at the waves right now, Dewa United, they're looking for it. They sense the end is near, and they're gonna try and find that next opportunity, man.
Man, I feel like Aura Fire, they pulled the trigger. They were too slow to make a decision. Dewa United, they're like, okay, we don't see Sin, we don't see High, let's go. And they had the man advantage. Aura Fire, they were looking for a pick, but they were too slow to make the decision. And look how the entire situation has completely turned around. Hayabusa gonna look for another objective in the top side, the Lord marching in the bottom. There's going to be 3 waves crashing in favor of Dewa United. And Aura Fire, they're going to fight with the high ground that they have to defend this here in the 24th minute of the game.
Crash down to the base turret. Dixon standing in front, now Zen there. Oh! Able to use it for the airstrike. Look at the damage coming through. Kimura still able to stay. Kimura gets out! Ray in the back now with the shadow kills where hard guard onto Kabuki, who's going to be going up in front. Caves the feather airstrike, but now he's going to be stunned up. It's a kill over the van. Now, what? Dealing damage still in the midst of it all. Biting the immortality. When it truncheon Baba, Kimura still able to activate it in time. Getting out again. Now it's coming back, coming all the way onto the back. A lot of damage placed. Aura Fire still able to survive, able to prolong this game.
My God, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. Aura Fire at a 10,000 gold deficit. I understand that it no longer matters here at this point in time. With how much damage Dewa United Esports were able to accumulate, they're still able to defend this. But the real-time win probability here by the Samsung Galaxy S Series will still favor Dewa, 77%. They have the late game insurance to be able to do this. It's a mind game now for Aura Fire. They can't go with just bronze alone.
Now it's all about execution right here. Keep in mind though, in that previous engagement, both Kimura and Watt has traded Immortals. You can see that for Watt, he has opted to switch out for a Windtalker, trying to get more damage, more ways to end the game faster. For Kimura, knowing that carry is now the huge problem, he goes for a Blade Armor as well, transitioning into a full tank build. The question is, all these tankiness, all these beefy heroes from Aura Fire, can they hold long enough for the rest of the members to try and find Watt in the back line? As long as Watt does not fall, it's going to be a very tough situation for Aura Fire to find anything. And with the control right here, with the Lord spawning, Aura Fire need to make a gamble.
They need to make it quick, right? I think they were overthinking that last Lord fight. That eventually gave Dewa United the Lord there in the 22nd minute of the game.
Ooh.
They need to come up with something quick.
And right now, they can go for a split push, but look at the bottom lane. It's going to be slow pushing in favor of Dewa, and look at how fast the carry can shred the Lord down. Take Rise up for a bit, and that's going to be a pick-off!
Hard guard though, Winter Truncheon also bought in. Kimura still able to survive, flickers out to safety, but the fadeaway! What with the passive, with the basic attacks? The power spike, no boots! That's the damage you can produce on a carry in the later stage of the game. No Kimura, 0-1-1, his first death in this game, but it might be his last death as Dewa United go on the Lord. 29,000 HP, Van looking for an opening, knowing there's no Divine Judgment, but Aura Fire decide to pull Van back. They want to put all their resources on this defense.
With the Lord in their hands, Dewa United will be looking for an end finally at 27 minutes, the final game of the first match in Season 12. Aura Fire will need somewhat of a miracle. They have to find Watt. At this point, they need to be trading death timers, if anything, because even though they trade 2 members for Watt, that's still worth it, because keep in mind, they are better at like prolonged team fights because they can out-sustain more. But at this point, the carry needs to go somehow, some way. We'll see if there's any solutions. 3 retributions available for the side of Aura Fire.
Oh,
I was about to say, that was so risky by Syndrome, though.
I don't think they need the Farsa up top though. No wave clear here coming down, but it's still gonna be a lot of damage placed on the Dixon. Tournament memory going down. Dixon's falling down. No range. One unable to end the game right now. Case with a good terrify. Now with the flicker behind. Bice the winner truncheon able to activate it before he gets slain. Flicker's out to safety. Kimura with a knockout strike. CCing Leo Murphy's immortality falls, but the airstrike comes down. Leo Murphy with a conceal once again. Kabuki gets slain by what? Base wide open, wide looking for the opening. Kimura jumping forward. Now the hard guard for Zen, but the base will be targeted down, and Dewa United have produced a miracle.
What is this game?
Absorb that in, ladies and gentlemen. The new blood, Dewa United. They win their first match of the season against Aura Fire. What an outcome by Dewa United. What a statement to all the other teams that they cannot be counted out. They have what it takes. They have the resources. They have the intelligence, the maturity in those long, drawn-out games, and they will punish your mistakes if you attempt it.
If anything, this only shows how much Indonesian MLBB has developed in the last few months. First time on the MPL stage, 3 rookies, 2 MPL ID for Dewa United, able to beat a team that in many people's books are top 3.
That is insane, man. Everything from the patience from both these teams, keeping like at the end of the game, Aura seemed like they had it somehow, some way, but Dewa says no. I don't know, man. You talk about them being rookies, but they displayed so much experience, so much patience, so much forward planning. It's just, I think, unfair to call it like a rookie team.
Let's see what the champions have to say. Let's throw it over to Clara Mongstar on stage.
Bro, holy.
Dewa United. Sorak-sorai dari anak Dewa pun bergabung. Gimana ini bisa dibilang debut dari Dewa di MPL dan kalian berhasil ngedapetin kemenangan. Bagaimana perasaannya?
Ya, perasaannya senang lah kan aku baru comeback juga main.
Nah, ini Bung Wat yang ngomong juga ya. Pada akhirnya kamu comeback bermain di sini sebagai legenda yang lagi turun gunung. Apa yang kamu rasakan? Apa mungkin perbedaannya dari season terakhir kamu di sini, Wat?
Cuman perasaanku cuma beda tim aja sih. Hype-nya mah tetap sama.
Hype-nya tetap sama?
Cuman lebih apa ya, supporternya lebih wah lah daripada season lalu.
Lebih wah, anak Dewa luar biasa. Dan kalau bisa dilihat, sekarang teman-temanmu juga masih banyak yang ada di MPL. Bagaimana kamu melihat perkembangan dari teman-temanmu yang dari di MPL dari dulu dan sampai sekarang pun ada?
Ya pasti lebih improve lah. Gak mungkin orang stuck diam di situ bisa main di MPL kan.
Improve. Dan bagaimana dengan kalian nih? Kita bisa bilang mungkin ada kamu dan juga Leo Murphy, 2 player yang sudah menjajakan diri di MPL. Apa yang kalian mungkin kasih wejangan ke anak-anak lain atau gimana kalian ngebawa tim ini sampai sekuat ini?
Palingan kita kasih masukan cuman ini sih, jaga hype sama jangan terlalu takut lawan kita siapapun kan. Soalnya kita udah di MPL ini ya semuanya sama sih menurut aku.
Semuanya sama. Tapi kalau kamu gimana ngerasain panggung MPL? Mungkin pertama juga kan?
Senang sih bisa MPL kan. Grogi dikit sih tapi baru pertama juga soalnya kan.
Ada rasa groginya. Apakah pas di game kedua itu?
Gak tahu.
Gak tahu ya. Tapi apa yang membuat mungkin bisa dilihat apa sih yang kamu paling ingat di match pertama ini untukmu?
Percaya sama tim aja sih main lepas.
Percaya sama tim? Rasanya agak grogi. Kalau kamu agak grogi, kalau kamu gimana? Gimana rasanya? Semuanya dong, semuanya. Ini merasakan, ini debut kalian, jadi inilah panggung kalian. Gimana perasaannya panggung MPL?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja? Wah, keren banget nih. 2-1. Tapi kalau 2-1-nya gimana ngelawan Aura Fire? 2-1 melawan Aura Fire. Apakah sesuai ekspektasi kalian?
Iya, sesuai.
Sesuai ekspektasi? Oke, luar biasa ya. Tapi kalau Leo Murphy, gimana kamu ngelihat performa dari Dewa? Apakah ini sudah sesuai dengan standar kalian dengan match ini?
Ya, ya sesuai ekspektasi sih. Terus ditambah lagi god lane tua gue jago banget god lane tua gue sama jungle gue udah. Gue digendong mereka dua udah.
Bentar.
Sesuai ekspektasi lah.
Leo Murphy di game 1 nariknya luar biasa, di game ketiga juga tarikannya maut banget. Bagaimana kamu bisa masih memprediksi setiap gerakan dari player-player MPL ini? Apalagi ini kan juga comeback kan. Apa yang kamu lakuin selama kamu gak bermain sih? Apakah ada sesuatu yang kamu lakukan? Kamu tarikanmu masih luar biasa, dari pakai Franco, pakai Kaja. Dan apa sih yang mungkin kamu lakuin selama kamu rehat dan kembali sekarang performanya luar biasa juga?
Biasa itu rehat, ada ini urusan tambang batu bara. Iya.
Oh, jadi menambang itu bikin jadi jago narik ya?
Iya.
Oke, tapi yang terakhir mungkin ya, ekspektasimu untuk tim Dewa di season 12 ini.
Apa?
Ekspektasi untuk tim Dewa di season 12.
Lolos playoff.
Lolos playoff. Lolos playoff aja, Wat. Maunya apa?
Maunya M5.
Maunya sampai M5. Boleh kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Oke, dan seperti kita udah juga ramai banget dari Dewa United dan juga anak Dewa kemenangan pertama. Posisi kalian kira-kira, oke, juara berarti bisa nih ya. Apa kunci terpenting kemenangan dari Dewa?
Percaya satu sama lain, sama konsisten aja sih main.
Konsisten bermain. Dan yes, dan kita juga punya player of the match. Siapa kira-kira? Siapa? Oke, dan inilah dia. Awas Super Supriyadi dengan belekan tengahnya bakal ngetrend di MPL ya. Oh well. Player of the match, Awat Super Supriyadi. Banyak sekali yang berekspektasi terhadap Awat. Gimana kamu ngeliat ekspektasi dari orang-orang itu ke kamu, Wat?
Aku pengennya mereka hujat aku sih.
Kamu pengen dihujat? Kenapa?
Ya biar lebih semangat aja.
Biar lebih semangat. Jadi feel free for everyone. Mau
siapapun yang mau hujat silakan.
Buset, biasanya minta disupport loh. Tapi boleh dong, mungkin salam-salam juga dari sini. Mungkin ada yang menghujat, tapi ada juga yang mendukung seperti anak Dewa di sini. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk anak Dewa.
Buat anak Dewa ya, terima kasih banyak buat support kalian. Kami berusaha yang terbaik lah buat kalian juga.
Berusaha yang terbaik untuk anak Dewa. Inilah dia kemenangan manis dari Dewa United Esports. Dan melihat semuanya juga semakin ramai di sini. Ini adalah baru match pembukaan. Ada nggak? Mungkin satu-satu di sini ada yang punya tim yang ingin banget kalian hadapi. Mungkin ada satu nama mungkin.
Onyx.
Onyx. Ada khusus kah atau Onyx aja?
Onyx aja.
Kenapa?
Karena mereka habis juara kan season lalu. Pengen coba lawan mereka.
Oh, mental Dewa United begitu luar biasa, begitu matang bahkan mereka ingin menghadapi Sang Raja Galaksi dari season 11. Akan seperti apa pasti semuanya menantikan, tapi tentu saja match hari ini akan di breakdown lebih dalam lagi oleh para caster yang bertugas. Silahkan.
That interview with the Dewa United players. And my oh my, are they looking confident? We thought that perhaps maybe because there are some rookies on the team that they would be feeling the shakes. But looking at their interview, they were like, this is exactly what we predicted. 2-1, winning against an MPL team or a Fire. And that speaks volumes.
It really does. It really does. For Dewa United, I mean, again, beating a team that in most analyst books are top 3. Aura Fire have been literally shocking everyone, but Dewa United, if there's a way to debut, that's how you do it.
I mean, Professor KB said they needed a miracle, and the miracle they delivered. Let's take a look at some of the highlights right here. All the way in the early game of game number 3 right here. It was just so difficult, but here is that moment. Everyone clumping together. The shadow kill just hit so good in the back line, and that was Dewa United just coming in together. So synergy, right? They said in the interview, what's important for them is to trust each other, and they really displayed that. Whenever the play is in there, you don't see any disconnect. Everyone just goes in at the same time, and keep your eyes on Watt because he is the main star of the show right here. All his items are meant to try and prevent him from being bursted down right here. Aura is somehow able to stall the game even longer, burn the immortality from Watt as well. Even then in itself, it's already surprising. But afterwards, finally, we see the play being engaged, initiated by Leo Murphy initially, the follow-up coming in, and with an abundance of damage, with Watt just positioning so good in the back line. And of course, shout out to Keys as well. He isn't showing up as like the main damage dealer, but you already know with Valentina, you don't notice the damage until it's too late. And he is definitely something that the members of Aura Fire are just watching for in the back of their minds, and that makes it a lot more difficult for them to locate Watt in the middle of all that chaos, which just seems to be where Dewa United just thrives. Look at the items, man. The Divine Glaive, Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon combo, and the Blood Feather as well. That's a lot of damage, and of course some survivability. But even for Dixon on the Uranus, he went for the Queen's Wings. They all understand right here from Dewa, it's not about a sprint. This is a marathon. If you can outlast the initial burst, the initial damage, they can get the dub, and that is exactly what they did. Watt went for the exact same thing as well. That Queen's Wings, I think, really came out strong, super value in that late game fight.
The sustain was honestly just crazy from Watt, and we got to talk about his positioning right outside of the itemization, the way Dewa United Esports played it, the adjustments that they had to be making from time to time, the fact that they practically won without any base turrets, right? At the end, nobody had base turrets, but Dewa United lost their base turrets so early into the game that everyone thought it was over. If you saw the win probability at that moment where they lost all 3 base turrets, it should have been at least like 90% for Aura Fire.
I had a feeling, man. I had a feeling in the game. I was like, yeah, Aura Fire, they had the early game lead. They weren't able to close it out. And it just really faltered from there. I told you, if Watt is able to get those items, it's GG. And there you go. Man, Watt.
I mean, he can get the items, but his choice of items as well. I think his experience definitely shows. You can tell from how he's playing it out, from how he's itemizing. He's been in this position before. It's not catching him off guard. He knows it's a tough game, but it is what it is. Another day at the office shows you again the value of experience, man. Because again, you can call them a rookie team, but they have experience, an abundance of it in their players. And let's take a look at some of the stats. So I think, oh wow, actually from the damage dealt to heroes and damage taken, it's not too far apart. I thought it was going to be a lot more one-sided because of course the Uranus effect. But turns out it's quite even.
Yeah, I mean, Van was absorbing all that damage in that early game, right? Top it off with a hard guard as well. He was practically 1v5ing because they were able to shut down the carry from that early game. But after that, it was a different story, like we mentioned. And there it is, 28 minutes, Arashi.
And look at the damage dealt by Keys as Valentina, 107,000, right? You don't see it. Your eyes are always on Watt shredding everyone down, but on the sidelines, this is the guy just spraying everyone down, being an absolute menace to the back line, stealing feather airstrikes and all that. So the Valentina pick is just so subtle, and combined with a late game hyper carry, it's just such a devastating effect. I think more teams are gonna try and pick up on this.
There's just so much you can write down for Dewa United Esports. Like you mentioned, Arashi, they had a plan A, a plan B, all the way to plan E at that point, right? Play early game, try to go for neutral objectives. Our purple buff gets stolen, Van's just popping off. All right, let's play for Watt. Doing that slowly but surely, giving Lords away at one point just to get Watt's safety, just to play around Watt, to give him enough gold to get to a point where he catches up. He caught up, but it was a bit too late at one point. Still loses 3 base turrets, and the way they played after that changed again. They kept on evolving just throughout this one game. We don't even need to talk about the whole series, just one game. This 28-minute game, we saw the amount of improvisations that Dewa United had to take to inevitably win the game.
And I felt like that's what Aura Fire was lacking. There were so many moments where, like the Lord dances just really get me, right? Because seeing their performance, it feels like Dewa United have the experience to have the right mindset. Okay, this is where we push it. Stop here. Focus on this part more. And then Aura Fire kind of struggled. They were like, do we go for this? Do we not? And then they were scattered. So at that 5v5 in the Lord Dance, it felt like everything was falling apart. But ladies and gentlemen, your data doesn't need to fall apart if you go for OVO, because there is a discounted promo package that you guys can go for between these two. OVO x Telkomsel, that's the best collaboration that you guys can get, especially for us gamers who need the quota to push rank.
What a gamer, right? You want to get into Mythical Glory? No, I'll do you one better. I'll go to Mythic Portal because I'm using Telkomsel and I got the 10,000 cashback that I then use for Diamond to give me skins that gives me a motivational boost.
Well, motivation is definitely a big factor, so don't miss out, guys. Get your motivation boost today.
For sure. You know, so there's like a new rule. I can tell them, right?
What rule?
What is that?
So casters need to be Mythic Honor, or we can't be on this desk anymore.
Don't expose
What
people
rank
like
are
that.
you right now, Aeterna?
I'm a legend.
Okay. What rank are you now, Arashi?
Legend.
Exactly. I'm not Mythic Honor yet too, so technically we're all not Mythic Honor yet, but the season just started, okay?
Exactly.
So give us
give us
time,
some
Moon
space. Give him some time, right?
Soon.
Like, they were able to give Watt time, and look what he was able to do, right?
Yes.
So we need patience. And we also need patience to get into the next match, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, me, Aeterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi, we'll see you after the break. Stay tuned.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain ni Gatot Kacau!
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif. Tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia. Banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang, gila. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsider kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem pull yourself together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Bloodwish itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gank, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 extra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys. Dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update Project Next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys. Nah, tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys. MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys? Nah, jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke? Gua Samo HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu, bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. takkan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Will the addition of the two-star roamers be the perfect missing piece of the puzzle for both of these teams? We are going to see the answer to that question very, very soon as we are back on the caster desk with me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi here in the next upcoming match between Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. A lot of people have been anticipating this match. For Alter Ego in particular, with Rekt coming into the fray, we'll see exactly how this pans out. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, our official sponsor Head & Shoulders, official telco partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold. We also have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Oppo, YouTube. Our official broadcast is Maxstream and Tefer Esports. Our suppliers, Indomart, Mineski, as well as Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now back to the topic once again. I'm sure a lot of us are anticipating the performance of both of these teams, with Rekt stepping in to Alter Ego.
Alter Ego got a really good deal throughout the off-season here. They kind of grabbed Rekt right as he left EVOS, I would say, right? He just got as a free agent, and right now you guys can grab food before the match actually starts, so go ahead.
There's going to be a promo code between this event and the end of this event. MPL ID X Grab to get a 50% discount on Grab Food and a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car if you guys want to head over to the venue and watch the action live.
Wow, that's some value, man. Half off on food? Struggling people like us would require some kind of deals like that.
And not just that, Arashi, because you guys can also get a chance to get diamonds as well as MLBB hero skins.
No way.
So what are you waiting for?
Wow.
Don't forget to go ahead and grab the challenge. There's
do
so
it.
many available.
There's so much value that you guys can get through Grab. Just go and check it out. And while you're at it, keep your phone on, preferably your Samsung phone, because hey, the match is about to start and you guys do not want to miss anything, even here from an analysis segment, because we're going to be talking about the transfers, juicy transfers. Wrecked. Again, this guy, we haven't seen him in quite a while, but I think he's going to bring Alter Ego back to the top.
And people say that he actually came at a really right time. Why is that?
Really right time?
Angela is in the meta.
There's that. There is that. But I mean, Alter Ego, they're also like, they seem to be trying to adapt more out of their usual, like, just aggressive, team fight heavy playstyle. And someone like Wrecked would be such a valuable addition, right? To just offer a bit more insight. We talked about the value of experience. We saw that in match number 1. So Wrecked can bring all that to a team like Alter Ego with so much potential. And maybe, like Micro mentioned, that could be just what they need to just,
pop off.
Yeah, surprisingly, right? And that's why I feel like this matchup is so interesting, because a lot of people have been centering the theme as the missing piece to the puzzle. Like you mentioned, Wrecked, but we also need to talk about the other side, Rebellion Zion with Audi TZ stepping in. He actually changed his name from the MDL. But what does Audi TZ offer Rebellion?
As the Bigatron connoisseur here on the right, I will take this one, Arashi. Audi CS was his name before when he was still in Bigatron Beta, one of the, if not the, winning factor that got Bigatron Beta the championship trophy in MDL Season 6. Literally a Cinderella run because of the man you see on your screen here. Audi now, no CS, but TZ is definitely a roamer to look out for. He is certainly a star roamer. I actually expected him to join Bigatron Alpha last season, but unfortunately for him, he stepped up right when he was about to get swapped in, and now he's looking at a different team to go and find a spotlight.
But today he's up against the Angela man himself. Look at that, 32 picks in all seasons of MPL Indonesia. That's a lot. This is a hero that just seems right in the hands of Wrecked, and honestly, I guess like Miko mentioned, with the meta being so dominantly favoring Angela, we've seen it banned, picked, and how it's so strong and so oppressive early in the game, just the way Wrecked likes it. I think we're going to see it absolutely cancelled out in this game. But let's take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Rebellion. Avoid team fights and prioritize objectives, and contest or ban the Angela. The second one, you don't really have to explain too much. It's pretty straightforward. But avoiding the team fight and prioritizing the objectives, this seems to be an issue for Rebellion, right? They seem to always have a bit of a lead in the early game. The drafts, the game plan seems to be quite solid. But afterwards, they just seem to just lose control in the mid game. So that is something they have to work on.
Yeah, it's not only that, right? To top it off, it's not a normal Angela. It's not an Angela that's going to be focused on wave clear. This is Rex Angela. An Angela that is notoriously known to be so aggressive that you would not expect that kind of gameplay from an Angela. And now, let's see on the other side, what does Alter Ego need to do to be able to win it against Rebellion?
Well, with the stats, right, I think the EXP lane matchup becomes so much more important. Pi is a notorious player, always so dominant, and in a meta where all the EXP laners can be so oppressive, so dominant, so I don't know, man, so scary in the lane, Pi is definitely at home. And so on the flip side, Cars from Rebellion, if he can find a pick or a strategy, or if Rebellion can form a game plan that can just push Alter Ego down, I think that is something that will be dangerous. So for Alter Ego, getting Pi something that is just dominant will be so important. And of course, you saw number two, if they really want to, they can play some mind games and maybe flex this Angela, because we have seen it being moved over to the mid lane. It's a bit of a very interesting strategy.
That's what I really wanted to talk about, that first point first, right? So far, it feels like this meta has shifted to favor the Uranus in the EXP lane. Now, I want to talk to you about this, right? Pi needs a hero that can playmate.
Yep.
Is the Uranus a good fit for him, despite the meta shifting that way?
I think it is going to be good for Pi, right? I mean, the reason he needs to get these playmaking heroes was because back in Season 11, he has to. He is the main initiator for the team, not Rossi. Very reactive style of roamer. Now with roamer like Rekt, Pi can actually step back a bit, take a little bit of a back seat, especially on heroes like the Uranus, which we've seen from him before, by the way. But once again, we're going to be welcoming the teams. First up on the stage, the Blue Bulls, Rebellion, Zion.
With the star roamer Audi TZ coming into the lineup, they are looking not only to be able to make it to the playoffs, but they're going to make it in style. Look at their stage presence.
They're absolutely confident, and we can talk a bit about that later on, but of course, can you be that confident when you're up against a team that is also dangerous, also notorious with their own star players?
Many consider this lineup with an MSC winner, with an M World champion as well. The Indonesian GOAT makes his way up on stage with his new team, Alter Ego.
Will the Rekt's effect be enough for them to be able to repair the mistakes that they had in the past? That is the question. And it looks like they are very eager to answer it.
Man, it's just such a weird feel seeing Rekt win this jersey next to these players. But we seem to have a huge game on our hands. The Roamer showdown, the EXP lane showdown as well. Not to mention the importance of a mid laner right now. The synergy between teams roaming around cannot be understated, and to give them the best tools for the job, here are the coaching staffs.
Yeah, let's welcome from the side of Alter Ego, it's going to be Coach Cassius as well as Nafari here. From the side of Rebellion, Zion, Chico, as well as his analyst, Vivi. What exactly are we expecting from these masterminds here?
Wait, before that, are you sure that's Cassius?
It's not Cassius?
Are you sure that's not Zaya?
That's Zaya. No, oh. You're trolling.
It's Cassius.
Oh, it's, okay, so it's Cassius.
They look so similar.
They do. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Needed to wait for their names to pop up there.
Yes, exactly.
So coming back to that question, right? What can we expect from both of these coaches for the teams, Arashi?
I think there's going to be a lot of rock, paper, scissors going on in both, mainly the EXP lane and the roaming position. We saw this pattern in the first match earlier. When the roamer can't really engage, it becomes the EXP laner and vice versa. So if they really want to, let's say, give in some pressure in the XP lane, they will do it in exchange for a bit more of an advantage in the roaming position. Otherwise, if they lose out in playmaking for both EXP and roam, I think for teams so aggressive like Alter Ego, like Rebellion, you're going to give up way too much early pressure, and that is dangerous against, again, an equally aggressive team.
Yeah, we're going to expect fireworks here in this next match. We're going to expect a lot of aggression. And this brings us to the point of what they were kind of lacking last season, right? It felt like Alter Ego, they were lacking someone to be as equally as aggressive as Selly Boy, the man you see on screen right now in the roaming position. And it feels like that is the reason why they brought up Rekt. And for the side of Rebellion Zion, it felt like they were lacking a shot caller, right? It didn't feel like Wijanarko, despite his accolades, despite his performance, that he was able to be the anchor for his team. And that is exactly what is expected for Audi TZ here in this next upcoming game.
If we can bring direction, that will swing things in the favor of Rebellion, because looking at the team head-to-head, by all means, it's no longer the same team. Big changes has happened so far, but if you look at how they've been doing, it's actually quite similar. They're such a similar team that you can't help but feel like the game is going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a fist fight.
I don't know if it is going to be a fist fight. I think with Audi, the reason Bigatron Beta was so good in Season 6 was because of their, not so much their team fighting, but mostly their objective-centric gameplay. Now, I think for Rebellion Zion, for the longest time, they have lacked direction. They don't have a person on their team who can really control what the team wants to do. Priority. That's what Audi brings to the table for Rebellion Zion. You're going to see a more disciplined, a more coordinated Rebellion Zion. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think it's the complete opposite. Alter Ego, you're going to see a messier Alter Ego. You're going to see a Season 7, Season 8 Alter Ego who just wants to brawl, who wants to fight, with this man in the center.
You can see his like cheeky smile, man.
He's like, give me the Angela.
He's up to no good.
The manliest hero in MLBB.
Ooh, here we have a Season 12 tier list by Leos though. Onyx as a champion, okay, but top 4. There lies Alter Ego, and Rebellion is in danger. We'll see if this prediction, this tier list, comes true, because I mean in match number 1, we've seen an upset already from Professor KB's tier list.
I mean, he did predict Aura Fire to kind of fall short, which we kind of saw, right? 2-1, losing against an MDL team. Not the best start to the season.
No longer an MDL team.
MPL team, excuse
you. You can't call them MPL yet before they start the experience.
Ooh.
Right?
Okay.
But after the 2-1 against the MPL team.
Yeah, exactly.
So now they're MPL team.
Yeah, you can say that.
I see.
Congratulations, Deo United. I'm heartbroken a little bit. But we're getting a little sidetracked here. Let's focus back on Rebellion Zion as well as Alter Ego. Now, a lot of people have also actually highlighted both of the junglers, right? Vincent for Rebellion Zion and Boy for Alter Ego. They have actually also noted the fact that both of these junglers are very efficient and proficient assassin players. So will this favor them?
Very similar playstyles, right? Both of them likes the assassins. Both of them needs their roamer to provide space for them to farm up. With Rekt here in the building, I think Vincent is a bit... He's in danger. He's in a lot of danger. I think even Boy said in a lot of his interviews, you know, if Rekt doesn't do what he did to me back then he is not my roamer. Right? So Rekt has some pressure as well, but that puts Vincent in a tough spot because when Rekt wants to invade you, you have to bring 5 dudes. You gotta get a few dudes to help you out here because again, this man, even on Angela, he'll just walk up and he'll T-pose.
Exactly.
T-pose.
Like that moment is still seared into my brain. So he was on an Angela, he walked into the jungle of the enemy and actually was able to stop the jungler from getting his buff. On an Angela early game. What is that?
That is painful. That is what that is. And honestly, like you guys are mentioning, it's not only about the roaming and EXP. There's a lot of eyes on them, but even all the way in the gold lane, we can expect some brawls coming out. Nino has been the main key to victory, but in the current meta, we've seen that he is also a lot more flexible because remember, Nino is also one of the players who played a lot of those fighters in the gold lane. He used to be the go-to, the best Benedetta in Indonesia. And after that, he went for the Yuzong picks as well. Will we see that resurgence? Might just happen.
I like that. I like that you mentioned that because the same can be said for Heis. He is a known APC user and finally coming into this new patch, heroes like Lunox, just weird heroes that you wouldn't expect to see last season, we can finally see flourish in this meta. So there's a lot of flexibility and a lot for us to anticipate for the gold lane matchup as we enter the drafts here for game number 1 between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion.
Interesting here, Alter Ego on the blue side, Rebellion Zion on the red, so they're opposite of their colors. Kadira and the Ling, though, instantly banned out. Now, for the Kadira, we have spoken a little bit about this, Arashi. The Ling, understandable. Why the Kadira here?
The Kadira is actually... We've talked about how the Kadira can potentially stack up in the mid lane against all these mages, right? They are all soft, easy targets for a Kadira to completely one-shot. But on the other hand, it can be flexed over to a roam position as well. Professor KB expressed that it is still very, very dangerous. And in situations like we saw in match number 1, for example, when Watt is just the main problem, a hero like Kadira as a secondary pressure, as a secondary threat for your team can just make things very difficult for a team, especially if they want to go front to back. So since Alter Ego is the one banning it, are they planning on something like that? We have to see when the drafts actually come in.
For the side of Rebellion Zion, it looks quite standard here. Kaja going to be able to be taken off the board here, sniffing out that Rekt can pick this hero up. The Valentina that leaves open the Eve. That has been very, very popular in this upcoming meta. Especially, it's a good hero for Swalo, but they don't want to risk it. They don't want to give it to Udil, so they decide to ban it out for themselves. And so now, the question is, what are they going to pick? Without Ling, do they still want to go for the Angela? Or do they want to go for Joy? Fanny!
Whoa.
Oh, I want to talk about this, right?
Whoa.
Because I was casting, me and Mirko, we were casting, okay, all of us were casting for SPS. And then I was like, Alter Ego. They were going against an opponent. I was like, the opponent doesn't need to ban Fanny away from Alter Ego. Sally Boy can't play Fanny. We saw the last time he played Fanny. His cables weren't on point. He kept struggling. He was bouncing around like without direction. But when he picked it up at ESL, he literally was able to tape my mouth there.
Yeah.
He's so good now.
No, for sure. I mean, this shows you that, you know, for these players in Alter Ego, a lot of the criticism for this team has been they're not changing the rosters at all. They've just been keeping the same guys since Season 7, I believe. It hasn't really changed at all. Only one member really changing. Ahmad no longer here. Now it's Rekt in the roster. But it just shows you that they're here because they put in the work. Sally Boy, he's a veteran in the game, but it doesn't mean he does not learn new things. He's an old dog who can learn new tricks, and this Fanny is certainly something that a lot of teams will have to be careful against, especially considering now Rebellion Zion. They ignored Angela. They ignored all the warnings towards them from the analysts, the scriptwriters, everyone in the building saying, Angela, Angela, Angela. Rebellion say, bring it on.
Wow. This is dangerous, man. As much as the Ling is critical to this combo, the Fanny can do similar things. And so with a Fanny, Angela, Uranus combo, this is macro threat to the max. And on the other side, having an Arlet, this is a hero that is somewhat immobile. He cannot match the mobility, the jumps, but this hero can. So the Paquito being picked in, who will be in the jungle?
I would rather Paquito in the jungle. Honestly, right? I think it has more pressure against these assassins. The fact that he's able to the CC as well. Because of the buff towards him, he should be able to clear a lot faster in comparison to the Arlet. And I honestly believe that even if Arlet is in the EXP lane, when things start to group up, especially when they go for neutral objectives, Arlet is really good against these heroes. Assassins, Ling, Fanny, you name it.
It's very easy to see what Rebellion are going for. You already mentioned, or again, with the Paquito here in the jungle, I agree with you. I think the Paquito is going to go to the jungle, and they're already banking a lot on these physical damage dealers in the first phase. They have a fair miss, but they're already putting a lot of emphasis on physical damage dealers. It's certainly to set up for that mage in the gold lane for Highs. We know he plays the Harith, we know he plays the Lunox. Lunox has to be banned here. If Alter Ego do not notice that fast enough here, they're already banning the Brody, which I think is a good hero up against the Fanny, but that's about it. If they ignore the Lunox, this is going to be a bad trap for Alter Ego.
Yeah, not only is Lunox good as a counter towards the Uranus, Lunox is also really good because it is much more safe than going for a pure marksman who doesn't really have that sort of disengage and just peel, like that invulnerability that the Lunox has to offer, and not to mention that it is a power hero for Highs.
That is absolutely true. I mean, Highs has still other options available if he wants to, but it just seems like that is the best pick he has right now, unless it is banned, of course. For the other side, though, maybe for Alter Ego, they can go for something like a carry, right? Trying to take it away from the side of Rebellion if they want to try and shred down the Uranus like we saw in Game 3 between Aura and Dewa United. With the Melissa banned out right here, it seems like it's going to be a gold lane heavy ban session for both these teams.
Rebellion knows, you know, let the marksman just... The reason they're banning out the Melissa and the Farsa, in my opinion, is because Melissa does really well up against the Lunox. If you do go for a Lunox, a mage in that gold lane, you get bullied hard by something like a Melissa, even a Farsa. Even if you pick it in the mid lane, Lunox very immobile. Farsa mid could certainly provide issues to Rebellion Zion, so it's just fully respected. Carry banned out. Rebellion Zion with this flex pick, with this flex comp that they have in the first phase, they can just pick up the Lunox here. I think it's a bit too risky for them to not pick it up here. Alter Ego can deny it from them.
Alter Ego can, but at the same time, I wonder if the idea is that we're gonna let the Lunos come in, because even though it's quote-unquote DPS, spammable abilities, it's still burst damage, and there is a hard guard that can deny a potential pickoff from the side of Rebellion. So we'll have to see.
Beatrix!
Wow.
An interesting choice.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that either. Beatrix pick.
You would think that something a bit more DPS will show up, because we've seen how Watt was able to deal with all these beefy heroes. Beatrix though, strong laning phase, decent damage, and maybe big AoE, because from the looks of it, right? Cult Alter, Final Slash, there is combos available, but will Alter Ego even be in place to be engaged on?
That's why, like, let's take a look at Rex comment here. The last time the champions of MSC and M World Series teamed up was in EVOS, and they immediately won MPL Indonesia Season 7. So it looks like they're trying to replicate this for the side of Alter Ego here in MPL ID Season 12. But this is the issue. Oh, very interesting. An Edith as well as a Claude being picked up. But once again, the Beatrix pick is just confusing for me, right? Because there are so many other options that you can go for that is less vulnerable against the dive that is going to come out from not only the Uranus, but the Fanny in that early game.
Right now, it comes down to what, again, Chico decides to go for. It's still a very flexible composition. Feramis can roam, Arlet can roam. They can go for a Lunox pick in the mid lane and force the Feramis into the roam, but they pick up a Lancelot up against the Angela, the Uranus, and the Fanny.
There's an Edith as well with quite the fast crowd control, and by all means, every single member on the side of Alter Ego, except for the marksman, is relatively tanky. So for Rebellion, having an assassin, you have to question if this is going to be perhaps a tankier build of a Lancelot, or maybe a hybrid if you don't want to go full tank, because a full damage Lancelot at this point, I think you're going to struggle to find targets to begin with.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to pick up the Claude. I guess the saving grace for Alter Ego, for Rebellion Zion is the fact that Alter Ego does have Earth Shatter in Edith, but it's not exactly the fastest CC, and it's not exactly as reliable as something like the Cho or something like the Suppression coming in from the Franco. So there is some possibility that it could work. But for the side of both of the drafts, I gotta lean to Alter Ego.
What's interesting is the fact that Rekt is on the Edith. Udil is on the Angela.
Hey!
Surprise, surprise! Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn for game number 1, the first match of the series, Alter Ego against Rebellion Zion. And here it is.
And it is Arlet Rome.
Arlet Rome as well. I mean, we've been talking about this backstage so much. Angela finally flexed into the mid lane like the wind condition suggests. And look at that, in the beginning, Nino is in the mid lane. Initially, they're going for something really aggressive, going for an invade right here, a Rebellion. They're trying to retaliate.
As usual, this is the Rex special. Vincent already going in, Pi forced to Purify early on. Now Cars joining the fray with a few jabs. Pi forced away. Vincent should be able to still secure his purple buff. Meanwhile, Alter Ego giving so much space over to the Fanny, who didn't go for the Season Hunter.
No Season Hunter because he wants to go for a bit more aggression right here. He can clear pretty reliably with the cables, but having a bit more damage towards the players, that's where Sully Boy wants to find extra value. On the other hand, Nino as well, look at him. He's going with the Brave Smite as well. This is that combination miracle we've been talking about. He's going to be very sustainable in the lane, and so is Pi. So they have a lot of sustain in both side lanes, allowing the mid lane to be a bit more dynamic here.
I love the flexibility of the emblems now, right? You don't know what to expect. It really depends on your matchup. And oh no, Earth Shatter disconnects.
Oh, already with the damage coming down, Vincent forced the puncture away. Sully Boy with a successful invade early on. Talking about space, now Sully Boy has it.
It's not good. It's not looking good at all. In terms of equipment, you can see that Beatrix realizes that it's not as much of an easy matchup, so she does go for a steel leg plates there, giving her a little bit more of sustainability against the damage from Nino, who's already level 4 here, so already that power spike for him in that laning phase.
Looking at the battle spells as well, Udul has that sprint just to keep up, right, and chase people down, spam those spells, get the tangle as well. But for Cars, he also went for that sprint on the Paquito, which gives him enough movement speed to actually not go for the Quantum Charge like we saw in the previous match. So this is a Brave Smite Paquito that's going to be a lot more dominant in the lane.
He definitely needs it, right? He needs to be able to catch up to how fast the Uranus clears. And you can see that Cars here already trying to set up, Pi opening up vision.
Sully Boy jumping in, Vincent still able to secure it with the Retribution. Audi now with the final slash, gonna be brought back with Onward right now. That's Sully Boy in the back dealing a lot of damage. Audi forced to flicker out. Sully Boy still looking for a kill. Good stun from Audi. And Rebellion Zion, as predicted in the Keys of Victory, objective.
They took it really fast, but look at the talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy's S23 Series 5G. Only Mirko and Papulong going for Rebellion.
Yeah.
Is this
it's
a
a
Mirko
4v2 here. I mean, so far, Miracle's kind of got the predictions down to the bag, right? 2 out of 3 predictions right so far.
Two
we'll
out of
see.
3 predictions wrong.
What?
Right.
Right.
Was it not right?
Right.
I predicted Aura last game. Game 3.
Oh,
I see. All right, so
Mirror's active.
So Rebellion Zion, they're kind of sweating right now because of that. But look at that.
Instant impact. Audi though with the final slash call. Ultra comes down. Suelo able to give Audi proper time to move and maneuver back. Already a flicker burnt from Rekt and Suelo.
So for now, it's still big rotations, aggressive plays, but we haven't seen the full potential, the full extent of the macro possibilities Alter Ego has on the table right here. The more it goes towards that mid-game with 1 item or 2 items, more or less, that's where the Uranus is going to be a bit more obnoxious. That's where Udil on that Angela can just clear on the sides. That's a lot of potential for Boy to just move around as well. So Rebellion needs to find a way to force Alter Ego into these objectives a bit more.
Wait, I just noticed, right? 2 purifies for the side of Alter Ego. Who was that for? But that might have to wait. Boy goes in.
For Audi right now is going to be bursted down. Final slash used up. Vincent now jumping in, finds Rekt. Boy with the cables getting out, but Rebellion Zion are able to keep Alter Ego's pace at a minimum.
He's unable to make those aggressive plays happen, but while that all is happening, Pi has been cutting the waves down. You can really see the waves building up in the mid side. That is what Alter Ego needs to play around with, right? Get wave pressure first and then fight, not the opposite. As Rebellion Zion already converge onto this turtle, they're going to go for Pi as well.
See, on this Uranus zones, good onward onto Cars. Knockout strike, bringing him back. Earth Shatter, knock him up. Boy now brought back with a final slash instantly. Rekt is the one who finds the turtle. Cars backing away. Pi trying to lock them down. Sway low. The Shadow Stampede brings everyone back, but it's only to kill him in the purple buff. Cars knockout strike, but he's going to be caught in the onward now with the shielding as well. That first kill giving him a lot of sustain, but not as much as Pi, who picks up the double kill, out-sustaining Rebellion Zion.
Man, this is the Alter Ego special being brought to Rebellion Zion on a silver platter. That aggression.
Hard guard coming down. Pi in the midst of it all. Final slash. We can Rekt back, but there's no kill pressure. So much sustain, so much healing from Alter Ego.
I was so ready to say KFF if Rekt got killed there. But luckily, hard guard was available. KFF, for those of you who are wondering, it stands for killing for fun. And that was something that I was really scared that Alter Ego would do. But so far, they have been able to do the domino effect. Pi nearly kills Vincent there. This is looking scary by Alter Ego.
If the other one was KFF, Pi is playing with KFR, killing for real. Look at him. Walking him down, sitting just in front of High, zoning him away. Nino freezing up the wave, taking it slow. Easy turret for Alter Ego.
There
Pi.
menacingly.
Look at Pi. Oh, Audi's baited in. Oh, wow. Boy to the back, but it's a seal leg push for Highs that gives him the necessary defense. But again, free turret for Alter Ego.
We talk about the sustain here. For the side of Alter Ego, it's a Edith Uranus in the front, being healed by an Angela. Call it the sustain meta, but it's really working out. Not enough damage from the side of Rebellion to even be a threat. Pi is just disrespecting them completely right now.
And
He's
man,
not Pi. He's Sir Pi.
He's Sir Pi, my bad. My mistake.
and I questioned this, right? Uranus Pi, is it going to work? And you said, hey, Rekt's there, he's going to be able to make all those initiation plays, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Pi having a huge impact here, buying so much time for his team. Still, he gets pushed back under turret and still survives.
As the Indonesians would say, Cluster Pi. As now, that's the cables coming down with hard guard as well, given the sustain onto Boy, who's still able to escape even without he diving in. Boy buys enough time. Cars hunting him down. Now bottom lane, pushed in by Udil. Meanwhile, Nino farming up a storm.
You can see here, Boy is at level 10. Meanwhile, for the side of Vincent, level 9. Arashi, at this point, do you think Rebellion Zion can contest this? Is it something that they still can do?
If they want to contest, they have a bit of an advantage in the team fights, but they cannot go for the Uranus. And this is the problem. Pi is making it very difficult for Rebellion to target anyone else. If they go for, let's say, for example, Nino or Udil in the back line, well, Udil can just hard guard into somebody, and Pi will eventually whittle down the back line. Look at this.
Boy in the back finds the kill with a cutthroat. Highs already engaged on Pi, just dealing with damage, standing in front. Nino now the blazing duet onto the back as well. Suelo getting gunned down under the turret. Nino backing away. Sir Pi just tanking it, facing face to face with death. Boy in the back once again, looking for the cables. Oh, one more shot might get it, but he's still able to escape. His Cars clears out this mid wave.
2-4-0 trade here for the side of Alter Go Esports being able to push them to a 3,000 gold lead. And how beautiful was the timing that Nino was able to get that golden staff before that team fight and dish out that damage.
I mean, it's all planned. He was farming all the time where Alter Ego was just pressuring around. We thought that the Uranus would be split pushing, but no. Alter Ego is using him as a regenerative wall to just take in all the damage and keep staying in the fight, which allows Nino to just farm around all across the map. And they just taking these fights without the Claude, just relying on Sully Boy and the Fanny, and here he goes again.
He's using the cables to actually poke. He knows he's not going to go and kill Audi. He's way too tanky for the kill threat. But in the mid lane, again, you can see just the forced errors here displayed by Alter Ego. Nino picks up the turret, knowing there's no one who can kill him. Time brought back, but do I even need to say it? No kill threat.
No kill threat, not enough. And in the previous match, we saw that suppressions could be the solution, right? Burst down the Uranus before the consecration gets popped off. But now, with a Purify, right? With such limited crowd control in the hands of Rebellion Zion, it almost feels like there is zero kill threat onto Pi.
So right now, Rebellion Zion, they're looking for what they can. They are trading back. They got a tower there in the bottom side, utilizing the pressure that they had. But Alter Ego, they are going to be able to punish it as well. Taking that tower is offside! And that's a solo kill onto Cars.
Rebellion are trying their best to go for the bottom lane, but with that solo kill, it only gives Alter Ego more map pressure. Top side pushed. What do Rebellion do?
Rebellion needs to try and maybe steal this or just let it go and find something else, because look at the maneuvers, look at the moves. Udil straight going to the top side, and Alter Ego, they will secure this Lord. Can they go for more though, because Audi is kind of stuck out of position.
Forced to flicker.
That's unfortunate, because that's one of the only engaged tools for Rebellion Zion as well. Burning that flicker on top of getting the Lord, everything is just going so well for Alter Ego right now.
It's massive. That's 120 seconds cooldown. That's a lot of time, 2 minutes. And they don't have the resources to be able to go for something here. Vincent, fortunately, still able to get that buff away. As we get to see the player cam here, look at Sally Boy on the Fanny. He's improved so much. Apparently, last season when he wasn't playing, Kids was playing in his place. He was actually practicing it out, but look at this.
Rex still surviving now. Oh my god, that damage from Pi! With the stacks, Rex still surviving with a hard guard. Now Immortality can be popped in, but look at Nino in the back with the blazing duet! Just chunking them low, getting back to safety, and now it's cleanup time for Sully Boy, who's unfortunately unable to find anything. Rebellion Zion still very well in this game. 8-1, but they've defended the first Lord Siege.
I mean, thankfully that Alter Ego, they're using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, right? Because I swear, those mechanics, Sally Boy with the skilled cables, Nino going into the back line with the blazing duet, it would not be possible if not accentuated by one of the best gaming phones in the business as well. As we come back into the game here, 6,000 gold lead for Alter Ego. With this breathing time, can Rebellion Zion come back from this deficit?
They definitely can, but their advantage is in team fights, and now Nino is just so far ahead, doing so much more compared to Highs. Because look at the level discrepancy. 2 levels right now. I think the items will tell you even more. They're grouping up to try and find something. They jump on Pi, but the Purify.
They didn't find Pi. Pi found them.
Yikes, man. That was the play they're banking on. The snipe almost steals it, but I think Highs did not take it. Now for Alter Ego, it's back to just waiting. It's back to just pressuring. And keep in mind, even if they do catch Nino and push him, zone him out of the fight, Wrecked on an Edith still does a respectable amount of damage. This is the current meta, man. Out-sustain your opponent's damage. As long as you're doing decent amounts, you'll eventually come out on top.
I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting Wreck to pick up the Edith, but so far, he has been doing really, really good. There are so many moments that he was able to use the Earth Shatter onto Vincent. I didn't think that was possible because of how slow the animation is.
I think the onwards animation is a bit faster, but look at the items right here as well. You can see Vincent is going for actually a full damage Lancelot, which is great. You can maybe get more steals with it, but who is he going to target in these big fights? Because Nino has the Wind of Nature, and also one more item to be left.
Wow, we're going to pinch maneuver from Wrecked. Let's go over, shatter onto 2! Pi in the midst right now in the back line. Highs is going to fall to Udil. who's riding on the back of Sully Boy. Audi fighting for dear life, but Nino guns him down. Meanwhile, wrecked. The M1 World Champion just looking, staring the Paquito down as the turret falls up top. Swaylo's gonna fall as well. Nino's on a killing spree, and so is Alter Ego. More coming in as Vincent now is running for the hills. Just one cable is necessary. A good Thorn Rose to escape, a puncture as well. One more hit, Sully Boy finds it. Alter Ego dominating.
This is a disaster for Rebellion Zion at this point. My God, Alter Ego. The way that they were able to split that team fight so well and still do so well individually. Rek doesn't get taken down in that 1v1 against Cars. What is going on? What hope does Rebellion Zion have in this game?
Their only hope is the fact that if Alter Ego wants to win the game, they need to group up and push for the base. That is where Rebellion Zion can potentially get a solid 5v5 team fight. But of course, they have to time out the Purifies, time out the Ultimates, and that is a lot easier said than done in the current state of the game. 8.6 thousand gold ahead for Alter Ego. They can just wait for the Lords and not fight at all and eventually just whittle down the base. So for Rebellion, they just have to identify those moments of carelessness from the side of Alter Ego, if Alter Ego even presents any.
I think at this point it might just be inevitable for Rebellion's demise in game number 1. They're gonna have to adjust and reevaluate in the next one. Enhanced Lord up top, Pi soaking the damage in like it's food, consuming it. Lord gonna be cleared out. Primal Rat by Rek, locking out ETZ down. The Alter comes down defensively by Nino. Nino hasn't used the Blazing Duet just yet. Cars now jumping in, but Nino finds the Blazing Duet. Meanwhile, Sully Boy in the back, dealing a lot of damage. Once again, Highs and Swaylo forced to back, but Sully Boy forces him down. Cars knockout strike onto 3, but it's gonna be caught in the onward now as Nino just chunks him down. Unstoppable. 15 minutes, Vincent looking for the play. Oh! As a snipe comes in from Highs. Now looking for another, or Shadow not connecting, gonna be canceled out as Highs guns him down. Vincent has picked up a double, and they've gone equal. Vincent wants more, does not have the Phantom execution, but Vincent, one Thorn Rose should do it. Whoa, he finds it with a mega kill, jumps out. Rebellion Zion, second win.
2 versus the world there. On the back of Vincent as well as Highs, they were able to defend an impossible offense by Alter Ego. That was almost a 10,000 gold lead. The real-time win probability doesn't even favor them at this point, and they were still able to defend. This is insane by Rebellion Zion.
They're able to pick up some shutdowns from that engagement as well. Sully Boy and Nino both fell during that engagement. That's a big chunk of gold, about 3,000 to 4,000 gold swinging for Rebellion Zion. Can they use that gold efficiently though? Because now, with the Lord, with them getting a second win, with the Lord in the picture, Alter Ego has no need to stick together. And so far, yes, Vincent has been able to actually take out the backline, but there's still no real solution for Pi.
I'm thinking about this, right? I felt like Alter Ego, they kind of overextended there, right? And now Rebellion Zion, they're going to be able to punish them for it. But in this next upcoming Lord fight, when things are going to be grouped 5v5, and the waves are naturally pushing for Alter Ego, how do Rebellion Zion set this up in a way that they can win?
Try and trap members of Alter Ego in a fight like earlier and let Vincent have some moments in the back line, but you can see Pi already being such a nuisance, and Audi might just get taken out if he's a bit too careless.
Throw a puncture out now. He used the Phantom execution, no more resets. Audi with a good disengage. Wrecked has the flicker, does not choose to commit onto this one.
Yeah, Rebellion Zion also utilized that retribution, so this should be a free Lord for the side of Alter Ego, with Vincent back at the base as well.
What do they have to do, right? I mean, right now, they have to just clear out these waves. They have to constantly be clearing out these waves. Luckily for them, they do have a Paquito, very mobile, can get to places quick, but at this point, Alter Ego can also just force the Lord, can commit fully onto the Lord and take it in.
Wait, Vincent's retribution is back now, so Rebellion Zion have bought enough time for this to be a 50-50 coin flip. It really depends on how the other members are going to lock down Sully Boy and Vincent. All resources are up, but Rex, here you go.
Only onto Audi though. That's what you want to go for right now. As Audi finds a final splash onto 3 members. Silly Boy finds a shutdown. Audi dashing in or getting into the call altar, but they're not going to be clumped up right now. As that's going to be the win of nature battle in the back. Still high. He's going to be able to kite away right now, dealing a lot of damage. Has found the kill. He's still alive. Sully Boy's 1 HP. Forced to run away. No gold lane. Rebellion Zion. What is this?
That was a 2-for-1 for the side of Rebellion Zion, and they are backing away. Alter Ego has control, but the gold lead has shrunk down to less than 2,000. This is definitely much less than ideal. They're still trying to go for it, but they have to be a bit more careful with how they go for these fights. They're looking impatient. They know they have the advantage, but they don't really have the tools to be as aggressive. And keep in mind, this is what we were talking about. 5v5 team fights, Rebellion Zion has windows of opportunity to try and find something.
Definitely, right? They have the final slash coming in from Audi TZ. Cars built in more damage and should be able to punish Sully Boy if he goes in too aggressive. And there it is. This is what we were talking about. Audi TZ. Even Cars is dealing that damage. Hunter Strike for him as well. And it's finally coming to fruition. Things are very level now as they all go in.
Sully Boy on the back. High still able to cut away. Now with the call altar placed down. High's not free hitting. That's a blazing duet on the sway low, taking him down. Thorngrow's coming down. Rebellion Zion forced to run away. A good snipe by Highs, but it's not there. It's not ready to do anything. High just standing atop here in the base. 3 members down. Sway low with the passive can come back in 3. Cars now, knockout strike, bring it back. Highs, Bennett's Rage, able to help clear out the way. So now Nino jumps forward with the battle mirror image. Now Sway Low's back in the fray. Alter Ego cannot end.
3v5 now, rather, with another member being able to come back into the game. But even then, in the 20th minute of the game, despite them being able to get those pickoffs, Alter Ego have yet to be able to go for a successful siege. They are going to be able to get this Lord uncontested, however, with Vincent still off the board. But Rebellion Zion, how are they still staying alive?
They have a call altar, they have big AoE spells, which is just giving them so much more benefit in a big fight, which is why Alter Ego are unable to just siege and go through the base. In fact, the moment Alter Ego goes for the end in front of the base, that is where they are the most vulnerable to Rebellion. So they need to play this next Lord very, very carefully. Rebellion Zion, they've gotten a lot of gold right here, almost equalizing, so they will have damage at their disposal. But they have to be careful. If they put too much to try and clear out the Lord, that means Pi is definitely unkillable. And at this point, he's still on 0 deaths. That could change, or it might not.
Let's see, Rex is already hovering over. Prime brought back by the final slash. Now on the back line. High's going to be bursted down. The call altar comes down as well. High still dealing damage, but look at Rex in the back with the Primal Wrath. Alter Ego secure game 1.
The Wrecked effect is successful here for the first game of the series. But that was close. That was very, very close.
I feel like, in theory, right, there wasn't really any real way for... unless a huge throw happens, there wasn't any real way for Rebellion to turn it around. But with Alter Ego's signature style, constant aggression, we talked about the macro play, right? The potential for them to go split pushing to just pull apart this teamfight composition from Rebellion. They didn't do that. They just kept going for fights and fights and fights because they're saying, we're Alter Ego. We bring the fight to you. We don't do that stuff.
It's so scary.
It's very risky. And you know, you saw as a result what happened.
It's so scary because Alter Ego, they were very aggressive, but too aggressive to a fault, right? That's where it kind of was bad for them. They like to overcommit. They end up dying at the very end, and they're unable to convert it onto objectives. But it does seem like with the addition of Rex coming into the lineup, that it's kind of a new Alter Ego. I know it's too early to tell. We've only seen one game. But that game was scary for everyone in MPL ID Season 12.
Even for Alter Ego, the team in control. But I think, again, back to the topic. I think it's not a new Alter Ego. I think it's the old Alter Ego, just they're back. Aggressive, overextending. It's literally Season 7 and 8.
Well, aggressive overextending, but still winning the game, though.
Exactly.
That's where it's different, and that's where it's important, right? It doesn't matter how you do it as long as you get that dub. So we'll see if this kind of playstyle can continue. We'll see if some teams, or even this team, right? We'll see if Rebellion can just find a counter for it, try and take advantage of it in the next game. But for Alter Ego, this is just their signature style. And I think their fans are overjoyed. Those drums are loud, man.
They are, again, very, very loud. But that is what we're kind of accustomed to, especially for the Alter Ego fans, right? The Alter Champs, they're crazy, especially now with the Marga Kate, as like what they like to call them, the fan base of
The
Rex
KT surname.
as well. So it's like a collaboration, a hybrid of these really two crazy fan bases coming into one, and the fans must be ecstatic here, being able to win that very, very well in game number 1. And what went wrong? Was it the drafts? Was it the playstyle? Was it the game plan? Maybe lack of adaptation? What went wrong for Rebellion Zion?
I must say, right, of course there'll be mistakes in the Land of Dawn, but even from the draft, it was very clear from the three of us at least, like, wow, they're letting go this? Oh wait, this too? Like, what? The Angela, right, the signature Angela, the Uranus that has seen so much success. I think there are some heroes right here that they're letting go, not without necessarily any good reason, right? If they're letting it go in exchange for something, that makes a bit of sense. But some of these picks here are really not as contested. So I think something needs to change all the way from the draft. But afterwards, I think in the Land of Dawn, we see a good balance of like macro plays, macro adjustments, mechanical plays from Vincent as well. I think there's potential here.
Vincent highs as well to that very end. But yeah, I like that you mentioned that, right? Because I was like, I think the Lunox pick would have been a little bit more interesting, maybe, for the side of Rebellion as Zion.
You don't say.
So why do we still keep seeing marksmen? I thought coming into this new meta, new patch, everyone was like, yeah, we're gonna expect APCs like Alice and Esme and Lunox and Harris, and I'm like looking forward to that. We haven't seen it at all today.
Yeah, I think simply put, the most efficient or the safest pick you can go for are still marksmen in the gold lane. That's the safest. You farm up, you get to a point where you can carry the game. But in this particular situation, it's very strange to see for Rebellion Zion. The fact that they let go an Angela-Uranus combo and not have anything prepared, because it feels like, all right, we're just going to do our thing. We're not going to try to counter that. We're just going to pick whatever we want to pick. Highs, you want to play the Beatrix? Sure. Here, have the Beatrix again. 3rd season in a row. Just play Beatrix.
Well, they went for the Faramis Arlott combo, and if you look at the item builds right here, in that late game with the comebacks happening, they've caught up in items, but at that point it's just a bit too difficult because they are already behind on so many objectives, so many structures. They don't really have the control available to force Alter Ego into difficult situations. So I think, given how the game went, it's hard to see how dominant Alter Ego was just from the items, but this Uranus, man, enchanted talisman still, to just ensure that he can just stay there for as long as possible. And for Sully Boy, only the Immortal, I bet he's also preparing that ice, that Winter Truncheon swap as well. But it's just very aggressive. You don't see a lot of defensive items being built, because Nino knows that there's going to be a lot of focus on him as a marksman, but only a win of nature as compared to the previous games. But I guess, to be fair, there isn't a Farsa in this match.
Yeah, to like emphasize your point of aggression, right, Arashi? This is an Angela damage build. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive as well on an Angela. Very interesting.
That one's a bit extra, I think, because again, the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive was just the... Yeah, I mean, it's a mid lane Angela, so technically you can try to utilize it, but mainly, as long as you have those first 3 items, then you're good. That's the reason Angela is placed into the mid lane. And hey, finally, an Angela is placed in the mid lane. And oh, did an Angela win after getting placed in the mid lane? So Rashi, I think right now, the big question for Angelas is Angela mid or Angela row? We've seen both. We've only seen success from Angela mid so far.
Angela mid's only the one successful. I mean, that's something we've been talking about so much. Some of these heroes can just be unexpectedly flexed out. And the fact that there's direct effect for Alter Ego to use as a mind game, right? To lure Rebellion into thinking that this Angela is definitely in the wrong position. That was just very intelligent of them. And I think the Edith, we haven't seen so far in the season. Granted, it's only the 2nd match, but in the meta where beefy members out-sustaining seems to be the trend. I think it's a very solid source if you want a very solid pick if you want both tankiness and also a decent bit of damage.
Yeah, on top of that, right, damage and wave clear, right? If you put Angela in mid, you need the help of a hero in the roaming position that can wave clear. Concussive Blast Edith apparently is also an answer, because coming into this, we were predicting more Cho, we were predicting more Grok maybe to be able to fill in that roam to clear fast. But now we're open to the fact that Edith can also be an option.
With the Concussive Blast, it sure makes sense, but look at the Rich Guy. Despite how this game looks, right, the highest gold per minute right here is 778, so it's a lot lower than the previous 900s we've seen, right? But it's not about farming, it's not about getting money, it's about gaining that dominance in the Land of Dawn. So I think this also reflects again Alter Ego's signature style. The sandbag is of course Serpai as Uranus. 200,000, man, like this is why this hero is just so annoying. And this hero is also used by the player of the game, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Serpai.
The question that I had in the beginning, right? Is Uranus Pi good or not? Simply put. And he gets the player of the game. And there you go, the impact that he was able to have as a Uranus would, right?
Yeah, this is exactly how Uranus would play this situation. Always in your face, always a distraction, always the most annoying hero in MLBB history.
Doing all that and also having 0 deaths, that's why this hero is just so obnoxious, man. And he wasn't even using it to with its other like possibilities. He wasn't trying to split push with it. He's just team fighting and staying in the front, dealing damage actually. It's not big damage, but eventually it all adds up. So this is just one side of a Uranus gameplay. Of course, with such a strong front line absorbing all that damage, it's just so difficult for the rest of the team. And this is that moment here where Sully Boy goes in, takes a bit too much damage, everyone overstays without enough setup, and Rebellion was able to just turn it around for just a bit. Look at his snipe though, towards Nino. That was critical, man. All the damage came in at the same time. And look at that, Rek was trying to go for an engage as well, but it gets cancelled by him getting taken out of his Immortal. That was very fortunate for the side of Alter Ego. But afterwards, it's going to be the Lord contest yet again, and Rebellion Zion, despite all their teamfight tools, they were forced to clump up here, take damage from everyone at the same time. That is definitely not the ideal approach against a team like this.
Oh, the Brave Smite Uranus is so gross. I don't know what's the solution to it, right? Because definitely in the future we're gonna see a lot of Uranuses. I think a lot of people have said it's a good pair against Esmeralda, but it doesn't mean that the Esmeralda can overtake the Uranus, but they are able to balance it out in the lane. What are our options? Carry, Lunox.
No.
Can Dairoth work?
There's only 2 options.
Okay, 2 options.
It's 2 L's.
2 L's.
It's either you take the loss or you pick Lunox.
Oh, so Dairoth doesn't work. Does Dairoth
Early,
work?
you do good early, but then mid to late, your Dairoth is useless mid to late.
Yeah, that team fight.
Well, you can try and shut him down early, but afterwards, right? In the mid game, when we're talking about objectives here, right? Win condition for Rebellion is just too difficult. They have to like, I don't know, have some kind of coordination with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I think they need a lot more quota, right? What's going on here? And that brings me to the OVO XG Play collaboration. If you guys want to have a lot of heroes, want to add more skins to show off when playing with friends, whatever your needs, don't forget to buy the MLBB Diamonds using OVO. Simply connect your OVO account to Google Play, make in-game transactions in MLBB, select OVO as your payment option, and make the payment. It's as easy as that to buy diamonds using OVO. And of course, for new users, like maybe you, Mirko, maybe you haven't had a taste of this OVO.
I haven't.
You can enjoy a 90%
90%
of up to 10,000 OVO points after a successful transaction.
Wait, 1-9?
What?
1-9?
90.
90?
90%. But your transaction has to be successful. Don't fail.
Okay.
Okay.
What if I fail?
It doesn't work.
Okay.
You need to succeed.
Well, alright then. I'll just go and buy my MLBB Diamonds using OVO. It's as easy as that. I already have a lot of OVO points because I use Grab a lot to, get places. So all I need to do right now It just used OVO. I didn't know
So
about this deal.
sneaky.
I didn't know about this deal. So now with the deal, OVO. Thanks, man.
You have a season
You
to
have a
abuse
season.
it.
Oh, wait, this is throughout the season?
Yeah.
Not just today, not
Yeah.
just the second?
Yeah! There you go, ladies and
You can hear
gentlemen.
how enthusiastic Eterna
I
is
am, I
about
am.
diamonds,
I
man.
love free
Eterna is
stuff.
all about diamonds.
Sorry, I was about to sing something and I was like, you know what, maybe let's leave the singing till your streams. Let's not do it on live broadcasts. But back to this matchup, right? Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. Alter Ego being able to win it 1-0. Do you think that there is a coach diff?
Oh, that's a
No,
tough question.
It's a question. I'm not putting hate onto anyone. It's an open discussion. Do you think it was an oversight by Chico, maybe? Or do you think that he thought that this could have worked? Even though he had no answers to it, actually.
For me, I think there's no way that a draft gets placed down, the picks gets picked without a plan. I think there was a plan, obviously, for Rebellion Zion. The reason they left the Angela out, there was definitely a plan, but the plan just did not work. And it's a fact that it did not work because they just lost. They got dominated. So they have to make these adjustments. They have to utilize the strengths that the players have. I mean, Highs, we've seen him on magic damage carries before, and he's phenomenal in these magic damage carry roles. So give him a chance, let him play the Lunox, try it on stage. It's very different on stage and in scrims.
Well, he was also against this. We have his pro build series right here. This is what Nino was able to use to be just so obnoxious. And like we've been mentioning since match number 1, Miracle was the first one who actually called attention to it for me. So, I mean, full credit there. But the key emblem, being the basic one, gives him hybrid regen, more HP, and the adaptive attack is nice, but for this setup, it's not necessary. The agility makes him so much slipperier to catch. The tenacity makes him harder to burst down, and the core talent here is what makes such a huge difference. That Brave Smite gives you so much HP. Miracle says you do not have to go back to base ever.
Yeah.
Why do you think he opted for Brave Smite in this scenario compared to what we're accustomed to seeing Claude on?
I honestly think, right, it just comes down to the player, of how the player wants to utilize the Claude. If you want to be in these team fights for a longer period of time, then you want to use that sustain. And for this Claude in particular, up against Rebellion Zion's composition with a called Alter, if you just go in, you burst, it's not going to be enough. You want to go in, burst, and still be able to sustain that damage while you deal damage as well. So you're trying to out-sustain, you're trying to outlast your opponents in this case.
I think Miracle was also saying that the issue, well, why it works so well as well, is that first skill of Claude is relatively spammable, and the Brave Smite is only a 6-second cooldown. So throughout a fight, you know, fights take quite the long time, especially with big walls like a Uranus in the front, like an Edith in the front. So throughout the course of, let's say, a 5-minute team fight, you can imagine how many
times
5 minutes team fights. Hang on, that's a bit too long.
That's way too long.
But let's say over a time of a 1 minute team fight. Let's say a
Mm-hmm.
1 minute team fight. That's pretty long. That's like 10 Brave Smite procs, and that's a lot of HP if it stacks up.
It's 12 Arashi. 5 seconds, a minute, 60, divided by 5, 12. Wait, what? 12 total, technically, you can get in a minute, yeah.
That's 60 seconds?
Oh, right, I forgot. I thought it was 5 seconds.
See, we both can do math, Miracle. High five.
I love
This
it.
is why you need a turn on
I
the
love
table.
it. I love it. I'm
She-
just like laughing. I'm like, you guys can't calculate that simple
You know what's funny?
mathematical equation.
Eterna's even
What's
worse.
going on? I'm like, these noobs, man. What's going on?
That's why,
But
that's why we chose this life.
Yeah, we did.
Exactly.
This life to observe the drafting phase here for game number 2 between Alter Ego and Rebellion. Alter Ego once again a first pick, Rebellion with second, and it's still the Ling Kadita being the choice of band for the side of Alter Ego. And Rebellion Zion, they've sort of learned their lesson. They're gonna go for the Angela ban this time around.
Bit too costly to let go, and along with that, they ban out the Valentina. So I think this hints that they want to try and get that Eve. We already mentioned that in the mid lane right now, there's such a small selection of heroes that can be used to the full capability of like a Eve or a Farsa. The long range and crowd control just seems to be something that all teams really want, but it's so limited in the hero selection. So we'll see if the Eve gets let go for the side of Alter Ego.
I think with the Angela band out, the Yves is definitely going to be a hero that Cases wants to force Rebellion to let go. Udil, we all know what he likes to play. Fanny ban down. Yves completely open up for grabs. Is it going to be a Yves first pick? Or do they want to prioritize the Uranus? Set that prio.
Yeah, I wonder if Coach Chico is just trying to trade it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, get Yves, we'll get that obnoxious Uranus, but keep in mind though, that was surprise Uranus. We'll see if Kars gets it, can he use it to the same kind of capability?
Oh, well, we do have actually a comment here by Emperor Jonathan Liandi. This new meta is really beneficial for Rex. Heroes like Rock, Angela, and Hilda are back in the meta because there are so many assassin, and that is Rex power hero.
Well, that makes sense, right? Having more assassins means beefier members become so much more meta. I mean, imagine being a full damage Lancelot trying to one-shot a gold lane Esmeralda, right? That's just not happening.
Well, it can happen if the Esmeralda's like 0-10, level 3, and
Remember, this is the
like
MPL.
0.
This is the MPL, bro.
We've seen players go 0-10 before.
Yeah,
in
but
the
we don't
MPL.
expect that to be the norm. That's the exception, my boy.
Okay, let's calm down here. Uranus being picked up here by Alter Ego. So it's still a priority amongst the Joy, amongst the Yves. They're still going to go for that. Kaja was also left open because of the choice of ban from the side of Rebellion Zion, but they're going to go for the Kaja and the Paquito. So Yves is still up for grabs for Alter Ego now to take. Choices.
At this point, it's kind of like Alter Ego's like, you pick the Yves, and Rebellion's like, no, you pick the Yves.
You pick it.
No, because I thought Rebellion Zion would pick up the Yves because it's Suelo's like favorite hero.
No, you pick the Yves.
Oh.
They're gonna.
No, you pick it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's because like they're setting up for the counters already. I mean, they've already picked up the Kaja, so they're practically saying, bring it on again, but just not the Angela this time, please. So don't bring the Angela to this game, please.
Oh, we saw well, funny enough, Leo Murphy earlier with the Kaja, right? And with long-range weapons like the Yi, for example, it's actually very difficult for the Kaja to get in range to do anything meaningful per se. But Udil, signature pick, the Farsa, go gets it, and Nino will be back on that Claude.
And now it's you pick it again.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going at it, and Rebellion's gonna be like, if they're petty, they're going to be like, no, never mind. Right? And then they'll pick up something like, maybe this time, a Lunox. I think a Lunox would actually be pretty good, but they're hovering over Zosk. There's no way they go Zosk here, right?
Cyclops?
No, Eterna. No Cyclops. What mage
Girl can dream.
They're going for tank. They're going for tank. Okay. We're trying to analyze what they're picking here. I don't know whose hands this is.
Yeah, whose fingers are these?
They're pretty hands.
I think then who has pretty hands? Oh, Lancelot, safe pick. There you go.
Lock in? Lock in? Okay.
It's great when we get to see their screens because then we look so smart.
It's like, we
know.
predicted that.
Yeah, 100%.
Called it.
Like, luckily the screen was very clear, right? Props to Samsung, man.
It's always a Samsung buff here. And obviously, when we get into the second phase, at this point, expect... this is going to be really weird. Alter Ego, it seems like they just want to go up against the Eve, right? They have a Claw, they have a Farsa, and the Uranus. So at this point, what if Alter Ego just ban out other mages except for the Eve? So just, literally, it's a game of Alter Ego saying, you pick the Eve. They're getting aggressive.
Funny.
They're getting real aggressive.
Just turning it around on them. From like, give it a Yves to like, you better pick that Yves, man. It's open, it's right there. But no, Rebellion will ban away this Hilda for now.
Yeah.
And this means that they are worried about the same kind of pressure, the same kind of tankiness just pushing up on them.
Yeah.
We know Rek plays the Hilda, but at this point, the Edith is still a possibility.
It's a Hilda signature pick for Rex, right? So they respect that from way back when season 7, season 8.
Yeah, season 7, 8.
So long ago.
It's the Angela days, but you know, when he was in the Angela days, the Angela era, if the Angela gets banned, if his heroes get banned, if all else fails, Rafaela, wrecked Rafaela, his favorite hero.
In theory, it makes sense, by the way, because Angela works almost the same way, just not as well. So if he goes for a Rafaela here, I think it's a bit far-fetched, but, you know, Alter Ego, right? You never know what they're going to do. This is who they are.
Let's see. Carry and Lunox banned away, so Alter Ego, no, they're like, yeah, now pick the Eve. Let's see if Rebellion actually go and succumbs to the peer pressure.
Well, I mean, Faramis is still an option.
Do you want to go
Rebellion
Faramis
Zion.
against a Farsa Claude?
No, but what options does Suelo have?
Novari?
Novaria is so risky.
If they're going pick off, there's more benefit to going for the Novaria, right? Exposes people, you can find them in the middle of a setup. You can poke them down for an easy pick off by the Paquito or the Lancelot. In theory, it works, but I don't know, man. It's gonna be risky. The Eve is the more solid option.
They pick the bait.
Fine, we'll pick the Eve. Rebellion Zion say, you know what? All right, we get it. And now Alter Ego. Now this is truly the question. Will Rect play the standard Grok up against this comp? Not bad, but will he just, will he let the intrusive thoughts win? Will he play Rafaela?
Well, I'm also wondering who is Boy going to be picking, because I think it's going to be an assassin, right? It makes sense. Someone with a bit of mobility would be nice going up against a Lancelot. And someone that can threaten the Yeeve would be great here, but not sure who just checks all those boxes.
Franco Martis.
Franco Martis?
I know Boy, he doesn't like utility, but he wants utility anyways.
Whoa!
And it's Arlet. Arlet, so like
50%. I'll take it.
50%.
I'll take it.
Arlet, wow, okay. It's a hero we usually see being picked up early on in the drafting phase, but Alter Ego saves it for last. Gives them some really solid team fighting here. But of course, it's Boy not on an assassin, so I think the pick-up potential by the Farsa becomes a bit less. They might just rely on Martis just running people down. That could be what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I think Martis, you can still play it kind of like as an assassin, go full damage, try to snowball from that early game, which is what the composition you see is kind of built for, right? We have the Farsa who can rotate really quickly. Uranus gives the space for the Martis as well. In theory, it works. So now Chico is up against the wall, and he's gonna fight it with a long-range damage source here in the Leslie for that front-to-back kind of composition.
This is very interesting. For the longest time, the Leslie is a bit of a counter for the Claude, but we've also been talking about this backstage. Is it still now, with so many options available to the Claude with the emblems, is the Leslie still a hard counter? And I think our conclusions is it's strong, it works okay, but it's not a hard counter anymore.
Let's see if they can make this Leslie work. Up against a lot of dive, up against a lot of range, burst from the Farsa as well. Final thoughts.
It's risky once again. I feel like the Yeeve pick was a bait from the side of Alter Ego. Very intelligent drafting, but the problem is if the Martis does not snowball from that early game, with how much lockdown that Rebellion Zion does have, it could pose a problem for Alter Ego as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 2. A potential 2-0.
Wait.
The first of the series. What's going on?
Look at your screen. This is what's going on. It's not an Arlet roam. Rect, he's been throwing a lot of curveballs, but I did not expect a Uranus roam with Revitalize. What is going on? Let's see how it works here. It should still be kind of the same idea as a Hilda, still just wanting to be a distraction, but how? Oh, he's doing a lot of damage, so I guess it's working?
Well, the way they've been using the Uranus, it doesn't have to be in the EXP lane, so using it here as a roll.
Oh, he's taking so much damage
though.
Look at the Revitalize though. Oh my god, wait, Rex going back to high. Oh my goodness. Rex, one more shot and he's dead here. One more shot and he's dead here. He's dead. First blood to Rebellion Zion. Highs picks up the kill. Definitely not the target that you want to be giving gold to.
But look at this though, it's quite interesting. He goes for the same emblem setup, but with the Revitalize, that battle spell heals you depending on your max HP. So on a hero like the Uranus, that stacks up HP anyways, it actually has really good synergy for his whole team. So this is Alter Ego. He's going all in the team fights. We'll see if that works though, because if they fall behind, like we're mentioning, there's a lot of slows, a lot of crowd control, like on the Yi, for example, that can catch out these immobile characters, like the Arlet, for example, or the Martis who does not have the mortal coil.
I like it in a way. Portable Revitalize. There's additional shielding as well for Rect, but it feels like Rebellion Zion have picked up a potential solution, right? The Leslie with the true damage. In the late game, she should be able to shred that Uranus. We'll see if it works out though, as both of these teams have started to set up for the next objective. Look how much damage Highs is doing onto Nino.
That's how the Leslie works here, especially up against a very, very easily countered hero in the quad. It's literally the best matchup possible for the Leslie. The Valiant Zion also with a bit more pressure to play with. Cars now, knockout strike, knocking him down. Udil might actually fall, goes in for the Feather airstrike, tries to outburst Cars, but Swalo flickers forward. Getting another kill, Audi now jumping in, a beautiful Divine Judgment, locking Sully Boy down, giving Vincent space to go for the retro in. Cars now with a jab, Sully Boy with an outplay.
Out of nowhere, man. And Rex is just relentless right here, but for Alter Ego, they seem to be going for all these plays. They're the right plays, but not at the right time. They're not going in together and becoming a weird puzzle for Rebellion Zion to solve. So for now, it's still a 1k gold lead, and with that, you can see some items being built up. Berserker's Fury 4 Highs on that Leslie. It's gonna make Nino's laning and take him.
I'm actually quite excited to see if it works, right?
He's running sprint as well, so he has a bit more security in his kit. But again, we'll see. It's a tough matchup, kit-wise.
Oh, wait a minute, Audi TZ.
Getting very, very low, still able to escape for now. Wrecked, unable to get that kill back. But here are the talents prediction. Again, it's just me and Mr. Pulong.
Wow.
Yes, the two of you. What's going on between you guys?
Keep the singing on your streams.
Sorry. No, it's because you guys have the same prediction all the time. It's getting pretty cute now. But going back into the game here, 1,300 gold lead for the side of Rebellion Zion. And curious, right? Because you yourself said that Claude doesn't get countered by Leslie anymore. And at this point, Nino's already level 5, so he should already have that Blazing Duet to pressure Highs in the gold lane. But it doesn't work. It's just for clear. That's all he can do right now in the trade.
Well, Divine Judgment pulling Wrecked back though. Has the Revitalize, pops it. Oh, a lot of bursts coming down with the puncture as well, but Wrecked able to survive the onslaught of damage on to his way. I think for Nino, at this point, it's all just full clear. It's just him ulting the wave constantly, and well, High's already caught, flickers out, but the Mortal Coil chases him down. Now with the damage coming down, it should be a free decimation, but Sully Boy is brought back. Highs outplays the situation. Vincent wants to go in. Sully Boy's very low right now. Thorn Rose coming down, Phantom Execution, but it's only defensively right now as the time comes through. Cars in the back with a Mortal Coil. Knocks him up for a bit. Udil now trying to go for the stun, unable to hit those skill shots though. The real world manipulation splits Alter Ego in half, and Rebellion Zion win out in the trade. Meanwhile, wait, pause.
That did not end the way that Alter Ego expected. They went in for a 3-man gank on to Highs, but instead they are the one to lose their jungler. They lose Sully Boy in the process. But ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into a technical pause. Fair play and sportsmanship has always been our utmost priority to give you guys, the viewers at home, the best viewing experience possible, as well as the players. And so far, how are we feeling about this game, Arashi? Is it according to your prediction of how things are going?
I thought they're going to be Alter Ego. It would be a bit more dominant here, given all the circumstances. But the fact that they've been aggressing separately instead of together as a unit, I feel like it's giving Rebellion a chance to actually take advantage of that, because overall, if you look at their composition, there is a fair bit of burst damage and fair bit of utility. So if you're not careful, you can definitely get caught off guard, get pulled by the Divine Judgment. So you have to be a bit more aware, because that is definitely something that is going to be aimed for by Audi from the side of Rebellion. But that aside, I think with time, Alter Ego can still come back. But if they are already falling behind right here, it's going to be dangerous. There's a lot of catch potential. With that, they should make sure that things don't go even worse for them.
Okay. That's a, oh, wow, what? Oh, so Wrecked gets taken out there right before the pause. And here it is.
Oh, Divine Judgment. Audi was waiting. Just waiting for Nino in the back. Alter Ego in danger. 3,000 gold lead for the Rebels.
You gotta call some attention to Cars right here on the Paquito. We got information here that he actually, back then last season, is a gold lane player, and he's forced to just fill in the EXP lane, so he wasn't really quite comfortable, and he was doing pretty okay. Now he had time to adapt, and they're saying that Cars might just be like the next big EXP laner. We're seeing signs of that because on this Paquito right here, he is just outmatching the presence of Pi on the Arlet. Of course, that's partially due to the mobility of a Paquito, but it's still fascinating to see.
Definitely, definitely. He even mentioned that he feels like he's born for it now. He just really grew into the EXP lane role, whereas Pi, he's had years to build onto it. But look at that damage from Udil there with the Feather Airstrike. Gonna be able to zone out the members of Rebellion Zion and give Nino some farm. Uh-oh.
Divine Judgment, Saliboy should fall here. Mortal Coil comes down, he's looking for the decimation, almost gets Audi. Traded back, but it's still only 1-for-1. Real world manipulation locks him down. Pi taken out. Rebellion Zion with another 2-for-0 trade.
Approaching a 5k gold lead, Rebellion Zion. I think now is where Alter Ego will really start struggling. But look at the damage, look at the lockdown. Nino gets deleted.
This is a problem now for Alter Ego, right? They were banking on the fact that they could snowball in that early game. But the problem is 6 minutes in, and Hyze already has the endless battle as well to top it all off. That damage is insane. The siege is starting to flow, and you don't want someone with a late game power spike to get that power spike in the 7th minute of the game. And this is what we're seeing from Rebellion Zion.
Even Sullyboy there, forced to just retreat, understands that he won't be able to contest for the turtle. Meanwhile, Hyze also given the space to siege his turret down as another free turret, and it's a tier 2 up top. Free turtle, everything for free.
Rebellion just turning it around, and now this is what we've been talking about. They're forced to siege, they're forced to kite back away from Rebellion against a Yves, against a Leslie. It's just so difficult because they're just not that mobile. They were relying on being able to stand in the front, out-sustain, perhaps using the healing coming in from Rekt with the Revitalize, but unfortunately that is just not how the game is going. And with Sway Low getting a glowing wand, that also means that Saliboy and Rekt and Pi all need to be a bit more careful because Swaylo is doing percentage HP damage.
Let's see here. Rekt is caught in a 2v1 there in the bottom side. Is he going to be able to sustain through that damage?
He's way too behind for that. Look at that, just one shot from Hyze. And they're going to give the kill over to Hyze. 4-0 and 3.
Well, there you go.
Gets this ahead, it's tough.
I mean, we were talking about, okay, solutions to the Uranus. Lunox, carry. And turns out Leslie works.
It's another L, it's a third L.
It's a third, oh, wow.
Lose, Lunox, or
Uranus
Leslie.
doesn't like Ls.
No, he's a W man, but right now he's about to take an L if it keeps on going like this.
Well, let's look at the items right here for Nino. No golden staff just yet, and on the flip side, already an endless battle, so that's a lot of burst coming in from Leslie, but also from this Paquito, man. 4, 1, and 2. Cars has definitely been active as heck around the map. It seems like Alter Ego will still be able to get this purple buff, but what else?
My god, Udil doesn't even have the lightning truncheon yet. So that damage isn't coming out at all. There's a world where the damage from Farsa and her range should be able to hinder Hyze just a little bit, but because of how far behind they are, that's not even a factor just yet. Hyze can just fully concentrate on damage.
Oh, Divine Judgment locking Pi down on an Arlet. I think that's the worst feeling in the world. Not able to use any of your skills, not able to use your mobility and resets. Rebellion just push forward. Cars even here is acting like a Uranus, but with damage. Now jumping in, knockout strike, jabs out. Cars, clean mechanics as he just escapes. And Rebellion get another free objective.
They're still pushing the mid lane as well. They're so active right here. It's as if they want some kind of revenge for game number 1. But keep in mind, game number 1 had a weird swing to it towards the end. We'll see if Rebellion Zion can maintain this kind of consistency because they're doing a lot of different things right now, and that's great. That's like very good work rate. But with more activities comes more chance for mistakes from their side. So they're always trying to go into jungle right here, and maybe Alter Ego can try and use that to set up for a big engage.
Arashi, it's a 10,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion in the 10th minute of the game.
Brutal.
Hyze already has the BOD to make it all worse. How are they going to withstand the damage?
I think we're going to see some one-shots coming in soon. Of course, Udil has the lightning truncheon now, but compared to Hyze's damage, I think that's quite the difference. So for Alter Ego, they have to do something dynamic, use some flickers going on, because otherwise It's only Highs just poking from far away, and look at that true damage, man. That's just massive.
It's up to Pi. It's up to Pi, Mirko.
I agree. It's up to the dive, right? Pi and maybe Rek, but at this point he's way too squishy. But the airstrike comes down, but it only gives so much space to Highs now. Real world manipulation, just zoning them away from the Lord, who's chunking the turret down. Still, turret alive, not taken down. Audi with the conceal, has the flicker, has the divine judgment. Do not want to commit. Rebellion Zion saying we're happy with this. We can continue to scale, we can continue to suffocate you in your base.
That was an interesting move from Rebellion. I think they went conceal and they were looking actively for Pi. As much as we're saying the solution is Pi, I think Rebellion recognizes that as well. So whenever they're trying to go for a divine judgment engage, they're trying to make sure that it's on Pi, because everyone else will be a great pickup, but Pi is the one that can really screw over things for them.
And with that in mind, what are they gonna do? Okay, so Nino has the golden staff already, so it's already a step in the right direction. He has just the DHS to combo with, but what item does he need now, Arashi, to be able to deal the damage and be ready for these team fights?
Oh, it's tough, man, because even if he goes for a Wind of Nature to try and deal with the damage coming in from Cars and Vincent, there's still true damage coming in from Highs. If he tries to itemize more to survive that, there is Sway Low on the Yeef, who's still doing really, really well with 8 assists. So this is where Nino gets put in a lose-lose-lose situation here. Even if he builds tankiness, then he'll lack damage, but look at Wrecked.
3 shots.
Wow.
Whew. I don't know how many shots the last one was after the immortality, but hey, Audi giving a shout out to his old team there with an emote as they steamroll through Alter Ego. This is the new, refined, Wrecked in Alter Ego.
It's not working.
Not with the Uranus tank, no.
It's not working. Yeah, it's not working. It was cool to see it. We haven't seen it before. What? Uranus being put in the roaming position. But now that we have, it doesn't look like it has been working. It's not looking too good now. Rebellion Zion, they're very quick to the next objective. They're going to get the Lord uncontested in the 13th minute of the game. That's how fast this game has gone. That's how dominant Rebellion Zion has been. What a statement from game number 1.
I think Alter Ego would feel that the game is going a lot slower, but you know, that might just be my assumptions. For now though, you can see that for the beefier members on the side of Alter Ego, they are going for Radiant Armors all over the place, man, because as we said, the Yeef, as much as they were just forcing Rebellion Zion to pick that Yeef, it does a lot of damage. Now with the Divine Glaive as well, they can't just ignore it. I think their plan is to just withstand the Yeef damage and try and pick off Highs and Vincent using damage. I think that's the best way they can do it. And you can see, there are still Hunter Strikes, Lightning Truncheons, burst damage available for Alter Ego. At least enough to take out a Marksman without any defensive items.
Okay, let's see. Retribution already used up by Silly Boy, but it's only for the top side. They know the mid lane's gonna fall anyways because of the charge. Cars zoning him away. Highs sieging the base turret down. Audi still looking for the Divine Judgment. Wrecked in the midst of it all. Holding it down. Now Puncture as well. Audi with a flicker forward. Unable to find anyone, but finds the Divine Judgment on the Silly Boy. There's going to be chunk low by Highs, but it's not enough to take him down just yet. 2 shots onto Wrecked. Another one. Taking him very low. Real world inflation. Locks them down. For Vincent to go ham in the back. And that's a monster kill for Highs. And Immortality pop. Silly Boy's going to fall. Nino in the base. Walk down. Rebellion Zion. 1-2-1.
We're forced to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing how today has turned out. No longer do we see 2 zeros. We see 2 1s. It's back to a best of 1 between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. That shows how adaptive these players are in the game, how adaptive the coaches are to one another as well. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's just so impressive to see solutions we can't come up with on our own,
Exactly.
right? Because we saw the Uranus, we saw the Farsa, the Claude, the Arlot even, and we were like, there's no way that the Rebellion can match this in a team fight of some sorts. But somehow, some way, through execution, through tactics and strategy, Rebellion has just come out on top. And now, it's back to best of 1.
It's so cool.
Amazing.
Because like last season we were so used to seeing 2-0s, especially coming
Rebellion.
into a matchup like this, right?
Yep.
Rebellion, Alter Ego. Close your eyes and you'll be like, you know, Alter Ego 2-0. But then Rebellion pull something like this up. And it's getting scarier for these teams. People are getting so much better at the game.
If Alter Ego have the Wrecked Impact, Rebellion and Zion have the Audi Impact. One's more popular, but both are equally impactful so far.
But Wrecked Effect sounds better.
The Wrecked Effect sounds better, and you know, yeah, you're right. It does sound better. Audi Effect, nah.
We have to come up with something.
The TZ, no. We gotta try to find something for Audi here, but he's certainly having a massive role on this team. I mean, again, when he gets a comfort pick, when he gets to roam around the map, he is him. Who let him cook?
Who let him cook? And who let Uranus go to the roaming position?
Oh, Cassius
Who
and
did that?
Nafari. And Wrecked.
Why? Okay, I won't say why. I'm not an analyst. Let's ask Arashi.
Arashi.
Was that supposed to work?
I think the idea is to use the Uranus the same way you would use a Hilda.
Okay.
Right? Because in theory, Hilda has a lot of regeneration coming in from the bushes. Uranus has regeneration, period. Right? So I think that's something that they're trying to experiment with, and they're also trying to use the battle spell. Because we saw that previously, Pi was using the Purify, and that made it very difficult to try and catch him. And sometimes Uranus go with Sprint as well. But right now, he goes for the Revitalize for more healing. So I think the idea is that you can do the same thing Hilda does, but instead of being aggressive, you can be defensive and heal up your team in a big team fight. But unfortunately, I think the macro coordination didn't work out, because I think in the middle of that play, Cars showed up out of nowhere and just beat him up. So we'll see more of that in the highlights, maybe.
What was that?
It's so scary.
What was that?
What?
What were you doing?
No, I was like in the middle. Then he gets beaten up.
True.
It's very simple.
Just get beat up.
Short and sweet. But man, Hunter Strike Paquito now. So gross.
What was that?
It's gross. It's gross. It's
What was
nasty.
that?
Don't like it. It's too much damage.
Paquito that gets to snowball. I think that's it, right? Because we've seen Paquitos. It didn't work out for Kimura.
Well, look at the items right here. Hunter Strike and Bloodlust Axe, we've seen it quite often, and I believe he was running Sprint as well. It was just so good. And when it comes to the macro presence, I think in this game at least, you can't compare what he was able to do compared to Pi. As much as Pi was the player of the game for Game 1, in Game 2 right here, Cars just completely out-pressured him almost. He was able to actually get more places more often, and even in the 1v1, he was able to actually hold his own against Pi's Arlet. I think there was a big problem in the plan for Alter Ego, because it also spills over to the jungle and the mid lane as well. And in the mid lane, once you fall behind against the Yeve, we already talked about the siege potential, the catch potential, and I think overall, all that roaming, all that early grouping is what made Alter Ego's pick-off, right, on paper at least, somewhat annoying pick-off strategy. Just can't really run properly.
Okay, let me theory craft for a little second.
Okay. Right.
What if
What if?
it was still Uranus as a roam,
Okay.
but Leslie was not Leslie? Would Uranus roam work?
It depends what Leslie would be.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
not a true damage person, basically.
Well,
Like not Lunox, not carry.
well, Lunox doesn't do true damage.
Yeah,
does she?
but okay,
no,
so
but
not
like her
the-
passive shreds through the
Sure.
HP of
yes,
the
yes,
enemy.
yes.
That's
Max HP damage.
basically what I'm trying to say.
I think it would have been better. I think mainly the main problem for them was the fact that the Leslie was just destroying the Claudin lane.
Yep.
And it just gave the Leslie so much more space to destroy the Uranus as well.
Quantum Charge Leslie, right, with Weapon Mastery, but Heist went for the Rupture. A lot of people have been talking about how the Rupture gives you adaptive penetration, but on a Leslie that does true damage, generally such penetration isn't quite required. So usually people go for the Thrill or some other option, but for Heist, I think he just really wants to...
He just really likes penetration.
Yeah, especially against Nino, right? He just wants to make sure that Nino gets absolutely run through, man.
I think it was mainly for the Uranus though. Like really, the true damage, the penetration, all... They completely just destroyed the Uranus.
Yeah. I mean, Uranus just doesn't do very well against penetration. I think that's a known fact at this point. So if you look at the teamfight participation, 1 kill for Alter Ego, it's almost like a complete reversal 100% for Udila and Pi, but for Rebellion Zion, I think Vincent also showed up really well in this game, right? Showing again why the full damage Lancelot is still very legit in the right hands. There's just plenty of fancy plays being highlighted that we might see later in the highlights.
Surprise Uno card. Were you surprised?
Sort of.
Yeah, that's what Rebellion Zion did to Alter Ego.
Oh, it's like the reverse card.
Exactly.
No, you.
You pick the Eve. Sure, we'll pick the Eve, all right? And then we'll pick the Leslie too. You didn't see that coming, did you?
Yeah, they really didn't calculate for that last pick, Leslie.
I wonder if Alter Ego would have done better if they replaced the Farsa with the Yve instead. Maybe.
Wait.
At this point,
you're
we would never know at this point, but it's an interesting prospect because it gives them more catch, right? To be able to be a bit more aggressive in the early game. It gives them more ways to disengage from fights with the slow as well. So a bit more flexible, and I think that was why the Yve was so important, right? That's why we also thought that the Yve was going to be picked up, but both teams were like, eh.
I mean, honestly, I didn't hate the Farsa pick. Because if they wanted to help Silly Boy out in that early game, to go for it in those ganks and have that kill pressure, I think Farsa works better than the Yve in that sense.
I think Arlet Rome would have been really good for them. I think they had a really good draft, but then they got a little bit too creative with it. Because I think the Uranus, right, would have still worked against the Leslie. Uranus isn't completely, fully countered by the Leslie, believe it or not.
Yep. Agreed.
It's not DPS, right, for the Leslie. So again, Uranus, let him scale in the XP lane, let him get those levels. He'll be able to actually withstand the damage coming in from the Leslie. But in this game, it was a lot of different damage dealers. And mainly, I think the most active damage dealer on the map was actually Cars as an XP laner.
Yeah, we got to talk about him, right? The player of the game here for game number 2 here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 416 KDA. What was really interesting was the talent choices. But what's more important than the talent choices is how he was able to have an impact in the game as we take a look at the highlights here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
He's always so aggressive and so annoying. He does get outplayed here, but look at this. Whenever there's any window for Rebellion to just try and go aggressive, Cars is always there. And in comparison, if you look at where he is on the map compared to Pi, Pi is always left behind. And this is the danger of having an quote-unquote immobile EXP laner. Not to mention, that's a lot of crowd control and damage that he's able to just bring towards the members of Alter Ego. Going with the Brave Smite and the Festival of Blood, he has so much regeneration built in, and for the lack of movement speed, he just goes for sprint. And I must say, it's looking like the better combination of Battle Spell and talent. And I think this is something that some players might try and emulate and maybe even take into the jungle.
So, in lane, does Paquito do better against the Arlet?
Against the Arlet, does pretty well, actually. Like in these trades, especially considering the buffs for the Paquito in the first skill with better shielding, you can actually sustain a lot and win out in these trades up against the Arlet. So
you win, not so it's a winning matchup, not a skill matchup.
I think it's still a skill
matchup, I think,
but
in the end.
it does give the Paquito the Paquito has a bit more of an advantage, yes.
I think there's more sustain built in for the Paquito as well. If you go with the Brave Smite, for example, gives you enough regeneration, more than the Arlet, and also you have shielding, right? So in short trades, I think Paquito can really come out on top.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just too
Whoa.
tired, dude.
Are you okay?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just need
Wait,
a
what are you holding?
coffee.
Whoa, wait a minute. That's Point Coffee. That's the specialty coffee brand. Coffee brand. Specialty coffee brand that was made with just amazing fresh quality coffee, man. Exclusively made by 100% Indonesian coffee beans brewed by professionally trained baristas with international standard coffee machines. And with that, Point Coffee allows your games to be legendary.
Wow, that sounds quite accurate.
I need to work on these, man.
When are they going to release the Eterna announcer pack?
I don't know if that's going to happen.
That'd be pretty cool, though.
But you know what, Eterna, I'm a kind soul. I'm a generous god.
Can I have one?
Here you go.
Oh my god, you know I don't drink coffee?
Yeah, man. It's Point Coffee, but they can get Point Coffee. They can also get tea. You can get anything you desire.
Point tea?
He knows I don't drink coffee, so he got me tea.
Well, where's mine, though?
Arashi, you get your own, okay? Because here's a straw
oh
as
my
well.
god,
I'll
thank
do
you.
it myself.
That's so nice. That's so nice.
How? How did he get? He got. All right, just
You want it done right, you gotta do it yourself.
Get us out of here,
What?
Eterna. He magically just got him. I don't know. It's weird.
Wait, how did you get one? Wasn't it on Mirko's side? What's going on? I need a break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for game number 3, the conclusion of Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan
So I found out that it turns out the production team put the glass on his side. Not all of the three of them was on his side.
Wow, Eterna. Yes, the Tooth Fairy is also not real.
What?
Don't say that.
I'm joking.
We have kid viewers, man.
I'm joking. The Tooth Fairy is totally real.
Yeah.
Oh. Miracle likes to troll like that, you know, like he likes to make things just miserable, but he's joking. He's joking, right? He's joking. He's joking.
The Tooth Fairy is a Samoan man.
You know what's real though? The real thing is it's 1-1 right now and it's tense in the arena. I mean, earlier
Amazing.
we saw the death stares from the Alter Ego fans and Rebellion fans. They were staring at the screen though, so it wasn't really much of a death stare. They were just really hyped for the game.
It's amazing.
Dude,
I love today. I just don't understand.
You love the what?
I love today.
Today.
Today's has been incredible. Full best of 3 games so far. And I keep mentioning this over and over, but the fact that these teams have really developed over how long was the break? Like a month, 2 months?
3, I think.
3 months?
Just about 3, I believe.
But like the new patch just hit and they're already that quick onto the adaptations with the patch. I'm so excited. Game 3. Arashi, what can we expect?
I think we can expect, from the looks of things, I really feel like maybe the early game aggression will be a lot more planned out. And I think there's going to be a bit more emphasis in mobility because honestly, we've seen a lot of teams today fail purely based on the fact that they do not have like a gap closer or a maneuver tool compared to their opponents. So I think maneuverability is a big factor in the current meta, which is why some players, even if they don't get anything from the emblems to try and augment or improve your mobility, they'll go for like the sprint, right, over like a flicker even. So I think this is something that both teams will prioritize because they are teams that want to go aggressive, they want to go all in, and teams that want to go all in needs to be able to keep up and chase down their opponents. And if they have to damage control, having the option to back away is always a very nice plus.
On the point of mobility, I was going to say nobility. I'm like,
nobility.
Why are we talking about nobility? But on the point of mobility, you mentioned in-game Arlet not being a mobile hero. And I always thought otherwise. So because of Uranus stepping up in the EXP lane, do we now consider that Arlet is immobile? Because when I hear immobile, I'm thinking about Terizla, those kinds of heroes in the EXP lane.
I think it comes down to the fact that it's very situational, right? Even Terizla, you can do 3 small dashes, right? And your ultimate, the penalty zone can bring you quite far, but you can do it anytime. But Arlet, you can only have real maneuverability when there are units around you for you to reset and use your second skill again and again. So without that, and especially if you're running away, right? There's not always targets available for you to try and dash out from a tough situation as compared to like an Esmeralda or Uranus, which is why it seems less mobile in that context when it comes to chasing and disengaging.
So this makes the playing field a lot more equal, a lot more even. So there's not necessarily a quote-unquote S-tier hero that has no counter, right? We see things fail. Arlet used to be the #1 priority in the EXP lane, but now it has a loophole. Something like the Paquito can actually be a really good matchup. Something that we thought would be super meta was also the Uranus, right? Ling, Angela. But today we've seen that there are so many solutions to this single problem. So coming into phase number 3, things are looking a lot more difficult, a lot more challenging for both of these coaches. As we take a look at the drafting phase of game number 3, Rebellion Zion has now opted to go for the first pick, Alter Ego with the second, and the bans here. Anything standing out here, Mirko?
Nothing much. It's just both of the teams, again, just going back, falling back to the respect that they've already gained for each other throughout the series. Game 1, game number 2 as well. That Kaja, we mentioned it, sure, you know, MVP was Cars, but who really dictated everything in the map, especially when it comes down to neutral objectives, was Audi on the Kaja. When you give something, a hero like Kaja, a hero that can have a lot of say in these pickoffs, in these proactive situations for Audi, that's when he really shines. And it's just, again, respect from both of these teams. Kadita, still though, 3 games, always banned out.
Yeah, the Kadita we've mentioned potentially flexible in a funny way right now, right? The idea of an Angela and a Kadita It's almost the same. They're roamers, but they can be put in the mid lane if need be. And that is something that seems to be the new flex meta, because it used to be the jungle, it used to be the EXP lane, now it's the roamer and the mid lane, and I wonder if that's going to be an ongoing trend. But for now, for the side of Alter Ego, we'll have to see what they ban out, because it's kind of wild right now, and I really love how the drafting phase right now, it's a bit of a pick your poison situation. There's no easy ban that just gives you like a standard composition. You need to pick and choose what you're willing to deal with and take out of the game.
And it also really depends on who you're going against, right?
Yes.
And I like that adaptation here. Yves has now been taken away by Alter Ego, respecting Rebellion Zion, respecting Suelo and his capabilities on the Yves. But this does leave the Valentina to be picked up. And the Uranus, actually. Uranus, Arlet, Valentina, Joy. They're all still options for Rebellion.
Fanny?
What's your feeling that they're going to pick up? Fanny's banned out by Alter Ego.
Oh, right. My bad. I think what makes the most sense is going to be the Uranus, but that might not be what Cars enjoys playing, actually, because, I mean, you're looking at his picks so far. He played the Paquito in the previous game, and in the first game, he was going for the, I believe it was the Arlet, but for now, for Rebellion, they go for the Valentina. So for Alter Ego, if they want to go for the Farsa, there will be a counter Feather Airstrike coming in. But if they want to go with that, they can still go for... I guess the only thing that comes to mind is Novaria, but that's also very situational.
Yeah, I agree. I think we haven't seen Novaria on the hands of Udo. Again, we haven't seen him play since Season 11, so maybe he's learned that. Maybe he's saving it for this time. It's a best of one, back again. This is all stakes, but I think the Farsa is still just the most comfortable pick for Udo. We all know that, you know, Udo, when you give him a comfort pick, he just sticks on it. Pi as well on the Uranus this time. There you go. Uranus and Farsa picked up, prioritizing comfort over anything. But now, there's a very good matchup. This is not like the best matchup against the Uranus, but it's a matchup that's great against the Farsa, and it's the Yu Zhong. Actually, they still go for the Paquito instead, and the Claude. Do they have enough damage to take the Uranus down?
Well, the Claude with the build, right? With a build that shreds with percentage HP damage from the Demon Hunter Sword, it can definitely shred through the Uranus given enough time. The question is, will he have the time when he's being pressured by all the other sources of damage? So with that in mind, Rebellion can either go for something to help out in that endeavor, or they can go for something that can alleviate pressure from the Claude instead. And with Alter Ego's pattern, it usually is the latter, in my opinion.
So what? Who? What do they pick?
They're gonna grab something that can protect Nino in the middle of the big fight, and they can all go in together and still have some stability, especially now against a Leslie.
At this point, Alter Ego can just chill, right? They have such strong backline. And Rebellion Zion, they don't really have anyone to protrude into the backline other than depending on how Cars plays this Paquito. Assuming that it is going to be an EXP lane Paquito. I'd rather flex it into the jungle, pick a Yu Zhong up, honestly, at this point.
That's why I think the Yu Zhong was just a very value pick that they kind of missed out on. Now I'm trying to think. I think it's maybe because of Cars' hero pool. I think he just doesn't have the Yu Zhong in his hero pool. But certainly here, we'll see from Alter Ego what they are going to be banning. They're banning on the Lancelot already. If they ban another jungler, then it's almost confirmed that they've also never seen Cars play a Yu Zhong in scrims. And that's where you get into trouble. Because with a lot of these backline divers banned out, with a Yu Zhong unplayable from your team, who is going to die? Who is going to threaten this back line? Farsa and Leslie, who are going to be left to free hit almost every single team fight.
Which is why I find it very interesting that Rebellion Zion opt for the gold lane pick first. Who I would think that they can actually utilize as a flex pick in the last phase of the drafts.
I guess with the gold lane being more flexible in options, that is something they can have done. But I think they really wanted this Claude because we talked about how flexible he is with the emblems against different heroes. But now against the Leslie, it's a bit of a reverse. Alter Ego is the one playing with the Leslie, and along with that, they ban out the Arlet, yet another hero that can just dive in the back line. So it seems to be a sustained approach coming in from Alter Ego. Yeah.
Yeah, I think right now, Alter Ego, they're lacking something to lock heroes down, right? Just in case They utilize this Claude to go into the back line. They need something to answer that kind of aggression. I'm not really sure what Rekt is comfortable with because that Edith has been taken off the board. That was the only source of CC that I could think of. I would go for Franco in this type of scenario. Just something with really good lockdown. Lolita, what does Rekt usually play? Other than Angela, Hilda, and Rafaela.
Grok. You can utilize the Grok here, but it's very risky to pick up a Grok against a Valentina who can take that big ultimate, that game-changing, team-fight-changing ultimate. So I think they're going to leave Rekt's pick for the last pick, right? Unless they pick up a Franco. Franco's safest pick. They go for the Hilda. I expected the Hilda, but last pick, if they pick the Hilda here, then Rebellion Zion could just give the Paquito over to the XP lane and then pick up a utility jungler here, something like a Fredjin. But again, I think that's kind of already a win for Alter Ego. If they force Rebellion Zion to go for something that cannot dive, it's a win. And that's exactly what they forced Rebellion Zion to play. It's a Martis and a Novaria. Who's going to go to the back?
I don't think they have anyone. I think they're going to try and outrange the far side with the Novaria. Just match the poke of the Leslie with that Novaria's Astral Recall. I mean, it's a very high damage spell. In my own experience, you can definitely match the damage output of a Leslie, but not in a full-blown team fight. Only in periodical pokes. The real value though, like Professor KB was telling us as well, is the ability to just expose the whole enemy team in the middle of a very tight, very intense Lord Dance. And that is something that Rebellion Zion will have over Alter Ego.
But in my opinion, to be able to extract the full potential of a Novaria, I would prefer the Novaria being able to be paired out with something that requires either hooking, sniping, or anything of that sort to give the team a little bit more of an advantage in the long-range kind of team fights. And with the last pick here coming through for the side of Alter Ego in Hayabusa, I'm worried that Rebellion Zion, they don't have enough damage to penetrate Alter Ego here.
I agree. I think the front line is a bit too beefy for the side of Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. Sure, they have the damage, but I think for this game, we'll see what Highs goes for. Brave Smite won't be the best to take. I think he needs a bit more damage to play with, maybe even going for the Marksman Emblem, just for the attack speed. You need to be able to just dish out as much damage as possible. I expect maybe a Quantum Charge here. And yeah, it is a Quantum Charge. It's still the basic common emblem though.
Well, the regen is just a bit too valuable, and I think they will have to rush some kind of regen denial because there's a lot of regen on the side of Alter Ego.
And with that, who will come out on top? Will it be Alter Ego or will it be Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls, making their statement here in the final game of today? But here it is. The infamous Rekt on the Hilda. He was not able to do it on the Uranus in the last game, but he certainly is trying to replicate that here with the Hilda in game number 3.
Hang on. Is this a Novaria roam?
Yeah, it is Novaria roam.
Interesting. All right, so Rebellion Zion, they're gonna be a bit weaker in the push exposing situation, but I don't know how they're gonna play this out against Rekt on the Hilda in particular, right? A squishy hero up against a hero with an infinite regen pool.
I mean, I guess that's why they opted for the Martis in the jungle, right? A little bit more sustain as compared to if they opted for an assassin jungler like the Hayabusa, let's say, or Lancelot. Okay, Lancelot was banned out, but along those lines. But even then, like you mentioned, they don't really have an answer to the aggression coming in from Rekt. Audi TZ can only do damage.
Wait a minute, Rekt. Getting that movement speed, gets out. Oh, whoa, what happened? Sully Boy finds first blood. Vincent gonna be able to trade it back here, but it takes a bit longer for him to do so. Final level 4, but there's always someone in his jungle. Pi now is next. He's just gonna be there. He's already cut the wave. And he zones Vincent away from his own buff. He's gonna reset it as well.
It's a invading relay race from the side of Alter Ego Esports. I'm out, you're in. Who's next? Let's see if they can punish him.
Oh, they can. The decimation is ready. Pi, he dives deep. Vincent finds another. And this is scary because Vincent is going to just use it to go onto the turtle. Remember, how to beat Alter Ego. Just fend off. Let the aggression go through. We go for objectives.
Udo gets exposed right here. Audi will be able to push him away. But look at the other side of the map. The orange buff is already the target for Boy. So Alter Ego is trying to do all they can. They're not standing still. Every moment, every second is precious in the early game. I think Alter Ego is definitely trying to make more happen and force Rebellion Zion to weirder situations.
And it's not working so far. Rebellion Zion have been able to get the better trades here, but whoa, 2v2.
Oh, Pine's very low. Decimation coming down. Oh, one more hit. He finds a killing spree early on.
Whoa.
2 in Rekt, though, doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the back, Cars finds a good pick. It's a shutdown for Rekt. He's looking for a double kill right now as Cars is looking for the jab out. Gets out Sway Low, providing the escape. Oh, look at the shield there. The feather airstrike, the outplay. Rekt is down. Sway Low picks up the kill. Incredible value for Rebellion Zion. Highs jumping back to the BMI, now running away as he gets gunned down. Vision all the way onto him. Boy's waiting for the quad shadow, but Highs gets out with a sprint.
And Boy does get a kill back in the bottom lane there on to Audi TZ. So it's trades after trade so far. Who is it favoring?
I think at this point it is favoring Rebellion Zion quite a bit, just off the fact that Alter Ego requires a bit more time to actually scale in the late game, and Rebellion Zion actually wants to be brawling because they have a Martis. They can take really good advantage of all these situations, and the proof is in the pudding. 3-1 so far with a killing spree. He needs to start snowballing, but Pi will be always annoying in his jungle. He can't really farm that well.
There's not much of a gold gap though between both of these heroes. But wait a minute here in the top lane.
Oh, Cars engaged on, jumps in to the minions. Rekt chasing him down. It should be a free kill over Alter Ego. Cars taken down. Rekt and Boy now working together. Boy 3-0.
This is where the difference in survivability and mobility comes in. The Paquito is tanky, but he is not a tank. He doesn't just freely regen. He needs to be in combat to get his abilities up, to get some shielding in, and that allows him to get picked off again and again, and now Alter Ego, they're looking for some compensation.
Should I just trade with Pop Willem?
Yeah, this has been happening like
it's too much. It's too much.
But Arashi, you went for Rebellion Zion. Let's hold that thought. But the airstrike comes down. Swaylo forced back. Rekt chasing him down though. Very menacing as he walks back and forth. Astral Echo revealing the team. Cars in the back. Trying to just give CC out. Knockout straight into the feather airstrike. Boy jumps back in and Vincent finds it. Too much damage placed onto Boy to get him out of that space. And again, Rebellion standing tall.
Staying very tall. And speaking of the late game potential, keep in mind, yes, there is a Claude, but there's also a Valentina. That's some subtle damage, some subtle, really split-second crowd control that Alter Ego needs to be careful. They always rely on having great coordination in the big fights, but then they might just fall short here.
2v1.
Shadow kill, shielding again. Cars
gonna die.
Gonna get taken out. Boy with a good gank down below, but Nino's not getting farmed.
They're trying to replicate that though here in the top side. They don't get anything. So in a way, Alter Ego, they're gonna have a little bit of an advantage in that particular area. But I like how Swaylo opted for Impure Rage. Being able to level out the early game aggression that Vincent does, it's been able to facilitate in his rotation so far. And you can see him actually being able to punish Boy with the combo coming in from Audi TZ as well, with a Meteor and Astral Spheres as well.
Swaylo now will be trying to do something, but Pi comes in, and we can see that already the difference in impact here. Is able to force out the flicker from Swaylo as Vincent goes for the Athena, knowing that the burst damage is absolutely real from Udo.
Oh, High's actually winning out against the Leslie now. You can see all that pressure placed on Nino has given High such a massive lead that he can even bully a hero that bullies him, technically, on paper.
I wonder what the gold gap is. Is it far?
Between the gold laners?
Yeah.
Should be.
I think it's going to be a bit far, but not because of the matchup. It's because of the roaming, right? We already spoke about how important being able to influence the other lanes is. And in this game, you can see for both teams, everyone's just going up and down constantly. And now with the turtle spawning, Alter Ego goes for the top side instead.
Oh, good flicker. Wow. Interesting. The Boy actually decided to hold on to that shadow kill there. No flicker for Audi means there's a lot more pressure to play with now. Shadow kill. Onto the purple buff. He has the retribution. He goes for it. Highs now jumping forward with the blazing duet. Not able to really threaten anyone or push them back. But it does give Vincent time to go and secure that turtle.
They know that Alter Ego, they just want to fight, and so they're capitalizing over it. They're getting objectives left and right. Alter Ego have yet to find something.
The terrified Shelly Boy's down, Nino as well. It's a shutdown for Cars, now a double kill for him. This child prodigy now showing what he's got on the Paquito once again.
A 2-for-1 trade in favor for Rebellion Zion, and they're going to be able to push it even further. They're going to get a 3rd-tier turret there in the top lane, just propelling that gold gap to 3,000 now. Alter Ego, they're scrambling for answers, and they're getting heavily punished for their just, I would say, team fights, brawl-heavy way of playstyle.
Wait a minute, though. Okay, that's the Astral Recall for you, man. Able to escape Vincent. Whoa, very aggressive. In fact, he's taking everything and he's escaping now. A lot of slows coming down. One more hit from Nino. No, still alive. Vincent gets out with the Mortal Coil. Nino with a flicker out, but he's going to be taken down now by Highs. One more shot. Nino down. Not worth it at all. They lose their backline. Meanwhile, Cars just taking that turret down, now dealing damage. Wait, might be able to get a solo kill onto Rekt. Harvalda's coming down. Quad Shadow dodged away. Cars perfectly played.
This is the issue right here. The bulk of the kills on Alter Ego is in the hands of Shelly Boy, and he is in such a vulnerable situation. He can get bursted down very easily as an assassin, and if Cars is the one just pressuring, he can't go 1v1 unless Rekt gets involved right here.
Oh, that is a 2v1.
It's 2v1. It's not exactly a 1v1. But for Rebellion, I do think in the late game, they lose out in the poke game, but they're not playing for poke right now. They're playing for full-blown aggression. They're going for fights after fights. Now they go for it again.
So the airstrike, Audi forced to flicker out. He should fall here. One more. Oh, Pi unable to find that range. Beautiful Astral Echo with a spear as well to poke Nino down. Highs just abusing this common emblem.
That Astral Meteor, it's very deceptive. It seems like more like a utility skill, but for Novaria, it actually does quite a bit of damage, and it kind of forces you to path around it, sort of. That's something that they've been using so often in these big skirmishes. Now with the Lord up, with more pressure technically in the side of Rebellion Zion, I thought they might go for a pick-off first before going straight for the Lord.
Oh man, wait a second here. Vincent level 12. Shelly Boy level 12, so it is a 50-50. Audi TZ didn't have his ultimate just yet. Oh, now he does. So this is going to be a 5v5, both of the resources. Uh-oh, man, no.
Big mistake from Udil. No further airstrike. Pi's low. Decimation onto the back. Pi still survives. Vincent is down. Alter Ego outplayed Rebellion without a big ult.
Vincent gets wrecked just like that. And they are going to be able to have an advantage over this neutral objective, but they do not go for it. They have a wave to control there in the top lane as well as a mid.
Cars.
Well, Nino!
Cars! My God, what a menace. Feather airstrike comes down, finally takes him out. Sway low in the midst of it all. Now another kill. Pi picks it up with the Ionic Edge. And Audi is forced to run away. Astral Echo spots Rekt, but Alter Ego have equalized.
Finally, I think Alter Ego will go for this objective unless Rebellion still ain't done. Seems like they're losing a bit of control here, and that's because they don't have the same kind of regen that they have on Alter Ego, right? They can send Pi and Rekt to bait in to take damage, and they can still stay around the fight, and the same cannot be done by Rebellion. They have to try and get specifically on the back line members. As you mentioned, Mirko, we take a look here at the core talent. 4 highs on the Claude. Going for a bit more movement speed, trying to kite away from Rekt and Pi. When just rushing at him. Now here comes the Lord fight though.
A lot of DPS. This Quantum Charge enables him to reposition a bit faster. Not as much sustain as the Braves might, but that positioning is going to be key, especially up against someone like a Leslie. Oh, beautiful flicker, but it does not get him out. Vincent, 50-50. Oh, he gets it! He steals it away! Decimation ready, but Highs picks the kill up. Rebellion won the skirmish.
A 1-for-1 trade there, but they unfortunately they had to lose Udil in the process.
It's a roamer as well. Audi is not the mid laner.
Exactly. That's why it's more value for the side of Rebellion Zion. They get the Lord on top of that as well. It's going to be marching in the top lane. And Alter Ego have failed, the Lord Dance, and they also failed to get something in the top lane because Cars was so easy to mobilize there. And there you go! That's Cars!
Oh, who dives into the back? It's Cars! finally gets taken out. Nino able to just space himself with the help of Selly Boy. Punished. But with the Lord, they certainly should be able to take one more turret down.
Members of Rebellion need to be a bit more careful right now. Nino has damage, and you can't just walk up to him and expect not to get shot back in return. They need to plan it out and coordinate and maybe move together before they just go for such a risky play.
Well, what's going on there?
Oh, battle. Who's gonna stay longer? Udil runs away. Nino guns him down, but it's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. Meanwhile, Audi, easy pickoff for Selly Boy there. Very vulnerable. Pies, though, walking him down. Needs to be careful. Backs away. Pie. Sir Pie. Giving vision. Dealing damage as well. Nino's walking up. Nino's scaling.
But Pai is getting all the turrets. He was able to push that bottom lane because Kars was involved in the team fight, utilizing the mobility and the movement speed that he has. As Odil, once again, putting pressure.
Oh, nice cancel.
Oh,
Kars, one more shot! Kars gets out just barely. Meanwhile, Selly Boy picks up a turret up top. Alter Ego slowly climbing back, bringing the gold lead all the way to 0 for Rebellion.
Alter Ego, they are reaching a point where the members of Rebellion can't just go in and out and expect not to get completely bursted down. Late game, Farsa and Leslie. That's a lot of damage. You can see both Kars as well as Vincent. They're just struggling to be able to pressure and make it out alive. This is something that Alter Ego can start making use of. There could be several more moments where Rebellion Zion might just overextend, lose a member, and at 14 minutes, the death timers are quite punishing. This could be the chance that Alter Ego needs to get a dominant lead.
Exactly. This is a ticking time bomb for Rebellion Zion. They were able to snowball in that early game, but unfortunately they couldn't close it as fast as they expected. And now the power spikes from the side of Alter Ego, they're starting to hit, right? Leslie in the late game. We have Farsa as well, who opted for Weapon Master again here. In terms of those talents, that's going to be a huge force to deal with. And the lack of dive from Rebellion Zion, the way that they really committed into that early and a mid game, it's going to be a big problem for themselves. If Alter Ego can continue to push this and just elasticize this into the, I would say 18 minute of the game.
It's also the fact that I think the team that gets a flank
what happened
on top, but whoa, Pai is no longer in the picture. The Lord is up. This is a big chance.
I didn't see what happened. What happened? How did Pai get taken down there?
He got bursted. Decimation. Not even used there. It was just Audi and Heinz dealing damage with his trio attack speed items. That's it. There was not really much. I think Pai just got overconfident, walked up too far.
Oh no, that's a very bad situation for Alter Ego. It seems like Pai was trying to get some information, right? Check what's going on in the Lord pit.
Oh.
It's absolutely bursted down, and look at the Winter Trunch, and Kars goes in for Selly Boy.
Oh, Flicker Shadow Kill! That's the way to take down a Hayabusa. Give him a taste of his own medicine.
The outplay coming in from a Soilo. That is a bitter pill to swallow indeed for Selly Boy. That's 2 members taken out. Pai barely made it, but that's another Lord on the way in the top side. Soilo picks up a Divine Glaive on top of it all.
A lot of damage. The Lord is also in play. 15 seconds till Selly Boy is back on the map. Rebellion Zion can look for a pickoff, can force Alter Ego to trade in one more life before the respawn comes in. But look at that burst damage!
Oh, the flicker as well. Udil, lethal. Now the back wall. Highs! Dives in, did exactly what Pai did to him earlier, and gets punished in the same way.
Oh man. With 2 members traded out for nothing, Alter Ego have successfully defended and taken more of an advantage. Look at the death timers. They need to be able to push though. Unfortunately, not many waves are in favor of them. You can see Vincent here clearing in the mid lane as well, despite the fact that the real-time win probability is going to favor Rebellion Zion. Rex and Pai on Vincent. 2v1. He should be able to get out, right?
Yeah, but look at the pressure. Look at everything. That's all just removing Rebellion away from their turrets. Alter Ego now have a chance again to go, to farm, to have more space on the map.
One big factor though is that the longer the game goes, the more Rebellion Zion will have 2 sources of magical damage output that might end up being relevant. But for now, we'll have to see, man. Because on paper, the true damage, the Feather Airstrike, we've seen those two things alone, able to just carry out a late game, but Heist goes for the Sea Halberd as well, respecting the double regen coming in from the side of Alter Ego. Needs to make sure that they can't get, their damage isn't just completely outlasted. This is that point in the game. Looking at the rest of the items right here. He has a Wind of Nature. Look at the damage.
Oh no, not again.
Winter Trunk Chip, does he buy any immortality? He does not. Vincent picks up the kill.
That's harsh.
Nino already. Now what in the world just happened? Another decimation. Nino with Wind of Nature does not do anything. What? Boy was picked up on the other side. Just when you thought they could have come back and again. No! The base takes the former Kage out. Now all that is left is the former world champion. They will pull a miracle. Rebellion are next. The Titans of MPL Indo fall. First it was Aura, now it's Alter Ego.
Soak it in, ladies and gentlemen. The surprise factor of MPL ID Season 12. Oh, how the tides have shifted. And what a very non-climatic way for Alter Ego. So many fans were supporting them with Rex stepping in. They said that he was the missing piece, the perfect answer to the issues for Alter Ego. And it turns out that the perfect piece was Audi TZ4 Rebellion Zion instead.
Maybe the puzzle just isn't that good to begin with, because Rebellion Zion completely shattered it. They solved that issue of the long range, of the late game. Just found the opportunities and they come out on top. What a day, man. Who would have thought?
Season 12. The season that keeps on giving. And I know we say this for every season.
But it's true though.
But it's true
every season.
It's true every season, exactly.
We don't want to sound repetitive, but it's literally true. And I think so far, again, it's proof. We started day number 1. A lot of people say it's, low matches. I mean, again, Rebellion Zion, almost everyone. You saw the tier list. You saw KB and Coleus.
Yep.
Rebellion was all the way down. Dewa was all the way down. Aura and Alter Ego were up in these tier lists. And guess who lost?
Well,
Alter Ego.
Let's see what the host has to say and with the team as well.
And with that, let's throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar with their interview with Rebellion Zion.
Dan inilah dia kemenangan 2-1 reverse sweep dari Rebellion Zion. Rebels, teriakan kalian begitu menggelegar dan permainan dari Rebellion pun begitu menggila. Gimana nih match pembukaan kalian, apalagi kita bisa mendapatkan ada satu player baru, Audi. Kamu main di MPL, merasakan MPL di tim Rebellion, seperti apa perasaanmu?
Ya yang pasti seneng, soalnya ya nggak semuanya bisa lah main di MPL di sini.
Lalu bersama dengan Rebellion, bagaimana perkembanganmu dan Rebellion?
Ya kalau ngelihat hasilnya kayak game tadi, lebih baik lah ketimbang sebelum-sebelumnya.
Lebih baik ketimbang sebelum-sebelumnya. Dan bagaimana sih ngeklopin permainan bersama dengan Rebellion? Apakah ada kendala atau smooth-smooth aja? Boleh diceritain nggak sih?
Semut aja sih kayaknya, nggak ada yang gimana-gimana.
Oke. Jadi udah klop ini ya dari Audi dan juga teman-teman. Tapi sway low. Match pertamamu melawan Alter Ego dan 2-1 melawan Udil. Bagaimana? Kamu bisa berhadapan lagi dengan Udil nih di mid lane.
Seru sih.
Seru aja?
Seru Bode.
Bagaimana tanggapanmu dengan match tadi 2-1?
Match tadi 2-1, puji Tuhan. Senang.
Senang?
Senang.
Senang aja berarti?
Ya, Pak malam ini bisa tidur nyenyak, puji Tuhan.
Bisa tidur nyenyak. Dan kalahnya gimana nih? Kita melihat bahwa ini adalah match pertama kali di hari pertama. Dari Cars mungkin bagaimana perasaanmu kembali lagi di season 12 apalagi dengan starting line up ini? Apakah sudah puas dengan match kalian tadi, performa kalian tadi pula?
Belum sih, soalnya masih match pertama, masih banyak match juga.
Masih belum. Masih ada yang banyak di-improve. Mungkin Hais mau kasih tahu sesuatu. Gimana dengan match-nya tadi?
Match-nya cukup seru dan untuk first game kita bagus lah, bisa up mental gitu.
Ini menarik ya, dimana kalian di game pertama kalian kalah dengan Alter Ego. Tapi apa yang kalian lakukan di game setelah game pertama dan membuat game kedua kalian babat, game ketiga kalian babat. Dan itu bukan game yang mudah, itu game yang sangat kerat banget.
Apa?
Apa yang kalian lakukan setelah game pertama itu?
Setelah game pertama kita reset kan, game pertama kita masih baru main di stage pertama kali kan, jadi pemanasan mungkin. Lalu game kedua kita fokus lagi sama strategi yang kita udah siapin.
Apa kata-kata mungkin dari Swelo atau mungkin dari Vincent yang kalian lakuin gitu untuk persiapan di game kedua ini atau persiapan melawan Alter Ego?
Siapannya?
Oh.
Kita cuman fokus sama di scrim aja sih, kayak maksimalin draft pick dari coach kita gitu. Cukup fokus sama apa yang kita pelajarin aja sih.
Cukup fokus?
Ya, kita cuman terapin di turnamen dan lebih disiplin aja, itu aja.
Oh, begitu mengerikan ya mereka. Yang penting disiplin dan fokus untuk nextnya. Ini baru match pertama kalian, tapi kalian juga sudah berhadapan dengan satu legenda yang kembali lagi. Kita mendapatkan Rek. Bagaimana kamu tadi berhadapan dengan Rek? Gimana untuk peperangan pertama, match pertamamu di panggung besar dan sudah harus melawan Rek?
Yang pasti gugup lah ya pas kayak game 1 soalnya lawan abang-abangan kan. Game 2 udah mulai biasa sama game 3.
Shock gak dengan melawan Uranusnya? Apa ini artinya? Shock berarti?
Siap.
Itu shock gak sih melihat kamu melawan?
Shock gitu. Disangkain XP kan itu awalnya tadi. Saya nyangkanya. Tapi malah dipakai.
Game kedua ketika melawan Uranus di arah Reknya bagaimana tadi?
Biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja, walaupun shock ya?
Iya.
Tapi bisa?
Bisa.
Oke, tadi apakah ada yang merasakan sesuatu di season 12 ini? Pembukaan udah sangat baik untuk kalian. Apa harapan kalian untuk season 12 ini? Mungkin prediksi akan berada di mana Rebellion setelah melihat performa kalian di match pertama ini? Mungkin bisa dijawab Vincent atau Swelo atau Kars?
Mungkin buat saat ini dari kita gak bisa nentuin gimana-gimananya, kita cuma bisa buktiin yang terbaik sih, lakuin yang terbaik, gak usah banyak omong sih, itu aja.
Gak usah banyak omong, tapi di patch kali ini kan memang sesuatu yang baru dengan banyak hal yang harus kalian pelajari. Di season 12 ini apakah kalian benar-benar siap?
Kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik di setiap matchnya.
Bakal lakuin yang terbaik pastinya. Dan mungkin ada salam-salam untuk para Rebels yang sudah hadir di sini dan juga yang ada lagi di rumah tentunya lagi mendukung kalian nih.
Thank you buat semua Rebels yang udah datang, yang terus dukung kita. Yang tetap dukung kita kalah ataupun menang, makasih banyak. Makasih juga buat player-player MDL yang udah datang support. Thank you semua.
Thank you semua. Dan one last question. Mungkin ini akan satu pertanyaan yang Bude tanyain ke semua tim. Satu tim yang benar-benar kalian tunggu untuk kalian hadapi kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Dan sekarang ada 9 loh.
Untuk tim itu RRQ sih.
RRQ! Kenapa RRQ? Alasannya?
Karena mau lawan Diren.
Mau lawan Diren. Oke, ternyata ada relation yang cukup kuat tentunya dari Rebellion dan juga RRQ. Kita akan nantikan match mereka sekali. Beri tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Zion. Dan tentu saja kita akan langsung saja persilakan mereka untuk beristirahat. Congratulations untuk Rebellion. Begitu baik performa yang mereka berikan dengan 2-1. Poin yang begitu mendebarkan hari ini. Banyak yang tidak bisa diprediksi mungkin oleh para streamer kita, oleh para KOL kita, oleh para super fans, dan juga tentunya para pecinta Mobile Legends. Super fans, semua tim sudah memberikan yang terbaik. 4 tim dari 9 tim sudah kita lihat hari ini. Tapi tentu saja untuk mengetahui lebih dalam lagi apa yang terjadi dari match barusan dengan 2-1 skor. Apalagi di game terakhir begitu mendebarkan langsung dan kita dengarkan dari para caster kita yang bertugas. Silakan casters.
A great way to start the season for the Blue Bulls. Rebellion Zion defeating Alter Ego 2-1. And taking a look at their interview, it seems like the most anticipated matchup for them will be against RRQ. I'm not really sure when that is going to be, but they really want to face against their ex-EXP laner, which was Dyron, who moved to RRQ this season. That was one of the big reveals of the transfers.
Oh, that was a big one. It's definitely personal for Rebellion Zion, you know. They really wanted to play with Dyron. I mean, Chico kind of changed the entire team's game plan back in Season 9, or no, 10 actually, to make it to the playoffs with Dyron, giving him Benedetta, giving him Paquito, moving Fearless at the time to a utility jungle position for him. But now we'll see. Rebellion Zion, it seems like they're doing pretty well. I mean, they just beat Alter Ego, who had all the hype coming into MPL Season 12.
They had the wrecked effect, but they got wrecked.
That's a painful one. But unfortunately, it is the harsh truth for Alter Ego right now.
It is what it is.
Getting kind of emotional already in the beginning of the season.
We just started.
But let's take a look at the player of the match. Sorry for that match. It's Suelo on the Valentina. I think one of the biggest plays that he did in that game that's going to be etched in my memory is a shadow kill back onto Selly Boy.
Flicker, shadow kill.
Oh, man.
And then killing Udil in the base. So literally killed the Spicy Boy and the Miracle Boy. Next is Key Boy, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, the Boy Hunter. Whoa, hang on. Anyways, great plays coming in from Suelo, man. That last game, he definitely felt like, you know, the momentum, the hype, whatever it is. He was just making plays left and right. They're quite risky, but if it pays off amazingly. And he was also outputting for sure a lot of damage when all the eyes are on highs. Suelo just delivers the final blow.
And like in terms of the emblem choice, right? Usually when we see a Valentina, we usually see an assassin emblem, an assassin-based emblem. But here, he actually opted for mage. Very interesting. Why mage? Does he not want the damage from the assassin emblem?
I think what he's looking for is the cooldown reduction, because the mage emblem gives you a lot of that. But let's take a look at some of the highlights of this man. I mean, all the way since the beginning of the game, it's just full chaos. And Suelo himself gets taken out quite a bit, but the late game is where he's just banking on it. He was just looking for all the plays available, and he has no fear, just standing in front, because Valentina does well in close range as well.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to make in terms of the talent is that, exactly that, right? He went in for more cooldown reduction. The talent, he also opted for cooldown reduction as well. Yep. And the fact that he went for Impure Rage, so it's great. It goes hand in hand, because why would you want more cooldown reduction if you can't even spam the skills? Because Valentina is actually known to be very boros mana, so very
reliant
on mana.
Yeah.
But it's like really bad mana. So the fact that he went for Impure Rage was really good as well. He was able to spam it out, be a little bit more utility for his team, and he makes plays like that happen. Really good choice.
Even Chico had to stand up for that one, man. But this was, I mean, again, Rebellion though, they still have a lot of issues that they need to work out before they meet RRQ, because, I mean, these little plays can literally give the game over, and it almost happened.
This was that play though where we all went, whoa! That's a huge chunk of damage, but afterwards, taking Udil out in the base. You can see.
Who's the mid laner for Evo's Icon? Sorry.
Krite. That reminds
it's giving me Krite vibes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but the Suelo doesn't die after doing it. Usually Krite's like he's like, what? I'm an assassin. I'm not a mage.
But yeah, it really does give me Krite vibes. And talking about Krite, we were talking about Suelo in the way. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, but this was the key to success. It was Suelo, team captain, by the way.
He's doing the Mikir gameplays, bro. That means think.
Think.
With that one, like, yo, use your head, think, bro. Numerous advantages and makes a lot of plays happen for his team. I think that's a fair assessment. This man was very active, and the rest of his team, by all means, I think shout out the rest of Rebellion because they were all just scrambling to be as active as possible against a team like Alter Ego. But I guess Suelo just had the most impact.
He's no longer a one-trick Eve.
Yeah, he can
That's
Valentina
what I wanted
now.
to say. Yeah, he can play Valentina, so now he's 2 tricks.
Well, technically his Lunox is also really good. It's been banned out a
tricks.
lot, right? So
Was Suelo not highs? The
Lunox,
respect?
Suelo, and High is both good, but Suelo's a bit better, I think.
Yeah.
On Lunox.
So 3 tricks.
Interesting.
He's the Ruby
3 tricks.
DD. He made like he's so good on Lunox.
That was highs, right?
No,
The
no.
Ruby DD play.
Well, both of them did it.
What?
Yeah, they're really
both
good
can play,
Lunox players.
which is why it's confusing when you see a Lunox. Like, okay, where is this going?
Is it highs or is it high or is it low?
Ooh. Is there a player called Low?
Suelo!
Oh, right.
Even I got that. Oh my god.
My bad.
It's bad. It's bad if
been a
I
long
get it.
day. It's been a long
Drink your
day.
Indomart Point Coup coffee, Rashi, because I think you kind of need it right now.
I'm waiting till you finish it. Does no one want to chug it anymore? Is that not a thing that we're doing? Yeah, you can chug it.
I ain't doing that.
Amazing.
It's that
The
good.
commitment. I love it. Thank you so much, Mirko. But wow, what a day it has been, right?
It's
2
been
ones.
2 1s and
Uranus
the underdogs.
Rome. Underdogs really being able to come out on top. What are we? What is there to expect at this point? I don't know what to expect.
You want to know?
What?
What to expect? Because expect Indomart Point Coup because this is a membership application to get benefits every time you shop at Indomart. So let's say you're coming over to Indonesia from outside, or if you live in Indonesia, hey, Indomart's probably the most popular convenience store here. So whatever you need, whatever you buy, get this app because then you'll get points. And then, well, for the point redemption, I got to give it to Arashi over there because he has the most points. What can you redeem with the points, Arashi?
There's all kinds of stuff. There's some in-game, some out of the game, but you just gotta check it out on your own, man. We can't help you do everything.
A man of mystery.
He's the mysterious man.
Man of mystery. He wants to reel you in, hook you in,
Oh.
so you can figure things out on your own.
Wow.
But this is the classment, the standings of the regular season here presented to you by
crazy.
the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And it's looking like Dewa United as well as Rebellion Zion are standing out on top. Let's hope they can maintain the same consistency throughout the season because honestly, the regular season is crazy because a lot of people have been able, like that half-point season, they're able to get first, second, third place, and then they kind of fall short afterwards. Ivas.
Oh! Well, your cough wasn't loud enough, but yes. Here, this is just absolutely crazy. I mean, if one underdog win would have just happened, an upset win would have just happened, it would be like, all right, it's just like Season 11. You know, the underdogs can win. Dewa, Rebellion, but Dewa and Rebellion beating the two hypest, I think 2 of the hypest teams as well. Van coming in, Syndrome. A lot of people said Aura, they're the next big thing. They're going to be contenders for the trophy or maybe for second place because we all know right now Onyx are just, above the rest in terms of skill.
Yeah.
Alter Ego with Wrecked. The rivalry was going to be Wrecked and Keyboy. How is this going to happen now? He can't even get past Mr. Audi TZ.
Audi TZ. What about RQ? Any, projections
They
as
have
to
been
their...
Coco.
They're gonna do well.
Unfortunately,
He hopes,
Arashi,
he hopes.
I'm so sorry, but RQ won't be here in
Oh my god, that's
Snapdragon.
like one of the first times.
Yeah, but guess what? Aura and Bigatron are here, so tell them to buy tickets.
Time to buy tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Go to esl.gg/-SPSMLBB tickets. Or if you don't know the difference between dash and slash like me, you guys can go ahead and scan the QR code down below. Get it as soon as possible because we're going to be there as well.
For sure, and for you guys back at home, remember, all right, the Mythic tickets have already sold out, so only Legend tickets left. You guys better buy it right now before it runs out. It's selling like hotcakes.
And you don't have to just support the Indonesian teams.
No.
There's so many Filipino teams. There's a Singapore team. There's a Malaysian team. Is there
Cambodian?
Cambodia? Yeah, oh, Burnex Flash is
Burnex
going to be
Flash.
there. So yeah, you guys can vote for whoever you want, whichever nationality you come from.
It's an
And yeah,
international affair.
Support your team, man.
Support your team.
Just like you guys have been supporting Dewa and Rebellion because, again, honestly, looking at the way they've been performing, it's impressive, but the fans for Dewa and Rebellion, we expect, especially Dewa, new team to MPL. They got a full crowd in here for just Dewa. It was literally split 50-50.
I feel kind of bad because like I didn't vote for them.
You voted
the
for
winners.
Aura
I voted for Aura and I voted for Alter Ego.
Is it the Eterna Curse now?
Oh, I kind of like that power. I don't mind it.
Really?
But this is tomorrow's schedule. We have Bigatron, going against Geek Fam, Aura Fire, as well as RRQ. Thankfully, I will not be casting tomorrow, so I don't have to engage in a fist fight against Arashi.
You can't use the curse. Ha!
And I can't use the curse.
Let's go. We've got problems, Eterna. But yes, make sure you catch these matches, because if today ends up like this, can you imagine what tomorrow is going to be like?
I don't even know what to predict at this point.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Curse, Blast, whatever it is, it's been too convenient, but now it gets confusing because these are going to be big matches. These are the matches that we were waiting for, right? I mean, the non-free points, so I think it's confirmed now, no team is a free point anymore.
You're right.
Everybody's competitive.
Not even, no, literally none. Oh my god, I love it, I love it, I love it. And
So
I like the first match, right? Bigatron, Marky, going over to Geek.
There's history there for sure.
Beloyski reunited with Marky. Maybe that better synergy.
There's a lot to talk about, especially considering, they still have Chidera. Will their roster still be Chidera, or will Marky step in? Nile, Prodigy, newcomer, literally a Prodigy, because he comes from Onyx Prodigy, MDL Onyx.
Exactly, and even in the second match, right? RQ and Aura. We saw Aura today, but what about RQ? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Rainbow? Is it going to be Zin? And with that, so many questions. It's going to be answered tomorrow. And with that, we are going to thank Moonton first. Powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official telco partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partners in esports. We have Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. We also have our official broadcast in Maxstream and Teferi Sports. Our suppliers, Innomart, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. And that brings us to the end of the day, the first day of the series. It's been insane. We've seen new players come through. We've seen how they've adapted to the emblem system. What was most notable for you, Mirko? Real quick.
Most notable for me, I gotta say, just Dewa winning in that series. Comeback, what?
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see tomorrow, MPL ID Season 12. We own this!
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan